Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival. Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings.
较，我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明时光就纵身一条，与风而上很好。可能我知道，你蹲在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望？亲吻过心跳，问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛上九霄，因为我真想要过上帝要，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，雕刻在时间纤维中的荣耀。风和泪过招，我听到乌云说要苍穹的拥抱，月光下星空下固有一只暗光鸟。我遇见回音，对我一笑，说迎战吧别逃，那真爱风号，那些破烂的羽毛。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，别糟蹋了脸上刺绣的年少。心静悄悄，天高高，路上有个路标，似乎指向山顶的庙，老人家轻飘飘，我问他明天的可好，他笑笑，看见明日再次的坐标，一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标，孤身到同行后再向前跑，谁到此以后可别忘了，在击掌以后不要分道扬镳，最开始的启程到最后找到。
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up. Hang in there! I'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us!
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting!
Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caught you! Do not I like that. Hey! You!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Point!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite laying strike! Ha! Hey! Huh? Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness.
The world can't be without Spritelings.
会叫我们那千年之缘有远有渺小。我咬紧回忆，为最初那口气骄傲。说分明是光，就总剩一条与风而上很好。可能我知道你等在另一秒。路被光环绕，怎么能忘了希望亲吻我心跳？问以后有没有我的续命草？我敢把想念抛向九霄，因为我真想要过上帝要，但是我没讨饶。等我看见明日再次的坐标，另一个我们要的地灵鸟，那破碎以后复原的连接往日未来的桥，是你给我明日从此的坐标。
Welcome back into the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stages. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu, and once again with me it is Blam. How are we doing today?
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, we got a bit of a shortcoming with that 4-0 yesterday, but I mean, today I feel like this is going to be no more than it has to be an ultimate battle, right? I mean, we saw previously that WEIBO Gaming got to the ultimate battle. We also saw that Dragon Ranger Gaming managed to round out with a 4-2 victory. And I mean, both of these teams are very high caliber, both from the master group as well.
That's right. Now, if you're still catching up into the news of KPL Grand Finals here, this is what's going to happen today. It's a best of 7. This is in the winners bracket. We're going to be having WEIBO Gaming going up against DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming, in a best of 7.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, like I said previously, they were part of the master group. I mean, I feel like WEIBO was obviously the fifth seeded team there, and then obviously Dragon Ranger Gaming were the 6th seeded team. But like, back on the point I was making yesterday, right? Like within the KPL, there's no real weak team, right? And now we get into that master group. These are kind of definitely the better caliber teams, if there is ever such a thing.
Yes, I mean, maybe a little higher, just doing certain things a little better than the others, right? I think this is the most minor thing that has set teams apart at the highest level here, the peak performance in KPL. Now, with that being said, we will reintroduce you into what's going to happen in the series. So first off, we're going to start with the global ban pick. Now, Blam, what is the global ban pick?
Global ban pick has been something that's obviously been present for quite some time within the Honor of Kings esports ecosystem as well. And it's basically if your team selects a hero, for example, like the Pei in game number 1, you cannot pick that hero anymore unless you get to that last game, that best of 7, where we see both teams neck and neck at that 3-3 scoreboard. And then that's where it becomes a blind draft. So that's what we're kind of hoping to see here today, right? We've only seen one best of 7 so far within the knockout stage. So I'm looking for some more.
Yes, definitely we'll be looking for more. I feel like that expectation might be fulfilled today because when we head into game number 7, like you mentioned before, it is a blind pick. So all of the heroes once again will be unlocked, the full roster available for your picking. And the only challenge here, very small one, you just don't know what your opponents will be picking. And with that, they will head into what we call the ultimate battle.
Correct. I mean, we always call the draft that 4D chess, right? But I mean, when you get to that blind draft, when you don't know what your opponent is choosing pick by pick, band by band, that's where the real strategy starts to come through. And I think that's where we see a lot of these teams go towards those meta heroes that we see a lot within the ultimate battles when they do come up. The likes of the Flowborn tank, obviously Cap Boom as well. We see a lot of the potential of Charlotte or Vati up into the top side of the map as well. So there's definitely kind of like a fine line to be treading within an ultimate battle to get the most required results, but there's also a little bit of kind of like a spice that you can add to it if you really want to try and catch off your enemy team.
Right, so there's so many levels of early game centric thought processes, late game thought processes as well. And I'm not talking just about the game itself. I'm also talking about the series. So planning your drafts, your ban and pick phase is so important because you will not be able to use those heroes again unless we head into that final battle. So this is one thing I really love about the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage, which is, I think, you know, we have made it very clear that the support lives matter. A lot of the supports are really big in KPL. We talk about the Tunshan, we're talking about the Zhenren, things we have seen yesterday.
Yeah, and obviously not to forget the Su Li as well, right? I mean, that was one of the MVP performances from Wolf Esports yesterday. So there is a lot of support players within the KPL that definitely shine through here. We do see, obviously, within the global scene as well, there is some of the players there that are generally the supports, and they're the captains of the teams, they're the shot callers, which is kind of like a natural role for a shot caller, wouldn't you say?
Yes, so talking about the captains, actually, this is going to be very interesting because we have Lin Heng coming in from the side of WEIBO, and we also have Moon Lan coming up for the side of DRG. Both of them very vast experience, over 10 seasons in KPL. So you can be sure that they will be looking forward to bring their teams towards the success that is in this best of 7.
I mean, 10 season, man. That's like a lot of experience, especially within the KPL, right? That's a lot of flavor. That's a lot of battles. That's a lot of games you've played. And those captains are definitely going to be refining all that knowledge to give it over to their other 4 members.
Yes, and this is a team effort. This is one important aspect on the side of Honor of Kings, which is we require you to play as a team, not just a single individual efforts. They do count, of course, but everything has to come together. And this is not just in the drafts, this is not just in the execution, it also comes in the planning. So we'll be looking at 2 more extra important people that come from both teams, and those are the coaches on both ends.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from the coaches yesterday, obviously with the winner and the loser interview as well. Obviously, quite 2 different kind of outlooks on how they thought their teams performed. I mean, even the winning coach, right, was just like, yeah, Security did okay. Even though he got like, what, 2, 3 MVPs, it's like, yeah, no, he can still do better, which is definitely that kind of mentality when you're in such a league of this caliber, is what it's going to see you through to become the greatest of the great.
Yes, because you have to carve out your history. And no better place to carve your history than in KPL, especially as we head closer towards the end of the year. Now with this 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage, this is where it matters even more, because while we are in the winner's bracket, if you lose, you will drop down and you'll be meeting some more monsters at the lower brackets as well.
Exactly. I mean, like yesterday, it's a bit of a different side of the spectrum, right? Obviously, we were seeing pretty much tournament life on the line yesterday, whereas this time around, I mean, it is the upper bracket finals. It means that either of these teams that win today go all the way to the upper bracket finals here. But we're going to go check out these teams right now.
just the destination. It's the journey and the company along that journey that matters. And these 5 boys from both teams will be looking to create history and a legacy as they head into this best of 7 between WEIBO Gaming as well as Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a bit of a history, because like we were saying before the break, or before the little show in there of the 2 teams, is that whoever wins this first series is giving the first teams into the upper bracket finals, right? Like, that's one step closer to get into that annual grand finals, which neither of these 2 teams are strangers to, right? Like, they are definitely final contending teams here, both WEIBO Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Which is kind of stressful, right? Imagine doing all the work, going through all the hurdles just to fall and drop to the lower brackets. Not a situation that either of these teams want to find themselves in. But with that being said, the struggle here is a privilege because you get to test your skills against the best, and you can only improve by playing with the best.
Exactly right. I mean, the first opponent that WEIBO Gaming obviously played up against within the knockouts was obviously LGD and BW, right? And they got all the way to the ultimate battle. And the only real difference within that ultimate battle was you were looking at the likes of the pay into the jungle, right? Like, that's kind of like the difference here. They still saw the Luban Master, but decided to flex that around with 2 different marksmen for the Luban and the Gulia as well. So it really just shows that once you get to that ultimate battle, the difference maker that it can be on playing your main hero or playing something that's meta could completely throw the cards up into the air and get that victory.
Which is kind of crazy. But of course, with that being said, let's take a look at the stage and find out who our host is today.
各位好，欢迎来到2025年 KPL 年度总决赛淘汰赛的比赛现场，我是殷凯，欢迎各位的到来。今天是胜者组的半决赛。 今天的比赛也就意味着，如果能够连赢2场，那么将会直接前往到鸟巢。两边的队伍，一支是用兵之道变化万千的北京微博，另外一边是逆境突围、绝境重生的佛山第二季。到底谁能够赢下比赛，距离鸟巢更进一步呢？首先，让我们欢迎北京微博。
Setting their sights on their dream, let us welcome WEIBO Gaming.
Let's wait and see. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day putting nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers starts tonight. We don't gotta fear. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
接下来，让我们有请第2支登场战队——佛山第二季。
And their opponents, it's going to be none other than Dragon Ranger Gaming.
谁将拿下本场胜利，离鸟巢更进一步呢？
Success is not loyal, it is only loyal to the consistent, the strong, and we will see who is going to be the winner of this best of 7.
Yes.
Welcome into Changsha. We'll take a look at the two captains at this point. Lin Heng for the side of WEIBO Gaming, and we have Moonlan for the side of DRG, Dragon Ranger Gaming. Blam, this one is a tense situation. Game number 1, we know it is important. It does not guarantee victory, but we'll take a look at the teams here. Zimo coming in for the Clash lane. He has been phenomenal on the side of WEIBO Gaming. And of course, next up, here is the captain, the man himself, Lin Heng, looking to lead the team to victory.
Yeah, again, captains have been very important so far within the KPL knockout stage as well, but there is their mid lane. It's going to be Team Yue for the side of WEIBO Gaming. Again, this mid laner has definitely kind of showed his strides so far already within the KPL.
Yes, and next up we have Max. He is going to be the farm laner that's going to try and get all the gold, all the kills, and maybe need them to win. But of course, with that being said, everything needs a supporting structure, and this is going to be in the form of Meng Si here. He's going to try his best to give him the options to explore.
Yes, and obviously we'll be looking at Dragon Ranger next. Obviously, Du Seikin is strength in numbers. It's a 5v5 game, so let's look at their members.
Yes, we will. Now, we're going to start off with the first member coming in for the side of DRG, Huayan, the Clash laner, looking to put up his best against Zimo, who has had a consistent performance. But the jungle, this is the one that we want to have success on the side of DRG. 1-1, looking to perform his best.
Looking to perform his best, but I mean, it's going to be set up here with their mid laner, Diana, as well. But just a brief little overview of 1-1, just for a little moment, just to glaze him a little bit more. He's got a total of 10 MVPs stretching throughout this grand final so far. But then there is their farm lane, Mulan.
Yeah, Moonlan. He is definitely looking for success as well as the captain. Now, he will be supported by his roamer here in the form of Jiuku. So let's see if he is gonna find that synergy with his duo in the farm lane. Will they make those early rotations? Will they even make a lane change? Because all these little details matter, because you want to get that advantage.
You do want to get that advantage. I mean, if we look at like yesterday's games as well, right? Like we're seeing here in the audience, just a brief moment that they're looking at Dragon Rangers for a 4-0. I mean, they're hoping for a quick day, man. But I feel like, hey, don't want to burst your bubble. I don't think it's going to be a quick day. WEIBO Gaming are not going to go down into the lower bracket so easily.
For sure, I think we are in and set for a real banger today. Not only because we are in the winner's bracket, but because both teams have been very consistent, very well-versed in multiple drafts. In fact, they will allow certain compositions to come out. We've seen that come out from the side of WEIBO Gaming, especially the Jing, in response to a Luban number 7 and a Master Luban combination as well.
Yeah, I mean, we got that combination once yesterday, right? And it wasn't quite the most sort of pertaining to the needs of the team that got it right. Obviously, it was JDG that obviously locked that one in, but it actually didn't show the performance that we needed to, right? Because there was a lot of pressure already being created into the jungle. So that's one way we can look at trying to make a decisive decision on how to counter that great combo down to the bot side of the map.
I love that you say that, because it is true that only pressure creates diamonds, and we're looking for the best out of the best out of these two teams. Who will crumble under the pressure, or who will be forged into a diamond here?
Right, exactly so, right? But I mean, at the same time, we saw from player interviews yesterday that, like, even though they're pressured, they were just like, you know what? Treat it as a scrim. Like, and to be honest, I feel like a scrim would still be a very pressured situation for some of these players. But the fact that that is the kind of mental state they get into, they just zone out. They just pretend they're in a scrimming situation, but still perform so well.
I think it's really about understanding boundaries, right? I think it's good to give your opponents respect, but you don't over-respect them. Always test their limits, talk about position, talk about itemization, talk about the team fight potential, micro, macro, all these things. Do not give it until it is tested.
Exactly. I mean, we saw yesterday, it was a battle for the resources, right? Resources across the gorge were something that were hotly contested. It's something that some of the global teams are still kind of trying to adapt as well, right? But like the KPL, they go as far as battling for the spike-tailed beast, battling for the space sprite to the top side of the map that just kind of enhances that rotation in the early game. And we saw that it came into fruition there for Wolves Esports yesterday.
Which is kind of important to really take a look at timers. And we're not talking about just timers in terms of like 4-minute Tyrant, 10-minute Shadow variants. We're also talking about the timing of rotations. Because if you're late, you might encounter your enemies waiting to ambush you, and you might just lose all those resources altogether.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the kind of like bonuses of trying to be like very cheeky in the early game, right? Trying to assert your dominance if you are one of the other teams going into your enemy jungle, claiming the Crimson or the Azure Golem, because it gives you that insight, like we say, right? And like Sagi always says on broadcast, intel is the wintel. So having the extra little bit of a visual indicator, like you were saying there, Ken, means that you can kind of almost dictate where your enemy team's going to be.
Yeah, we've seen some teams practice this, right? So the roamer actually takes a kind of a stroll behind the brushes to see which buff the opponent has started with. And from there, they will conjure up and really try to figure out, okay, what is the strategy coming into here? What is this timing, ticking time bomb that we're waiting for to be able to launch an ambush and win an advantage across the gorge?
Yeah, that's one of the things I've like love seeing within the KPL, right? Like we see obviously across the whole ecosystem of Honor of Kings where they like to venture into the enemy jungle, but within like the global scene, they like to venture in but then commit to the team fight. Whereas within the KPL, they just use that as a little bit of intel gathering, which like you said, Ken, it's kind of already you get into the mind of your enemies, right? Like you know if they start at blue, what their rotation's going to be.
Yes, and some teams like to poise themselves to look like, hey, we're gonna start a battle, but actually they're just fake and they're baiting you out so they can take your turrets instead. I want to see who has the macro gameplay that is gonna be stronger today.
Exactly, but I mean both of these teams, right? We haven't seen Dragon Ranger Gaming or WEIBO Gaming actually play at all within the challenge stage and obviously going into the knockouts here as well. Obviously these two teams are facing head to head for the very first time, so it's going to be scary for them. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit of unknown territory. Maybe they've had scrims against each other, but being on the stage is a different feeling, as we've seen yesterday for Wolves, right? Obviously, they played up against JD Gaming in the challenge matches and lost, but then Wolves came back with that 4-0, a very decisive victory for themselves.
Which is very indicative of what is the potential in KPL, right? Either there is a chance that you can win this with a clean sweep, but you have to play an almost perfect game. If not, it's going to be a strong and long-winded wrestle between the best of 7, and we might be heading into an ultimate battle today. So buckle up your seatbelts, boys and girls.
Exactly, yeah. Get your food, get your snacks ready, because, I mean, it's definitely going to be a long one, right? I mean, if we look at the lower bracket, yes, the 4-0 seems to be a bit of a trending thing, but then if we look at the upper bracket, like quarterfinals, right, there's not a single 4-0 in sight. The closest thing to that was a 4-1 between JD Gaming and KSG, or the final day of, obviously, the upper bracket quarterfinals. So, really, going into the upper bracket semifinals, it's only going to be even harsher.
Alright, so talking about harsh, we're gonna find it difficult, but we're gonna try. So let's try to dive into the minds of the bans and picks. So let's try to put ourselves in the perspective of the coaches. What would you want to ban in this first game?
What would I want to ban? I mean, there's so many options, right? Like, obviously, yesterday we saw the pick of the Konger. Obviously, that has been something of a pick for No Fear. But it is definitely one of the support picks that likes to come through quite frequently within KPL, right? So if one of these teams decide to lock it in game number 1, like we saw yesterday, and then ban it out for the rest of the games, that could be a strat here for either DRG or WEIBO.
That's true. And you know what? Actually, I'm even more afraid of the mid lane. I would like to take out the Cat Boom as a starting game number 1 draft, right? We have seen the potential, the way that they were used yesterday on the side of Cat Boom, getting the first blood as well for the side of Wolves Esports. Very scary potential.
It was. I mean, I think it was like the last game of the day was waiting for Cat Boom for the whole day to come through. And definitely did not disappoint was the mid lane of Walls Esports, right? Obviously, not only getting first blood, but just playing it with such finesse. And obviously, the burst potential in the early game, and then the poke potential in the late game is just absolutely phenomenal for this hero. But let's surmise no more. We're getting to the BP of game number 1 here between Dragon Ranger Gaming and WEIBO Gaming. Dragon Ranger Gaming are on the blue side, WEIBO on the red.
All right, so DRG 52% win rate on the blue side, WEIBO Gaming 80% on the red side. So it's looking pretty good for the side of WEIBO Gaming, just in terms of stats. But for the bans, they're taking out the tanks here. So no Flowborn tank, no Nuwa, and no Haya.
Hey, you did say, Kid, obviously looking towards that mid lane was definitely where we're looking at that priority of the bans, right? Obviously, Nuwa, the Hayua being both banned out here, but average matches here looking very similar between these two teams, right? Like, they're getting on that borderline of the late game, but not going to the Tempest Dragon, which was what we saw yesterday.
All right, so Dragon Ranger Gaming, they're going to start off with the early. Now, Cat Boom not going to be a prio here. I think the Maple Dance is a good answer to the Kid Bombs as well as the all-round explosion. So we'll see what does WEIBO Gaming try to cook up in this first part of the draft.
Obviously, with the likes of an Ali, you kind of looking for maybe a potential counter early on within the draft, but it's going to be that Dunshan come through here for WEIBO Gaming, and it does nice to get paired there with the Lady Sun.
Scary potential, right? And once again, this is the main hero on the side of the farm lane of 5 usages across the season so far, 100% win rate. And pair this up with a Dunshan, that's a scary potential coming in for the farm lane of WEIBO Gaming.
Scary potential. I mean, we know something about players who like to keep their win rates intact, right? Obviously, Pang, yesterday on the Yang Jian, he got a 6 game, his 100% win rate still locked in, but there it is, that Kong Kong is going to be the support pick here for the side of DRG, pairing it up with the Jing as well.
I like this counter pick, right? Because now Kong Kong he doesn't really have to care too much about the alt shield, the range projectiles, because he's a melee hero. At the same time, this Jing is going to be very valuable because they will be able to touch those backlines. But the stat of 100% win rate on this composition of Lady Sun and Dunshan, is that going to be possible for the side of DRG?
I mean, that's what we're going to find out for, right? If it's going to be possible here for 1-1 on the Jing here to get into the backline, to get the takedown. But I mean, if you're looking at a player like Max on his main hero with a 100% win rate, you think he's going to be an easy target here, especially when he's got the likes of obviously Dunshan, as well as the Byron now to try and protect that backline or even infiltrate the backline of DRG.
I know, right? It's so scary. And one of the potentials I was looking at it was actually a Charlotte. So maybe DRG may consider a Mayin here to be able to dive onto the backlines. Not sure whether that's going to be a sizable winning condition for the side of DRG. But they also take out the Jin Chan here, which is a great pick for the side of WEIBO Gaming because it can actually lock them in place.
Yeah, I mean, definitely don't want something like that to be aided with the Jing, right? Like locking somebody in place, then just getting the takedown for the side of WEIBO Gaming. But they do ban out the Lubu, right? So Lubu yesterday was the pick up for the side of JDG in game number 1. Didn't quite come into fruition, right? It did go up against Trax Ali, but now we're looking at that Yang Jian to be the jungle here for the side of WEIBO Gaming.
I mean, the Lubu is a great pick because you're dealing like true damage and health-based damage, right? You ignore the values of the shield, which is a terrible nightmare for the side of the Byron and also for the Yangjin because he wants to operate on those life bars. But right now, DRG, I like this composition, the Lady Jun and the Dharma for an insane CC possibility.
Yeah, so much ground control coming here through these two combos, right? Obviously, we did see some great performances from the Dharma yesterday, but we're not going to wait too long here to get Cat Boom come through in this day 7 of the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. Cat Boom going over to Ting Yue in the mid lane here. So WEIBO Gaming looking for a good early game setup in that mid lane.
I feel like WEIBO Gaming has a very strong poke potential. I'm just curious whether DRG is going to be able to handle the poke damage coming out from the Kitty Bombs, the rolling raid from Max as well. Because if they can't handle that, they can't even engage. And before the fight even starts, DRG is going to be chunked down quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, for Dragon Ranger Gaming, I feel like they've got a lot of AoE sort of like playstyle going for them, right? Obviously, you got the Mirror Domain from Jing. You've also got the Destructive Deluge here from Dian on the Lady Jen. So there's going to be a lot of damage coming through. So if they are able to play to that circle, I mean, you're going to try. It's going to be hard a hard mission here, right? Trying to get the circle around the likes of the Cat Boom, who's very agile, can leap over walls. You've got Lady Sun that can rolling raid out of there as well, and also get taken out of there by Dunshan. So yes, they have these circles, but it's going to take quite a methodical approach here to the team fight for DRG.
You know what's the biggest thing I see down here for both teams? If you have a fight in the jungle, it can go extremely well or it can go disastrously wrong for you because both teams, they like to operate in tight spaces. Now, this will then be very dependent on those early skirmishes for the resources. Who gets that little goal lead? Maybe get that first core item. I think that is going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, especially if like the first blood goes over to somebody like Max or Moonlan here, obviously getting that early kind of itemization onto the board, either it be the Spark Forge Dagger or the Doomsday for the Ali, right? Like that's really going to set up the early game and really kind of already put a great power spike into the early game for the side of the RG.
Yeah, so it's going to be a rush for resources, right? Whoever gets that more gold in the starting parts of the game can definitely have a big snowball potential. But these are all theories, these are all opinions. The matter is we're looking for the facts. So we're going to game number 1. WEIBO Gaming going up against Dragon Ranger Gaming. Whoever wins takes a big step because they will automatically go into the Bird's Nest Stadium for that last part of this competition.
Yeah, I mean, the issue for me here, I feel like for both of these drafts is the idea of sustainability, right? Like in terms of like healing, there's not much between both of these two teams. I mean, yes, you get the self-healing of obviously Byron and obviously Yang Jian also can heal himself there as well. But looking over to the side of DRG, there's not much kind of like a team fight healing potential for themselves either.
Exactly. So that's the risk, right? You only have one shot. If you miss it, you're going to lose the fight. So WEIBO Gaming is definitely going to be looking to capitalize on a wrongful engage or just a misposition across the board. Now that's going to be a challenge right now for DRG. For WEIBO Gaming, it's going to be about that goal accumulation. But for now, we'll hear the fans cheer for their teams here. Alright, we talk about the lane rotations. Look at what Max as well as Mengxi are doing. This is a very greedy dive into the Azure buff, but immediately spotted out by Hua-Yan.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we was talking about in the intro, right? Like, this is what we're going to be seeing, those playstyles, just kind of getting that intel. They didn't really commit for the Azure Golem, but they're just giving that over to Ling Han, who's going to be, obviously, their captain, right? Like, say, hey, Cap, we've got this intel. What do you want to do with it?
Exactly, and I think this is a great idea coming from the side of WEIBO Gaming because this allows the growth and potential first blood here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the Dharma there looking pretty scary, bit hairy there, but he's able to go over the wall there, forcing the flash here from Mingxi into on the Dushan there, so meaning that he's going to be kind of like, in these next few moments, if they do decide to take a team fight, take a 3v3, it's going to be hard for that Dunshan to get out of the team fights.
Yep, not ideal, right? Having to burn 2 flashes at the 1.5 minute mark, it's not the most painful because you will be in time for that 4-minute Tyrant. But that puts you at risk, like you said. What if they get re-engaged at this point?
Exactly, and all at the same time, right? You can kind of see that they're just falling that bomb over to the Lady Sun there, but the first takedown is going to be onto Lin Hang, so it's going to be DRG picking up the first blood here.
Oh, the Dragon loves to get all the gold here, so DRG have managed to get themselves a small advantage. It's not going to be monstrous at this point, but WEIBO cannot make another mistake.
They can't make another mistake. They can't take the pressure off, right? Like WEIBO, they know that Dragon Ranger Gaming are able and like committed there to that first blood, right? But I feel like where they've really got to put the pressure on is what we've been seeing yesterday, right? Obviously, the Clash lane seems to be the favorite for these teams to take the T1, take the T2 pretty quickly, put a lot of pressure onto either the Dharma or the Byron.
Okay, so let's take a look at Lin Heng's positioning here. Actually caught in the middle, and luckily for him, it was not level 4 yet because that could have been a lot faster. They could have also gotten onto Max as well as Mengxi. So not the most painful, but this one does hurt.
It does hurt a lot, right? Obviously, if they take either Max or Mengxi off of the board here, it's going to just kind of like hinder the Lady Sun's growth.
It is, and the most painful part I feel is the fact that Lin Heng actually lost both buffs, which is still in the hands of Hua-Yan, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, definitely don't want to give like a damage increase, but also cooldown reduction to something like the Dharma, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now he is 5. He does have that truth mantra. So this next team fight is going to be very scary for the side of Weibo Gaming. They need to be very careful about their positioning.
I mean, we talk about scary though. Like 1-1 is already level 7, right? Like he's able to get the XP advantage so far for his team into the jungle. This is a player so far having that 10 MVPs, but I mean, trapping him into the mirror domain. It's gonna be the Destructive Deluge there that gives over the kill over to DRG. And once again, they are punishing Li Hang.
Yep, this is a very bad punish. 2 in a row here. And by the way, this is the jungler who is meant to have the strongest start in the game. Now, Lin Heng has been shut down pretty much at this 3.5-minute mark. Will they be able to contest for this 4-minute tyrant?
It's going to be hard, man. I mean, they're already kind of playing on a disadvantage, right? Obviously, if you look at in terms of the priority into the mid or into the farm lane's already going into the favor here of DRG. They do have about 9 seconds to maybe try and clean that up, as you can see here with this buddy system.
Yeah, and take a look at the gold gap between the junglers, right? 1-1 is about close to 1,000 in front of Lin Heng.
Yeah.
Itemization-wise, okay, a little bit more damage for the side of 1-1, and trying to get a bit more health to last against the damage potential, and that is Lin Heng we're talking about.
Both going for the Rapturous Bite as well, right? So they're going for that like attack damage kind of like stack here for that item, rather than going for the Giant's Grip for a little bit more of the health here onto the Yang Jian.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very explosive game, right? I mean, this is exactly what we expected, a close banger between the two, because there is so little room for mistakes here.
Very little room for mistakes. I was using the Space Bright there to help and give aid over to stop the takedown of that T1 down to the bot side of the map. We do see that Zemo has obviously built the Pure Sky pretty early here, obviously wanted to negate a lot of that damage into the team fights, make the Byron a little bit more sustainable.
I mean, he has to, because at this point, the Meteor being equipped, that red color orb on the side of Yan at the top side of your screen, that is the armor-piercing item. And so he's going to be able to melt down some more. That 30% damage reduction going to be very valuable.
Very valuable indeed, right? Obviously, just making sure he's able to maintain and keep himself into those team fights. I mean, because he is kind of like the backbone, but also the driving force, a little bit like the Trojan horse for the side of Weibo Gaming into the backline of DRG.
Yes. Now, Lin Heng, so far, that last step that we just saw, he has tanked up 42% of the team's hero damage taken from Dragon Ranger Gaming. And I think that seems to be a little bit too much. He has given 2 lives already.
Yeah, I gotta say, it definitely seems like too much, because, I mean, being down twice here, but, I mean, they are trying to get a bit of a dunk here onto the Kong era, but splitting apart, using those clones, just to kind of keep them guessing, like, where am I? I don't even know where I am.
Yeah, Juku definitely very valuable in this lineup. The stun is going to come in very handy because they also have the lead. At the same time, we like this about this hero kit, right? He's able to steal items away.
Yeah, exactly. This is something when I first learned about Kong, that he steals away these items, and obviously as he gets higher and higher in the level, it gets kind of progressively worse for your enemy team, but progressively better for you because you steal the better item.
Yep, and they get the stun in. I don't think they get the kill though.
No kill just yet. They may be able to get the T2 though if they're not able to take down this these minion waves here, but it's going to be an easy cleanup here for DRG. But the pressure has been created, right? Obviously, Weibo Gaming, you can't count them out. They are creating the pressure onto the map. Yes, DRG are winning in terms of the kills, but kills only really matter if they're transitioned into another objective, right?
Exactly. You need to find value after getting the kills. You need to take a turret, take a buff, or maybe take a neutral objective. And right now, everything going in favor of DRG. The rotations for the side of Weibo Gaming have been really just noticed by the side of DRG and really countered across the gods so far.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo for me seem very calm and collective, right? Like, even though they've taken 2 L's so far in terms of the kill lead, they're still looking to just maintain and put that pressure onto the gorge here, but the Kong is able to get out alive for now. But Cat Boo and the bomb must come through. The splash damage from that ultimate is claiming the kill onto Kong.
Truly putting the all-round explosion with the ultimate usage down here. Nice kill, but it is onto Juku, who is a roam. It doesn't hurt too much on the side of DRG.
Doesn't know too much, but I mean, it's going to hinder the intel gathering, right? We've been seeing quite a frequent kind of roaming from Juku here onto the Kong.
Yeah, Ryan, this one is a nice one for him. They don't manage to get the steal on the side of Weibo Gaming, so for now, everything's still going according to plan for DRG.
It's still going according to plan. They're still, I mean, they are slowly just tracking behind with the gold lead now, though, right? Obviously, that opening up down to the bot side of the map means that there is, and the top side of the map here as well for the side of Weibo Gaming, mean that pressure into the side lane is going to be pretty harsh here. Very careful, very careful. A lot being committed here, right? But nothing being taken.
No, that's not what you want to see, man. Zimo actually committed the flash, did not get a single target with his Storm Strike. Now, with that being said, we'll take a look at the gold growth so far. 1-1 now topping the charts, close to 6,000 worth of gold.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely kind of just trying to amass the gold here for the Jing. You can kind of see that the core is going to be around, obviously, both the Jing and obviously Moonland onto the Ali as well. But I feel like that pressure that they've created here for the side of WEIBO Gaming into the side lanes here. But, oh, great acquisition there of the Tyrant. But the pressure being created here for the Ali, for Moonland, means that he's kind of having to kind of like flirt between these two side lanes and get any kind of resources.
Yeah, it's kind of scary as well, right? Because in a sense, you're kind of flirting with death. Because if you take a look at the God itself, WEIBO Gaming actually doing well in the macro. They've taken 2 turrets in comparison to the 1 that DRG has taken.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, DRG definitely need to kind of replicate that pressure into the top side here for themselves. As you can see, that Moonline just gradually just gets that minion wave crashing through naturally. But Sumo here into the enemy jungle, into enemy lines, looking for a potential pickoff here, but actually backs off for now.
Yeah, they want to brute force this T2. It's looking like that's the game plan. It's working out so far.
Working it so far. I mean, there's a lot kind of going on, right? Obviously, we can see the Paracel, the Maple Dance come through, but there it is going to be the Truth Marcher into the back line here. Obviously, Yuan just committing a little bit too early, not actually gaining any of the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, very painful initiation coming out from the side of DRG. Painful for them because they actually missed 2 big ultimates there. Hua Yan missed his Truth Mantra, as well as Dian using the Destructive Deluge and catching absolutely nobody. So, WEIBO Gaming, good recovery. They're actually neck and neck in terms of gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's good intel here for WEIBO Gaming, right? The fact that they found out that DRG are just throwing out these ultimates and actually not getting anything from them means that they can potentially get these team fights going into their favor here. We do see the Mirror Domain clone being used here just to kind of find and keep a track on Dunshan as well as Max.
So, I mean, keeping track is one thing, but the keeping pace as well, which I think is a very scary potential coming in from the side of WEIBO Gaming. Now, this is the real challenge, 10-minute mark. I don't think WEIBO Gaming is going to lose this Tyrant.
They're not going to lose this Tyrant. They definitely have the priority here, but it looks like the DRG, because obviously they've been lacking in the early game in terms of trying to get that macro, in terms of trying to get the real estate onto the Gorge here, they're going to prioritize that Overlord, maybe even try and force a team fight in a chosen lane here.
I like the idea, right? Because they definitely need to recover. And for now, you can see the absolute wave clear poke potential coming from the side of WEIBO Gaming is having so much value because DRG can't keep up the pace of the minions so far.
No, they are. They are struggling to keep up with the pace of the minions, right? Obviously, they're always having to force one of their members down into that desired lane, that T2 down to the bot side, looking like it's pried open here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They are able to get it, but replicating to the top side of the map is going to be DRG, looking for creating maybe a potential push for the high ground turret.
Yeah, but the value, I think, still better for the side of WEIBO Gaming because they actually stole away the Crimson buff. This is in the hands of Max, by the way. He's going to be an absolute monster to deal with.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when he's got items like the Eternity Blade, the Master Sword, as well as the Daybreaker, like, those are 3 items that are synonymous with Lady Sun, right?
Exactly. I mean, the armor shred is going to be really crazy, and the fact that he has Meng Shi to carry him, perch him on his back, and get him out to safety, while also having the initiative to be aggressive, that's a scary thought to kind of pass by on the side of DRG.
Yeah, they're going to be careful here. I mean, in the regards of DRG, they have to be careful on how they approach these team fights. Because so far, yes, they got the first 2 kills onto the board, but every team fight since hasn't been that clean.
It hasn't. And in fact, I don't think they have really extracted any value out of here. Zimo now getting poked out by the side of 1-1. I don't think there's going to be any true value here. Right now, DRG's game plan has to be to try and fix the waves first. Because until they fix the waves, it's not safe to take an unsafe team fight.
Exactly. They do say you can't fix the world until you fix your bedroom, and right now I feel like DRG have to fix their bedroom, right, which is going to be their base. And right now it's looking like a big team fight being taken here. The Conqueror gets taken down, but I mean, it is going to be Max. That is your marksman for support. That is a good trade for DRG.
In fact, that's the best trade, right? Taking down Max, yes, he's already pretty far ahead in terms of the gold accumulation. But taking him out, this is going to provide a lot of space for DRG across the Gorge. Look, they're also funneling that Crimson Golem into the hands of Mulan.
Yeah, Mulan needs to get online, right? Obviously, that's where the damage needs to come from. 1-1 is just being used here, using that mirror domain to kind of just like trying to get close, get that poke, but also just reflect the damage as well. But you can see here he's built that spike mail as well, which is also going to do the damage reflection.
Yes, I think right now it's all about Mulan.
Look at that damage. Oh my goodness, Mulan is now coming through with a pain game here. Zemo gets taken down. That's now DRG. They're slowly but surely formulating and coming online.
Yeah, taking a look at the speed at which they took the life of Zemo there, this is a little bit concerning for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? Right now, I think for DRG, the whole game plan is, can we waste the ultimate of Mengshi? Once the all shoot is used, you are left absolutely exposed against the lineup of DRG.
Speaking of exposed here, that T1 down to the mid lane is being exposed and opened up here for the side of DRG. I mean, is this kind of the point where we're starting to see the point of no return here for Weibo Gaming? Because, I mean, it is around about that 13-minute mark. Both of these teams are averaging around about this kind of time frame for their victories.
Yep, I mean, how the tables have turned. 3,000 ahead for the side of DRG, right? They came back from I would say a deficit at this point. Now, Weibo Gaming struggling to keep up. Let's take a look at that team fight instead. Nice stun coming in. The fact that they opened up the position, right? Information is winformation, like you like to say, along with Sagi. The fact that they exposed the position of Max, that was very critical for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of intel that DRG have been waiting for, right? Like, you've seen the little skirmishes they've been doing for the majority of this game, but right now, looking a bit of a panic here. It looks like Lean Han taking a lot of damage and nobody coming to help because it's just too much damage for the side of Weibo Gaming to contest with.
Yo, the support Juku, he is just making the bait and switch. Lin Heng was actually confident he was going to be able to take the life of Juku there, but overcommitted, found himself in the middle of 5, and now Weibo Gaming have to try and mount a 4v5 defense with 3 waves crashing at the same time.
Yeah, Lin Heng looking like Malcolm in the middle at that point of the game, right? I mean, that's definitely not one situation you want to be caught in between 5. And right now, we're just seeing, obviously, using that ultimate there from the Dun Shan, just kind of forcing away those minions into the bot side of the map. They really are trying to hold on to these high ground turrets.
They have to, right? T3s are the crucial part of your base. Losing them means you get super minions marching down on that relevant lane. Something that Weibo Gaming is not going to be a fan of.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, they've been pushed back, right? Like, we were saying it like moments ago, like, they were at the dominant position. They had the lead. They had the majority in terms of the positioning into the bot side and top side of the map. But now they lost Max in that one team fight. And this is the one thing you should be taking from the viewers watching right now is it's one little mistake like that. One big opening is a huge thing here within the KPL.
For sure. And I think one other thing that maybe Weibo Gaming will try to fix is that decision making. Mengshi now has 2 options. Either he can go in dive, get the catch, because he does have the Radiance with the Frigid Charge and the Flash. He can definitely set up a team fight. But for now, this is difficult because DRG are going to secure this Shadow Overlord, which means map prowess.
Second one for him as well, right? That's going to be a lot of pressure being placed onto the side of Weibo Gaming. But I mean, I want to know what's more devastating here, Ken. Is it the devastation of game number 1 loss here for Weibo Gaming potentially here, or the devastation of Max losing that 100% win rate on the Lady Sun?
I think it's a triple whammy, right? So getting that loss with the draft, you're using big picks like the Lady Sun as well as the Dun Shan as well, very hard to come back in the later parts of the game. And the fact that this composition here for Weibo Gaming is not finding success is a cause of concern.
It is a massive cause of concern, right? And this is something we visited yesterday. It was the fact that the first few games within yesterday's series, there wasn't that much expensive picks. But here, for the side of Weibo, very expensive draft being built here. Can they do something within this team fight? They're trying to get the post, the burst damage onto the squishier heroes of Dragon Ranger, but it's not quite going into fruition here for the team.
They can't. Look, Weibo Gaming at this point, they're just chasing shadows because everyone seems to have an escape card, right? You have the Mirror Domain, you have the Mirror Image Switch, and then you have the Lift Step, the not Moonscape, you have the Maple Dance coming in from the side of Mulan as well. So it's very difficult to get the prio targets on the side of DRG.
Yeah, it's definitely a game of catch me if you can right now between DRG and Weibo Gaming in this game number 1. A best of 7 right now, but people are probably tuning in are like, what? Why is this so low kills, right? And that's the thing, the difference here within the KPL, right? They're not looking for the kills. They're looking for those meaningful pickups. That means that they're going to kind of bring it into something greater. It's not just a bloodbath. It is a calm, collective, coordinated kill, if anything.
Yes, this is a spectacle here that is looking, hang on, Juku under a lot of pressure here, gonna be using the all-chill from the side of Mengshi. So great investment coming in from the side of Weibo Gaming, but no returns.
No returns indeed. I mean, the fact here, but it's going to be the mirror domain out to the backside, but they're looking to try to trunk down the health of Zemo right now. Not able to claim the kill. We did see that Mulan was trying to go into the back line here, but at the same time, they're trying to catch out Lin Hang. There's a team fight on both factors. Mulan does get taken down, though, here into the mid lane. Is this going to be the turnaround here for WEIBO Gaming?
It had better be, but for now, Max does not have the flash. They did commit quite a lot to get the life of Mulan. For now, there is the Shadow variant of the Tyrant, so I think that's a better resource to wrestle over.
Better resource, but you can kind of see here Dion and 1-1 just kind of circulating around here, trying to circumvent the potential steal here, not get that knockup, but the damage is definitely being done here by the side of Dragon Ranger, but it's going to be stolen there by WEIBO Gaming. They started it, they finished it. They are looking potentially here to try and get a pick off, but they don't need to be too aggressive. They got what they needed, and they just need to back off, maybe push this bot side of the map.
Yes, and they buy a lifeline. This is very important because they have a bleeding wound on the top side. The T3 on the top is now having super minions crashing down. And it took them 18 minutes, but finally, they get the T1 in the mid for the side of WEIBO Game.
It's taken them a long time. Like, that's definitely a long-standing objective here for the side of WEIBO Gaming to get that T1 opened up. But like you were saying, Ken, they have created the pressure here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming to that top side of the map. Means that if they do obviously take the L's here, take that 1 lives, they are able to open up that T3, which is going to be more important, right, in terms of pressure.
Yes, it is. And right now, we're reaching less than 60 seconds away before this Tempest Dragon. Both teams will want to manage the waves first and try to find out any stragglers from either side.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a straggler. I mean, it'd be very unfortunate if there is a straggler for either of these two teams at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the straggler has to be someone that has insane mobility, right? So either someone like Tingyue for the side of WEIBO Gaming, or maybe even Mulan and Juku for the side of DRG.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be putting something like the Dungeon, right? Something that's going to be locked in there, stuck there, and it's going to be hard for them to get out. They're trying to contest here that Crimson Golem, but it does go over the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, goes into the hands of Mulan as well. So prepping themselves for this potential Tempest Dragon.
Okay, I don't know whether this is going to be a very big difference maker, but the fact that Max does not have the Crimson buff, it might cost them in this fight. At the same time, nice wave clear by the side of Yan. He's going to actually force Lin Heng, the jungler, to the top side. Now, this is not going to be enough time for them to rush the Tempest Dragon for the side of DRG, but this is a healthy start.
It's a healthy start. It means that Hugh is able to kind of like check both Lin Hang as well, right? Like, he's just like, you know what? I can try and cut him off here, guys. Let's try and take a team fight. Obviously doing a lot of damage there onto Tingyue into that mid lane, but forcing the flash out here from Dian as well. They don't want to lose that Destructive Delusion to the next team fight, but we see here, getting caught into the thick of it, is going to be the Dharma. There's a lot of damage going up the side of DRG, but they get a takedown out to Max, but it's going to be the Sage Sanction come through, but they get the second takedown as well. DRG looking to claim for some more, but without losing 1-1 as well. This is going to be scary, Ken.
Yes, very different pain points. So you have the jungler taken down for the side of DRG, which means you don't have the smite. But on the side of WEIBO Gaming, they don't have enough damage because Max is down as well. So once again, it's a Mexican standoff for both teams. But the next kill might change the plane of this fight.
Might change the plane of this fight, might change the whole outcome of this game number 1, right? I mean, both of these teams definitely are going into territory that they haven't seen themselves within the knockout so far, right? We're into that 1 minute mark. They have the contention for that game-ending mechanic, which is the Tempest Dragon.
Okay, so to make it clear, advantage is definitely in the hands of the RG because all they have to do is to drag the game. The waves naturally will work in their favor on the top side of the map. So it's up to DRG to create the pressure there and see what's the response from WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they actually have to force the Young Jian into the top side of the map as well, right, is that's crazy. Like, that, it gives them a lot of room here for the side of DRG to try and formulate around that bot side of the map to create the pressure down there as well. But you can kind of see here Zemo trying to clear out that minion wave, but dashing over the wall here is going to be the Dharma. The Sage of Sanctuary has been procced here as well. It is coming through. It means if you do get the takedown here onto Zemo, he's going to come back, but it's going to be the Dharma to the back line. A takedown onto Dian as well. It's going to be very crazy here. And now 1-1. Huen goes down. WEIBO Gaming are looking to claim this game number 1. They have the minions into the bot side. Last alive is Mulan.
Yeah, one critical mistake. Why did they go for the Byron here? Getting some more of the fight would have been great, but now it comes at the cost of potentially game number 1.
I mean, all those fears that we had, losing the 100% win rate here for Max, losing game number 1 is not going to be an issue because WEIBO Gaming take game 1.
Yep, a great start to their history in this upper brackets here, WEIBO Gaming coming back from the depths of despair here to take game number 1.
Yeah, very well played there. Obviously, we did look like those teams, especially WEIBO Gaming, was backs against the wall. But when it really mattered, they definitely pushed off the wall with both feet and Superman punched into the enemy team.
But why? Why do you go for Zimo there? Why do you go for Byron? They even committed the Hao, which was one of the main reasons why they couldn't get out, because the item switch by Mengxi on that Dunshan immediately changed to Hao. We will chase you back instead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's those little kind of like intricate moments within the KPL, right, that really makes a difference. The switching of the active items, the purchase of the Sage's Sanctuary as well, because I feel like that's probably the reason why they decided to dive in onto Byron. It's like, right, guys, he doesn't have the Sage's Sanctuary, but as soon as they dive, he bought it straight away. So Zemo there with a clutch buy really kind of pushed away DRG.
Bait, right? Which is why certain things you don't go for freebies, right? There is no such thing as a free lunch, as they like to say.
No, yeah, no free lunch here for either of these teams, unfortunately. But I mean, someone had to win, someone had to lose. And sometimes with losing becomes a learning here for the side of DRG. And they do find themselves at the negative part of the scoreboard right now. But WEIBO Gaming, definitely, they held off, man. Like, they were really kind of like pushed towards the walls, especially that top side of the map, as we were saying in game number 1. That pressure being created there was a real issue, a real nuisance for them, but it didn't make them falter.
It did not, right? The start of the game, let's be honest, it was quite bad for the side of WEIBO Gaming. Not to say that they played bad, but they had the worst deficit ever. A double fall by the side of Lin Heng as the Yangjian early part of the game. They tried to really balance that out with the rotations by the Dunshan with the Max Lady Sun as well. Worked out pretty well, but couldn't find an opening all the way till the end of the game with the Tempest Vanguards at risk.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of like the most important things, right? Especially when you're a captain of a team. You can't really be the captain, but also be the play maker as well. The guy that's going to carry the team. As you saw there, the Yang Jian, he was kind of like not always present in a team fight. He needed room to think and have a clear understanding of what was happening within that game number 1. And it really showed there that the difference of having your captain constantly in the team fight and having somebody kind of away to kind of assess things really makes that difference within the KPL.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the scoreboard as we go into this, because I think the recovery from the side of WEIBO Gaming was really impressive.
Very impressive indeed here for WEIBO Gaming. That claim back here. I mean, look at that. Like we were saying in the early game, obviously, in terms of synonymous with the likes of Lady Sun here, Max having the Eternity Blade, the Master Sword, the Daybreaker, very much early on within that game was a huge hallmark for me, right? Like knowing that he was online very early, knowing for the fact that even with those 2 deaths that he actually suffered, he was still able to make do with the victory here, thanks to just having that such strong front line from the Dunshan as well as the Byron.
I think one of the most impressive plays was the fact that actually there were a couple of times where Huayan, the class trainer on the side of DRG, managed to get a nice truth mantra, but Mengxi as the Dunshan actually came with the save, perched his teammates on the back, especially Max, brought them out of the fight, repositioned, and then got into a nice aggressive style of play. And that's where they really turned around, started swinging all the damage back at DRG.
I mean, that's the point, right? Like, if you're able to find that opening onto the side of the RG, that's when you kind of start to be like, if they're running, that's when you need to be rolling, raiding towards them, right? Like, you need to be putting that pressure on, getting that damage from Max as well come through. But I mean, it can't be said without Ting Yue on the cap boom with just that great poke potential in that late game, right? Like, those bombs were really driving away with that AoE damage DRG.
Yes, super crazy, right? So a lot of people, if you're new, you're kind of wondering, why is he using his all-round explosion, his ultimate on the minion waves? It's actually to create more wave pressure. And with that, we'll take a look at the MVP for the side of WEIBO Gaming. It has to be the Dunshan. The way he saved the game, Mr. Mengxi here, doing the best and carrying, literally carrying the team to success.
Literally, with his abilities and with his knowledge here. Obviously, we saw top side of the map as well. Obviously, he was the sole reason they were able to get that T3 down to the bot side, right? Like using that ultimate just to kind of force away those minions, just take them away and just stop that push happening. But this is what we were talking about in the introduction of day number 7, right? Is the fact that supports are a real cornerstone here within KPL. They are definitely some of the carriers. They are the difference makers, especially when you get into such late game territory in these matches.
Yeah, so 关键开团, which is crucial initiation, coming in from the side of Mengxi here. Very well played. That last decision to change his roam item into the Howling Wind to get that extra movement speed for the entire team. Changed the plane of the fight, won them game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, extra movement speed, especially when you're playing so aggressively, is always going to be handy, especially when your enemy team is already down members. But I mean, if you look at the highlight reel, it's not to say it was an easy game for WEIBO Gaming, right? Like, DRG really brought that heat on, especially when they opened up that mid lane, opened up that top side of the map. And it was just kind of like, they just really struggled to find that kind of game-finishing play.
Yep. I mean, look at the amount of times he used that flash collision course to throw the members back. And this one was especially painful for DRG because it was Moonlight. And here, that final mistake.
Yeah, the final mistake, obviously all diving onto Zemo here, onto the bar, and then builds a Sage's Sanctuary. Then everyone's just like, right, lads, we're not going to get him. Even if we do get him, we're just going to get the takedown of that Sage's Sanctuary. But there, that clean, precise, just so much damage onto Dion was just a big opening here, because without that Destructive Deluge, you're not going to have that counter engage.
Yep, the value of the All Shield, the ultimate by Dunshan, it's something that I can't wait to have my hands on in the global version. The All Shield blocks all projectiles in whatever direction it's going into, and that really changed the game. And the calm, composed, collected performance of the 5 different boys on the side of WEIBO Gaming. Looks like it's gonna be a fast day if this continues.
I mean, I don't know if it's a fast day, right? Like, we were talking mid-game that was going to be an expensive draft for them to lose a game with. So WEIBO Gaming had that pressure already on the board. They had the pressure of Max losing that 100% win rate onto the Lady Sun here, but then also had the pressure of losing game number 1. So they just took that pressure. They created some diamond gameplay there and were able to win game number 1.
Almost there, almost there. The diamond isn't fully formed yet, but we're seeing some brilliance and some shine in the plays of the side of WEIBO Gaming. That has been game number 1. Was it well within our expectations? I believe so, right? So far, It's been a banger. I'm curious to see what is the response here, because they did have to burn out the Jing on the side of DRG. Maybe this one did hurt.
I think it did hurt. I mean, burning out the Jing, burning out Dharma, obviously, they're not kind of like, Dharma's not as kind of prio as it was into, obviously, global. We like to see, obviously, the likes of Charlotte, Fatih as well, generally kind of like those big backline access heroes into the clash lane. But yes, the Jing being taken off the board here. Again, Ali, not quite as frequently sort of like prized as much here in the KPL. It's kind of just like, we've seen it both days. It's kind of game number 1 pick, right? Like, they're not banning it out within the first phase. There's just so much bigger heroes to be banning out for the side of the KPL.
Yes, and I feel like this decision to give the Cat Boom over to the side of WEIBO Gaming seems to have hurt them the most, because the wave clear, the wave management on the side of WEIBO Gaming was really what enabled them to start opening the doors, picking at the locks that were placed onto the defenses of DRG there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one thing we love about the Cat Boom, right? Just the wave clear, the great burst and poke potential throughout the entire of the match. And just like as you were saying earlier, like, why would you use the ultimate to clear out the minion wave? It's obviously just to create that pressure, also to obviously, if they are nearby, they are going to get hit by that splash damage as well, which ultimately is going to create the pressure onto the enemy team. When they think they already have the foot through the door, it's kind of turned around within an instance.
Exactly, it was a mountain of pain for the side of DRG there. Now, with that being said, this is just game number 1. The roster is still pretty much open for both teams here. I want to see what other considerations the coaches will be making for the teams, because now it is, I'll be honest, I think it's a very expensive draft coming in from the side of WEIBO Gaming. So it was definitely a sense of relief for them having to take this game number 1 in the way that it did, because it was very clearly a comeback.
I mean, I do agree with the point that it is obviously a very expensive draft here for WEIBO Gaming as well, right? Because obviously they use the Yang GM, but without the Dolia combo. So now that kind of combo isn't going to come through within this best of 7 potentially here for WEIBO Gaming. So maybe the fact that they had such an expensive game number 1 is either going to be a telling sign that they are looking to finish this series off very quickly, so they don't have to get to that point where they're like, oh, scratching their heads like, right, we really need to make some of these combos work. Or they're going to be like, you know what, let's finish it early. We don't have to kind of struggle that way. But at the same kind of sentiment, the DRG, they picked up the Kong Kong girl, right? So are they just going to ban that out like Wolves did yesterday?
I think they might, right? Because at this point, I wouldn't say it's kind of like a sucker punch, but I feel like DRG are definitely stunned by that Game 1 performance. And this is the best time for WEIBO Gaming to really just go for the blitz, right? When they're still knocked out in a daze, quickly get your Game 2 and 3 wins and then see how they respond. And this is where you test the mental capacity of the teams, the coaches, the players, and we'll see how that runs, because in the next 15 seconds or so, we will be heading into the next stages of game number 2.
Exactly. I mean, game number 2 is going to be what's really going to set the tail here for this next team victory, right? Like, if WEIBO Gaming take that 2-0, they just need to get another 2 points on the board. But like we were saying yesterday, which didn't come into fruition for the side of JD Gaming, is the fact that it doesn't matter if you're 2 games ahead. You can still bounce back if you are DRG.
Exactly, and this is the winner's bracket, right? All the teams here have already showcased that they have the potential to turn series around. We've already seen that turn around in the game itself from WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. They need to do something here, right? Obviously, it is the upper bracket. It'd be nice for either of these 2 teams to just get and place themselves into that upper bracket final.
Definitely. All the teams are the same location, right? The same destination, and that is the Bird Nest Stadium in Beijing, I believe, for the second part of the competition here in the grand finals. Now, with that being said, you can take a look at the sides of Coach Lin for WEIBO Gaming. Very confident in his players. He has placed a lot of faith in the boys, as he has mentioned multiple times in the interviews. So let's see WEIBO Gaming continue on this winning streak.
We'll have to see if they are going to continue on the winning streak. Obviously, like we said in the whole of game number 1, right, it wasn't the most decisive of victories. Like, it went kind of like, yeah, this is WEIBO Gaming's match from, like, the word go. Like, we saw DRG, they definitely tried to bring the flavor. They looked like they were going to win it when they had 1 out of 3 of the higher ground turrets taken down. But now it's about a battle of composure within this BP as well.
That's right. So once again, welcome back into Changsha. We are here looking at a best of 7 between WEIBO Gaming as well as Dragon Ranger Gaming. If you have just reached here, we are now having the series led by WEIBO Gaming 1-0.
1-0 in this best of 7. It means it's still far from done, right? Like, this is no done deal for either of these teams. It doesn't mean because DRG lost game number 1 that they are going to lose the rest of the series. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and everything will happen at this point. Right now, DRG, I wouldn't say backs against the wall, but it's definitely a stumble, right, at this point. So the fans definitely cheering them on. We will hear them cheer once again when we go into game number 2 for the Gorge. But any ideas on what you would like for the draft here?
In terms of ideas, I mean, there's so many combinations they could go through, right? So I feel like surmising the drafts here for either of these 2 teams is going to be a hard one for me anyway. But I mean, that's going to be the updated kind of global BP that we just saw there. You got the picks of like Ali Jing, Hong Konger, Dharma, and the Lady Chen being taken off the board here for DRG. Dunshan, Lady Sun, Byron, Yang Jian, and Cat Boon being taken off the side here for WEIBO Gaming. But this time around, WEIBO Gaming, they do win this one. So the deciding seat for the side does go over to DRG. And you can see the difference in that percentage win for the side of DRG on the red side.
Yeah, so 57% for the side of WEIBO Gaming on blue. DRG has a 70% win rate on the red side. Of course, obviously higher than what they had in game number 1. But straight away, these are the expected bans, right? Take out the Kong Kong Erd and the Dunshan. I think these are very big picks that can change the state of the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these are definitely going to be the bans that come through for the next few games, right? I mean, yes, we might start to sort of like edge towards maybe like game 6, potential win there for either of these teams, and then start to come through. But it's going to be the Luban Master coming through here. Okay,
so there's a request from the fans. They want the Dong Huang to come in the side lanes, but that's not going to be something valuable at this point. We'll see WEIBO Gaming start off with the Master Luban. So Dragon Ranger Gaming, I think they have to find a balance here. DRG is ready to pick up the usual contest, and that's going to be the pay along with the Demons here. Great answers against the Luban number 7.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to take the Luban without the Luban Master, right? Like, it kind of it's a little bit of like a splintered partnering here that you're not going to kind of just deny, but it'd be at your own detriment, right?
Yes. So right now, the question for me is, what? Okay. Question immediately answered, right? What was the answer to the pay? Okay, and they scrap out the Luban number 7. They go for that 50-50 matchup with the Ukyo Tachibana, but they take up the loam for the burst damage against the Demons here.
Yeah, I really like this though. Obviously, the burst damage onto the DRNJ. DRNJ being one of the more tankiest sort of like marksmen within the game, right? So obviously having those flaming palms are really going to hurt here. But he's going to have the cleanse onto the riding wind, right? So like you're not really going to be suspecting there the riding wind to come through first and then get the cleanse off. And then we may see some more CC come through. But I mean, the camera doesn't want to be on this lady. She looks very shy. She's hiding the face with the phone. So there we go. We get her at the site. But the Yukio here is something we see in global, right? Especially when a pay gets picked up, we see the Yukio come through.
Yep, she was cosplaying Max down there as the Lady Sun. Didn't want to get found out in the early parts of the game, right? So WEIBO Gaming, very smart band. They did take out the Byron, which is a great pairing along with the 1-1 Pei. But I have concerns for WEIBO. They might not have enough damage because the Zhangfei is a really tanky roam to really burn past.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you even burn past it, if you even get past it, obviously the Unbridled Outburst is going to really kind of push away the side of WEIBO Gaming into these team fights. It's going to be a crucial part of DRG's team fight composition.
I think they also need, like right now, WEIBO Gaming has two options. Do you go for double down on damage because you have absolute insane mobility, or do you try to balance out the draft with a little bit of tankiness on your clash lane?
We'll have to wait and see, obviously, what they're going to go for here onto the side of WEIBO Gaming. But, I mean, they are going to go for the pairing here for Dion onto the Nua. Obviously, get that kind of late-game potential here, the hero that comes through into the mid lane, but also make up for DRNG's short range.
This is insane. I think DRG has almost all the answers against the lineup of WEIBO Gaming. Now, this is a great answer from the side of WEIBO Gaming. The Guan Yu is actually quite hard for DRG to deal with, along with the insane heal potential of the Mengxi. No, this is going to be a Ting Yue and mid Yu Huan. So the heals might save Max if he runs low and is under the risk of the annihilation from Dian.
Yeah, I mean, you're potentially going to be seeing a buddying system come through here for WEIBO Gaming, right? Especially with that Yu Huan coming through. I mean, we were talking about, right, like, yes, they have the Zhangfei. I mean, let's highlight here for a moment that obviously the star pick here for the side of DRG, he's going for his main hero. It's going to be none other than Yuan on the Mai Yin come through here.
Great pick, and you know the value of it because Mayin with the Get Serious, with the 1-2 whatevers, it's going to be very valuable because WEIBO Gaming will want to group up, and this could be in the form of Ting Yue, Max, and Mengxi. I think that'll be a very valuable catch, and this puts a lot of value onto the annihilation of Dian as well.
Yeah, but I mean, back onto the point that I was making, right? Obviously, we're talking about the Zhangfei. How do you whittle down this hero with such great health, especially if you don't have the damage? You sustain yourself. Keep that damage alive. Keep that damage coming through hot and thick, and Juku will be getting taken down.
I mean, it's kind of like eating a massive burger, right? What do? You take it step by step, and you leave the biggest part of the burger, the juicy part, the meat, the patty, for the last.
Hey, I mean, I don't know about you. I mean, I don't think anyone's seen me at a restaurant, but that burger goes straight in my mouth, all in one.
Well, if it's a Zhangfei burger, it's going to be hard to swallow because he's going to get a second form down here. And with that being said, once again, I see the value of DRG's draft. Question now is, can they execute it as cleanly as they want?
Game number one makes me feel like they could, right? Like, they definitely have the prowess onto the Gorge to actually make this draft work. But like you said, is it actually going to be able to be done for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming? Because WEIBO Gaming here, they're looking like they got a bit of a solid draft, right? Obviously, in terms of the sustainability from the Huan, they have that kind of like, you don't always have to use the Infinite Vastness, right? For Lung to get out alive. They have the Lubon Master with the tether to pull him away, using that Infinite Vastness at those crucial moments.
Which is kind of scary. And you know, Zimo on this Guan Yu is one of his specialty heroes, not highlighted per se, but he has performed really brilliantly. And a lot of people are asking, why? Why is this Guan Yu picked? It's because he can actually isolate different members and pull them straight into the welcoming arms on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
I mean, that's definitely one thing you want to do, right? If you have a late game marksman, one way to get him online earlier. If you can kind of just push and prod like the likes of the DRNG constantly into Max on the Lung here, it's going to be scary for the side of DRG.
Yeah, but Huayan is definitely not going to allow that to happen, right? This Ma Yin needs to keep the Guan Yu in check. So he's going to have an eye man-marking the side of Zimo on the clash lane. If he does not, then maybe WEIBO once again squeeze through another scary game, number 2.
it could be very scary here for DRG if they do lose this game number 2. But it's not going to, like I've already said, it's not over until the crystal on the game is smashed in either game number 7 or game number 4 from the 4-0 victory here. But we're going to get into the global game here. Once again, game number 2 between WEIBO Gaming and DRG.
Exactly. Embers might start a wildfire steal. So let's hear the fans cheer for their teams. You can see the brilliant start from both sides here. DRG making sure that 1-1 gets that early touch ball camp. At the same time, they're going to have a dual system on the side in the farm lane for both teams.
I mean, we said a fantastic start for both teams, but I mean, did you not catch that mid lane there where 1-1 almost went down? Like, that was a little bit too much touch and go for me. I mean, I was watching that one, I was like, that's not the way you want to be trying to win game number 2 for your DRG.
I mean, it's KPL, right? So we all presume they know what they're doing. We trust in their judgment. And I feel like that's a decent start. Once again, this aggression coming from DRG.
Yeah, trust the process. They are looking to try and claim that space. Bright it is over to the side of WEIBO Gaming, but it might get caught out here. It looks like 1-1 is going to go down. Can they trade it onto the side of DRG? No! They lose 2.
And they get out scot-free. There is no punishment. Oh no, this is not looking good for the side of DRG. And, you know, now I find it valid. Yes, that was a little bit too scary.
That was very too scary there. I mean, 1-1 finding himself in a sticky situation a little bit too early for me. Obviously, into the mid lane, he did it. I mean, we said we're going to trust the process, but the process hasn't yet quite come online here for me. But we're seeing the use of that tether, right? They tried to lock down that lung into the wall, but Master Lubon was like, buddy, I've got you.
Yep, there's good processors and bad processors. And right now, it's about processed food because you don't want to eat too much of that. Feels like 1-1 has been processed for now. But as we all know, DRG has the potential for a comeback. We'll take a look at what kind of strategy they'll try to use to regather that gold.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, obviously, late game potential for the side of DRG, really kind of like holding on to the newer here as well, right? But then obviously team fight potential, they do obviously like have the pick off of the Mayin, right? Obviously, this is Huan's big pick as well, one of his main picks, but then they also have the likes of the Zhangfei, so Juku here, definitely going to play a vital role into these team fights.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this came down, because the Matrix actually was pretty clean, but that positioning of 1-1 just a little bit too deep into that teleportation portal. The save attempted by the side of Huayan, unfortunately, because of the reworked Guan Yu, now Zimo was able to get so many free hits in.
So many free hits, but you have to kind of give it over to Li Hang as well, right? Like, he was able to lock down 1-1 very precisely, very quickly there, so he wasn't able to escape as well.
Yep, those saber slashes are so phenomenal coming in from the side of Lin Heng. Now he does, and he should have a slight EXP lead against the side of 1-1. So let's see how they convert this. WEIBO Gaming now have a good potential in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, all things considering though, like the fact is that 1-1's still like only behind by around about 200 gold, right? Like the fact that he's been taken off the gorge once, but still hasn't really had that detrimental kind of like hit to his GPM is a pretty good showing here for DRG.
That's true. I think the pain point will come actually from Dian, because Dian needs to have that financial advantage, right? You want the itemization, you want the level advantage so that your skills hurt more. For now, that is not the case. So DRG scrambling to find any resource around the map to make sure they can, you know, really get that gold up.
Speaking of scrambling though, I mean, we see the Eternity Blade being built here onto Max, right? That's going to scramble people's brains. If those flaming pops hit, he's going to be deadly.
Yep, and this is pre-4 minutes, so that's a pretty quick first core item coming in from the side of WEIBO Gaming. But once again, it's really about getting the catches.
Exactly. I think bro just completely was like, you know what? I'm not even going to go for my boots. I'm just going to go for Eternity Blade first, and then I'll get my boots. My shoes aren't even on as we go at the door here, but WEIBO Gaming looking to go for the first Tyrant, and it's a very clean, precise Tyrant here.
I mean, that's the value of the draft, right? Because you have to save from Monkey as well. Look, the way that he's able to pull him out to safety without having to commit too much, it's not even an ultimate move, right? That latch is just going to be able to save him and maybe even create bad situations for DRG.
Yeah, no catch without the latch here for Lubon Master. He's definitely kind of playing very well with that tether and using it to a T. You can kind of see that it's always really going to be on Max. Maybe at times he could go on to Lin Hang here as well, just to kind of like drag him out of a team fight if it's a little bit too deep, lost in the sauce.
Yeah, one thing to consider is the fact that Mengxi on this Master Lupin, his ultimate, the powerful storage, also has the potential to pull all the different members of DRG closer. So that is a little bit scary if he has a level advantage, able to tank through all the damage, and then, you know, even pull members in to get the damage in as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see the synergy there with the pull-in, potentially with the Guan Yu as well, just kind of using the Razor Cavalry, just kind of push them his way. But also at the same time, you could kind of pull them all in and then get them hit by the Saber Strikes as well. Like, that's a potential setup here for WEIBO Gaming. They try and contest the Azure Golem, but aren't successful with that one.
Yeah, now this puts a lot of pressure on Juku, Huayan, and Dian, right? Huayan needs to get the multi-man catch. Juku needs to make sure that his Unbridled Outburst needs to achieve maximum efficiency. And of course, Dian, you need to land those damages, those pokes before the actual fight starts.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be all down to the end to try and get that kind of unhealthy situation here for the side of WEIBO Gaming, just to keep them kind of at bay with these team fights. You can kind of see the chase down here onto the DRNJ, having to use the cleanse here from his second skill just to get out alive.
Okay, so the immunity used for the side of Moonlan, that's also a very scary situation, right? The moment Moonlan uses it and you still find yourself in a disadvantageous situation, you know that WEIBO Gaming are coming in for that finishing blow.
True, but I mean, he still has the flash, right? Like, he's still able to get that get out of jail card if he really needs to, but we're just seeing, once again, just pressure being created onto these side lanes. You can see here the Huhen trying to get that T1 into the top side, whereas successfully here for Max, he's able to get that bot side, but they do trade Ting Yuan, so they do take away the focus, they get the objective, but they lose their mid.
That is exactly what DRG fans want, right? So yes, it's not the biggest kill. They did take down Ting Yuan, that's great, but this is going to help them aid in that goal differential, especially for Dian in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Dian in the mid lane, like we've already seen previously, he needs that itemization. It's kind of like not like the Huan. Huan's all really around the use of those skills, whereas something like the Nua, you're really relying on that itemization to bring that pain, bring the smackdown onto WEIBO Gaming.
Exactly. There is no negotiating. A Nua needs to deal damage, and Dian needs to get his farm up. Right now, having the Mass of Agony, 3,500, he's still trailing the mid lane matchup for Ting Yuan by about half a K. But I think for now, we will see that this next neutral objective might change the plane if they can win the team fight on the side of DRG.
If they can win the team fight, if they can neutralize that pressure down to the bot side, right, you can kind of see here the Huan is trying to go and just try and push that through, that minion wave through here. Same time is going for Lin Hen into the top side of the map. Not quite able to get that T1 just yet, but it's literally on a sliver of health here. Looking to check here into the bush here. It's going to be the Dian. He gets onto 2, but now into the back line. It's going to be that Mei Yin trying to get the catch onto Max, but not successful. Can they get Zemo? Can they get anybody else? For now, they're able to escape, so currently using a lot of resources, but getting no results.
Super clutch from both teams, right? So we just going toe for toe at the exchanges. Mengxi actually got his ultimate down onto the different members on the side of DRG, and Juku saved that situation by using the Unbridled Outburst to knock that ultimate out of range. You will see that in a bit here, and that follow-up damage coming up from the side of Dian was really valuable. Unfortunately, because of the Matrix, they were unable to find that kill. In the meantime, this was the replay for that first kill for the side of DRG.
DRG looking a little bit more composed into this mid lane, right? They really like to try and focus, create that pressure, trying to get that T1 that they were really desired for in game number 1.
Yep, and once again, Juku does have his Unbridled Outburst, and Mengxi as well. So the roaming initiation is going to be very vital for both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen it once, right? We've already seen the proofs in the pudding. It's already been played out between these two teams and how crucial the ultimates from both of these support players are.
Yes, and look at the conversion of that, right? 1-1 now has successfully turned the entire game around, has the goal lead across the gorge.
Yeah, it's scary, man. Like we say, like even though he died once, he was still able to kind of just like mitigate that lead there in the gold lead. But same time, a lot of ultimates being used here. The annihilation actually catching onto nobody onto the side of WEIBO Gaming, but it means that they're able to try and open up this T1 into the mid lane using that DRNG's third token just to chip away without any minions.
Yes, and plus the fact that Dian actually has been very successful in landing these skill 1 creation blocks, right? So there is a lot of free damage coming in.
Ooh. Yeah, very damage, but 1-1 tries to go in for the backline push here, but he's able to almost get caught out there, but he's able to leap over the wall to safety, but now pushing him back in is going to be Zemo, but he's able to get out alive is Juku.
Oh, he almost found the best target, right? So number 1, he found 1-1, managed to push him back into the welcoming arms of his team, but unable to find the damage coming in. At the same time, Juku was kind of in a very tight spot there as a secondary target by Zemo with the catch of that I would say, a horse-based fishing net.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, if they were able to get the takedown onto Juku there, like you say, it's going to be a big piece off the chessboard here for the side of DRG. But, I mean, you can kind of see that eyes are looking to that bot side, maybe potentially going for another Tyrant here for the side of WEIBO Gaming, trying to get the touchdown here onto Yuan, onto his Mayin, but he's playing this Mayin very well.
Yes, actually baiting a lot of positional errors from the side of WEIBO Gaming and soaking quite a bit of skills. Now, DRG in a prime position, I don't think the steal is going to be easy for this one.
It's not going to be easy, but even the Bastards just get procced here because that Annihilation just trying to get the takedown onto Max here. He does use the tether, bringing Yukio a little bit closer to Mingxi, but is it going to be enough? That Unbridled Outburst is coming through now. We do see that Zemo gets caught out as well. We see now Mayin looking for the takedown, gets a knock up on the 2, but nobody else to follow up for the side of DRG, but they get one kill. They look to go for the Tyrant.
Beautiful fight from inside of DRG, right? This is exactly what they need to do. Don't overcommit, get the relevant damage down, and catching Zemo now means there is no flank possibility for the side of WEIBO Gaming. And this is a very scary situation. They open up the T2 at the bottom. Right now, the prize is going to be the T3.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that your backline's safe here, especially when you're playing a pick like the Deringer as well. I mean, more so Deringer than Nua, right? Nua can just use the emergence and get out of there, whereas Deringer, and the fact that he is safe for a few more moments means that you can see a very aggressive playstyle here from DRG.
Yep, Juku, once again, beautiful save with the Unbridled Outburst. If he did not hit the 4 members there on the side of WEIBO Gaming, it would have been 1-1's life for sure.
Yeah, but instead, it's going to be that T2 opened up into the mid lane here. DRG coming back with that boom boom power, but I mean, we've seen this before. We've seen this prowess in game number 1. They just struggled to finish the last part of game number 1, but now they are definitely looking a lot more clean and surgical with their plays.
Yes, I just really like the performance of Yen this game for the Nua. He has been getting those pokes in, right? See, once again, these blocks, these matrices being created, puts a lot of pressure and stops the player from engaging.
Exactly, and create it to the point where they can just kind of like wipe out the enemies. Minion wave come through so it doesn't even touch their minion wave. Means that they're able to open up these T3s so easily for the side of DRG.
Yes, because you get bonus damage from the Matrix once your skills touch it, right? So it also aids in the wave clear. And right now, DRG, they have found themselves a nice position to be in. T3 on the top taken, a healthy timing to hit as well. 11 minutes and 52 seconds to break the base.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a very quick base break in here at 12 minutes for the side of DRG. And they're looking to kind of go for another objective, right? Go for that Shadow Overlord. Go for a little bit more pressure. Why take the foot off the gas when you could win this game number 2 here for themselves?
Exactly, and scouting out the different members on the side of WEIBO Gaming as well.
Ooh, yeah, very careful. I mean, a big fire around about the Azure Golem there, but it does go over to the side of DRG. Going into the hands of Moonland there is going to definitely aid that cooldown reduction. He's
going to be very happy with that. He needs that mana regeneration as well. But right now, the pain point is the Crimson buff. Right now, if WEIBO Gaming lose this, I think this is a guaranteed T3. But here we go. They force out the Infinite Bastards from Max. That's going to be a bad start for the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Bad start to the next team fight potentially, right? They know they can dive on with either Yuan onto the Mayin or even try and just get 1-1 to get the takedown onto something like Max on the Lunk here, but they do have obviously the Shadow Vanguard come through here, drop down to the bot side, means that T3 is going to take a little bit more damage than it used to if it wasn't popped down there, but now we see that DRG are opening up the enemy's base.
Oh, flash.
Flash into the backline, they do get a catch onto Dian. I mean, that's definitely one way if you are WEIBO Gaming is to try and come out on top here. They do lose Tingyu as well as Max. So in terms of damage, WEIBO Gaming have none. And now they have no teammates other than Lupin Master to try and defend this crystal, but Dragon Rangers are taking game 2.
Good response from the side of DRG, exactly what they needed. And even with the Zemo Guan Yu, they didn't care. They found that opening, they already had that Shadow Overlord flying down along with another Shadow Vanguard, so they were able to take those long extended fights because naturally they would have won in that structural trade.
Yeah, I mean, just having that kind of like Cornerstone, that Zhang Fei for Juku there in game number 2 really aided Dragon Ranger Gaming here to get that point onto the board, right? I mean, we're no longer looking at a 4-0 stomp here, Ken. This is definitely looking like it's going to be a country mile between these two teams in the upper bracket.
Yes, we'll work our way down, so maybe 4-1, I don't know. But with that being said, DRG, I love this response, and this is what we expect in the winner's bracket, right? Blow for blow, there is never a big gap between the two teams. As we head into game number 3, once again, we're back to square one, right? So we take a look, who's able to pull ahead in the series, and what kind of drafts are they coming up with?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've already seen like really big highlights for DRG, right? The fact is that they got Dian on that Nua. It just really kind of created that pressure, especially towards the late game. Because I mean, if they weren't able to get the dunk onto the Nua, it was very difficult for them. We saw towards the beginning, like that last fight of that game number 2 there, where we saw the takedown finally of the Nua, but it just wasn't enough. There's just no damage when that lung gets taken off the board.
There's so many difficult situations for them, right? So the first one, like you mentioned, Dian was actually doing a good amount of poke damage even before the fight started. On the side of Mulan, for the Lung, he was already chunked down, and this had nothing to do with about repositioning. Even if you get the save from Mengqi, it did not matter, because the next person in line to stop you from doing anything was going to be Juku on that Zhang Fei, right? The unbridled outburst that this Rome was giving has been unmatched. I think he has found multiple, minimally 3 member stuns with his ultimate across all the different fights for the side of DRG.
I mean, that's a good result, right? If your minimum of 3 onto the Unbridled Outburst is going to be that minimum, and then anything after that is going to be your maximum, that's going to be a huge output for your team, right? Obviously, catching off a lot of those kind of like high-tempo heroes, especially like the Yukio, right? Like, you're really kind of using this hero to be the initiator of your team as well as the Guan Yu. But if you really stop them there, push them away, and you've then created that tempo and that momentum, as you've seen in that game number 2, DRG weren't messing around.
Exactly, and the fact that they found success for both Dian as well as for the side of the Rome Juku, for the side of DRG, it meant that the doors were very open for the jungler Wan, also open for the side of Max to make sure that the DRG found those targets for free. So let's take a look at the itemization here. The one player I would like to take a look at is also the main hero for the side of Huayan. This Ma Yin found some value, didn't show up too much across the game, but had some very nice moments.
I mean, we say didn't show up, but definitely had the impact that was needed right here for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Like, they were able to get the double catches, especially towards that latter part of the game, especially around that centered team fight at the Crimson Golem. So really, they did have the impact. It may seem small, but I mean, that's definitely the kind of impact you want, right? You don't want to be painting a target on your back that you're so impactful, they know you need to be taken down in those team fights.
I think the craziest part was the switch in vision. So, you know, most players, most class laners would be placing Zimo as the main function, right? Okay, let's stop this Guan Yu from getting the initiations. But Huayan had a completely different idea. He actually went for the mid lane, Yu Huan, went for the farm lane, the Mulan. So even if Zimo gets the catch, they have no damage to follow it up.
Exactly, that's what they needed to do, right? Like, WEIBO Gaming were really kind of holding everything out for Max on this Lung. Like, if he didn't get that, like we saw the itemization, he was able to get the Eternity Blade very early, pre-4 minutes. So you can kind of see that this was a very bad sign for the side of DRG if they allowed Max to continue on that pace he was going.
So I think this begs the question. Obviously, we have the hindsight bias. Would the Lupan have been a better pick? Because the Lupan does tank shred as well.
Exactly, especially on something like the Zhang Fei, right?
Yeah, but of course, with that being said, the Roma, once again, today's a great day for Romas. Juku, the Roma for the side of DRG, claims the secondary MVP on the opposite side here. 1-0-4. Once again, it does not matter the kills, does not matter the number of assists and deaths. It's about the setups that this guy did. And tanking up close to 40% of the team's hero damage taken. This guy was doing absolutely everything for the side of DRG.
He was the true backbone. I mean, that's what a support should be, right? I mean, when we think of support, you think of a park bench, you think of your backbone, you think of the lumbar support and your chair. And that's exactly what Juku was here in this game number 2, right? Just not only kind of soaking a lot of that damage, but just setting up those team fights.
Exactly. And no, soaking damage is one thing, but the way he set the team fights for the side of DRG was very important as well, because multiple times, look, he saved the life of his jungler there. 4-man catch. Zimo was trying his best to catch, get his hands on the Tiger, but there's no way that would happen, especially when the Unbridled Outburst happened in such a fashion.
in such a fashion. But I mean, you saw that first one, right? Like, that was a long-range unbridled outburst. Like, that was like he was playing marksman Zhang Fei. He was literally setting up a runway for us to take off the Philippines and the KIC later on. But it was just a huge setup here for the side of DRG.
Yep, and of course this was aided by the rest of the team. Look, Zimo was able to find relevant targets, but unable to do anything because the unbridled outbursts were just timed to perfection on the side of Juku here.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, he knew that if one unbridled outburst missed the mark, it could be the difference maker of a good team fight, right? And we saw it here. Obviously, the pickoff off to Dion on DRG, but it just wasn't enough here for the side of WEIBO Gaming to maintain, because that pickoff for Huan on the Mai Ian was just a huge, devastating blow.
Right, so let's hear the comms for this one and break it down for you later.
上了一个龙，上了一个龙，小龙来干嘛，兄弟？我推下了，我推下了，推下了，我推下了。他关没走，关没走，关没走。
杨玉环没到，杨玉环没到。
哎，中路我在靠，兄弟，这杨玉环我能蹲。下路推不了，下路推不了。杨玉环我能蹲。我能走，杨玉环，杨玉环，杨玉环靠杨玉环，死了，可以可以，好杀。下路这边搞中兄弟。
对面有红，
我知道下路混你节目线。行，
没定了。
我几个票，我几个票兄弟。我下路，我下路。OK，我加我要转。OK。哎，老远，老远，没事没事，我来喷。来，小靠一下。我有长球，下过来。哎，我回来了。我来。哎，拉不到我，看着打。还行，关羽2件的关羽。Go。来，我这边接下。走吧，走也行。看不到。哎，这龙，我来砍腰头。你玩那个大。龙没大。橘子。哎，橘子这次往前冲，橘子双翼。龙没大。来，橘子双翼。橘子。慢慢打，别急，慢慢打。下了，行，关羽垫下就好了，行，小一点。关羽，慢慢杀，够了，开了，回来，技能我打，可以了，你的，上高，抱着平台，过来这边，哎，没三火，往前压，这大龙看着打一波，把中高破了，等会儿，中高破了打一波，中高，慢慢来，龙没大走吧，龙没大，没大外面打一波，兄弟，看着打一波，不怕橘子，不怕橘子，哎，来了。没看到我，盯住all in。OK， 慢慢打，死一个，慢慢打。橘子。有血魔兄弟，接，老多，快，我硬。哎，还没死。我巨硬兄弟，一波，好硬。来，把盾牌给点了。哎，上高一波了。哎，别走，点塔，挡不住，漂亮。
Wonderful comms. So let me break it down for you. I think the biggest thing to learn here is the timing of the ultimates here. They were consistently looking for the E1 ultimate, Unending Sorrow. Once that was on cooldown, they knew they could go for the dive. But the biggest thing I think that was a strength on the side of DRG was recognizing the situation at hand. The one where 1-1 got caught out, right, in the middle of 5 members on the side of WEIBO Gaming, the call was very clear from the team to make sure that, okay, look, you're safe, reassurance from the team members that we're safe, we're going to take the fights slow, especially in situations where at that last portion, where Dian fell as the Nuwa, the entire team was continually saying that we don't need to be scared of the Ukyo, we are able to take this fight. They also recognize that, hey, we have a Shadow Vanguard and a Shadow Overlord taking the lanes at the bottom. Slowly take this fight. We have this game in our hands.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that a lot of people generally forget within Honor of Kings, right? It's the fact that, like, yes, you got a team fight going on, but if you've got no kind of, like, waves approaching the base, you know that your enemy team is going to be fully committed to that team fight, and they are going to do anything to get you away from that base. But as soon as you have, like, something like the Vanguards come down to the bot side, which was already been procced and had the Shadow Overlord kind of, like, debuff down there, you knew that WEIBO was just like, right, guys, we've got to try and take this fight, get some takedowns, some crucial takedowns, which they got Dian, but then that was all they could get, so they had to kind of naturally fall back and play from the back foot.
Exactly, because they could burst down the Ukyo, right? So even if they so-called allowed Lin Heng to come in from the side of WEIBO Gaming, the damage was not there from the side of Max. So Moonlan actually was doing quite a decent job, but once again, the MVP Juku, his decision to not turn around and use his unbridled outburst to stop Ling Heng from entering, but to actually push Max as the lone away from the fight seems like the better decision, because end of the day, yes, they got caught, but where's the damage?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the one thing you want to do, right? Especially with Lung, you know that he's got mid-range at best, right? So if he's anywhere like close to the team fight, you can bet your sweet bibbity that there's going to be like a Flaming Palms that's going to try and track down either one of your tankier heroes to kind of melt them down, and then anybody else can then dive in on top, or you push him away so he's no longer in range and he's not able to do any damage at all. He's kind of just like a floating minion at that point.
Exactly, and it's so difficult once you don't have your infinite vastness. Once that Dragonfall form is expired, then you don't have a get out of jail free card. And that was exactly what DRG was waiting upon, right? So many ultimates that were baited and definitely just taken note of, keeping track of the timings on those ultimates were the big factor in the success that DRG found in game number 2.
Yeah, it's like we took away from the comms, right? They were really kind of like holding on to and finding out the info of the Hue 1 ultimates. So, like you were saying there, the timers of the ultimates were definitely a prized pony that they were looking for in that one. Like, all other timers aside, that's something they were looking for because, again, if you use Hue 1's ultimate to get that second win, to get that healing come through, it can completely turn the team fight into the favor of the enemy team.
And this is what's scary. It's not just about the game, it's also about the draft later on. So now there is no more Master Lupan combination coming in for the side of WEIBO Gaming. Now, is this going to hurt them in the long run? That remains to be seen, right? Because this is just game number 2. We are in for a treat because it looks like a potential game number 7 series here if this continues.
Exactly, because I mean, like you were saying there, Ken, like the lack of combos, like they're not gonna have the Luban Master, they're not gonna have the Lady Sun and Chen Ren combo either, because obviously they paired it with a Dushan, which is gonna be a good combo for them. They're not gonna have the Yang Xian and Dolia combo, so there is slowly but surely WEIBO are taking off a lot of these combos, just maybe to try and get to that best of 7, right, against the ultimate battle where they can draft such a devastating combo like those.
Okay, maybe the silver lining is the fact that General actually works with any marksman, so I think that would be kind of cool. At the same time, okay, I'm just playing around with this. Obviously, this is not the strat they're going for, but imagine if Fu's the farm lane with a General. That's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, it's not like Futsu is one of these heroes that is a unpopular farm lane pick, especially within the KPL, right?
Definitely, it's still a potential. It's a very old and traditional, I would say a veteran strat, right? But for now, we will take a look at what's going to happen in the Gorge because right now both teams are leveled 1-to-1. Confidence has been shifted. Momentum has been shifted as well.
Momentum has definitely been shifted, right? I mean, this has taken the sales out of WEIBO Gaming's boat. As you can see here, they're laughing on the side of DRG. They're like, right, lads, we got game number 2 in our bag. Let's just go another 3 games in a row. We can do this. We are Dragon Range Gaming.
Definitely full confidence in the boys for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. If there's any time to do it, now's the time to do it because you can take the lead and potentially squeeze out a good advantage, maybe taking yourselves to series points if you can stay consistent here.
Yeah, I mean, we speak of consistency, right? Like, obviously, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they lost second place to AG Superplay within the KPL Spring 2025, right? So it's like, this is not just a team that's kind of like maybe top 10, top 8. They were top 2 in the last KPL Spring League.
Yes, and this is a very impressive strat, right? Stat. Now, with that being said, there is also quite a bit of experience from these two teams. While majority of the players are fairly new to KPL, Honor of Kings, the captains themselves have had a long, decorated history so far, and I feel like that is going to be the difference maker.
Oh, absolutely. Because I mean, not only is it experience onto the Gorge, but it's also the experience of like drafting what you need to have a game-winning comp, right? Like as soon as you see something locked in for your enemy team, you're like, right, okay, how can we formulate? How can we react to that straight away? And that's all down to the job of the captains here.
Exactly, and it keeps you calm and composed because these are situations you would definitely have seen before. Look, with over 10 seasons of KPL, you know certain situations will present itself before it even happens, and you're already prepped for it.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of preparation, though, I mean, you see some of those picks and bans from last game, like the picks most importantly, because those heroes for both of these teams will not be coming through, like the likes of the Pei here for Dragon Rage Gaming, the newer as well as the Zhangfei and the Maiyin. So there's a lot of expensive drafts once again, but soon DRG, they do take the Conqueror off of the table again, as well as the Dunshan here for WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, big side of choices. The Cat Boom may be what is next on the ban list for the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? Because DRG has not used that just yet, but they actually take out the Master Lupan. Now, this is going to open up the Cat Boom for DRG, I believe. Let's see if that's going to be their working formula here.
Potentially the Cat Boom, maybe they go for something like the Orgrin like we saw yesterday. That was a prior blue pick that we saw yesterday. Just kind of lock in another 1-on-1 picks here. But I mean, he played a lot better there. But I mean, it is going to be a 1-1 pick, but it's not going to be the Orgrin. It's going to be the Kaiser.
Okay, so are we looking at a Lady Sun Jinren combination? You have a big tank, right? You want to be able to help aid on with the damage as well.
Potentially. I mean, the Kaiser kind of are going to be emulated the same way as the likes of the Byron, right? Just kind of as you go in with his combo, use the Invincible Warrior. But what's going to be something that's going to be able to deny that? It's going to be that Su Li, right? Like, that's a great engage maker, but also disengage maker.
It has to be a general, right? At this point, because Su Li's passive, the Iron Colossus, gives him a secondary life if the teammates help to step on the lanterns. But no, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they say the Diadea, the heals, will be enough to bring us to the next stage.
Ooh, the heals and the Chicha. I mean, this could be flexed either into the Clash lane or the Marksman role here. So I think this is a good place to actually draft the Chicha, right? Like, this is the first phase of the banning phase, pick phase done. So now, do Weibo Gaming have to go for Marksman? Do they go for Clash lane picks into the ban phase?
I think it's very scary. I think you take out the mid laner because there is a chance that this is going to be flexed into the Clash lane. I think the Clash lane will be a better position for the Chicha to come in. You want to allow that flexibility to choose your targets.
Very, very true. But I mean, onto the side of Weibo Gaming, they do get that expensive pick into the mid lane, right? The high UA coming through, that hero that can just kind of pull one unfortunate individual into that Shadow Realm, take him away from that team fight.
Exactly. Moonscape Mirage, that is the ultimate for the side of Tingyue on this higher pick. The most important part, I think, would be at the neutral objective wrestles, right? Just take away this Kaiser, and there is a much higher chance of you winning that smite battle because there is none.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard if you take away, obviously, the jungle out of those neutral objectives. Again, cannot smite if you are within that portal as well, right? But it's going to be the Charlotte coming here through for the side of Weibo Gaming. They're looking for that late game push here. And it is going to be the main hero for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, Zimor has had a lot of very impressive performances with the Charlotte across the different seasons of KPL. I think on the side of Weibo Gaming, there's a couple of things you can consider. The Agudo pick is one. The Nako Guru is the second one that is a potential. And yes, there we go. This is going to be a Chicha in the Clash lane and the potential burst of that mid lane for Dian. Hopefully with the Blossoming Fan and the full combinations on this Xiao Xiao pick is going to find the lives on the side of Max.
I mean, the Nakaruru obviously has been banned out there for the side of DRG into the third pick, so they're going to go and replicate something like the Flowborn tank here as well, which we saw yesterday. They have a very strong front line. They've kind of got to try to, like, do the same kind of strat that we saw there with the DRG, right? Like, obviously, Chano is needing to be protected until that late game, because that's where this hero really pops off.
They need to be very careful with the positioning of Max and Zimor, because these are the two win conditions available on the side of Weibo Gaming, right? So if both of them are taken down in a fight, that's not ideal. They will probably find themselves stuck in a very difficult place. So DRG, that is going to be the main goal here. Dian needs to look for either Zimor or Max, and hopefully Mulan finds the corresponding member. Huayan as well. So three-pronged attack from the side of DRG.
Yeah, it's going to be scary for the side of Weibo Gaming if DRG is able to actually execute that draft right. Like, I mean, they do obviously have the sustain here from the Diadea. Using that Destiny counter is really going to either just zone away the enemy team, but also heal your own teammates as well. When you got something like the Kaiser, it's going to be kind of like charging head first, like a bull in a china shop. It's going to be crazy.
Exactly. Now, that is the strength of DRG, but Weibo Gaming have their own strengths as well. There is so much crowd control. Lin Heng with the jumps, Mengxi with the ultimate on that unconquerable army, the knockup from Zimor, and also that lock away, put you in jail for Tingyue on that Moonscape Mirage. It might be the biggest difference maker if they find those consecutive stunts from the side of Weibo Gaming.
So, I mean, looking at pickups, right? We're looking at maybe potentially getting, obviously, Tingyue out of the equation very early, right? Trying to get that down. So nobody's going to be kind of like succumbed to that Mirage, right? That's going to be the scary thing here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. That's going to always be eating them away in the back of their heads. But, I mean, if they go and lock in something like potentially they get the catch on something like a Xiao Qiao, I mean, that AoE ultimate is going to do a lot of damage 1v1 to that to Tingyue, right?
That's true. I mean, for Weibo Gaming, it's very clear, right? Let's just take out Wan, and we should be able to win a fight, because the rest of them are super squishy, and they don't do well against consecutive stuns here.
Exactly. The stuns could be very scary for the side of DRG as well, right? Like, obviously, the potential here for Weibo Gaming is pretty huge, but this is game number 3, right? Both of these teams are tied neck and neck right now at this moment in time. So it's still a very long way to go to try and get to the finish line for either Weibo Gaming or Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, we'll have to find who is going to make the breakthrough because we are tied at the hip 1-1 for both of these teams. Dragon Ranger Gaming against WEIBO Gaming. Welcome once again into the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage.
Yes, I mean, both of these teams are in the upper bracket, so neither of them will go home. Depending on who loses this one, they will drop down to fight TTG in the lower bracket. But this is going to be game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. WEIBO Gaming on the red side, DRG on the blue. Let's hear it from the crowd very soon. Came on the cards here for number 3, and we obviously seen a little bit of a lane swap into the top side of the map here. Obviously getting that pressure, trying to maybe go and get a bit of a direct push here for the Space Sprite, but a lot of damage going on to DRG's members here.
Yeah, which is kind of unexpected, right? Because the healing values of the Diadea did not come into fruition. In fact, the tankiness on the side of Mengxi is what is helping Max in this advantageous situation in the farm lane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely helping him out here. The Wolves just kind of putting that constant pressure onto the Guya as well as Juku on the Diadea also.
Oh, Flash committed already.
I mean, we did say, obviously, in the last game, right? Obviously, if you're going to lose your Flash, you're going to use it around about now so that it comes back when that new objective comes online. But it means we know that they're going to be scared to try and contest this Space Sprite.
And this is what's so hard playing against Azulia, right? Because right from the get-go, his passive is already available, which means he has that one extra life to play around with. And this is why WEIBO Gaming is playing so aggressively on the top side of this map.
Yeah, very aggressively, just trying to get that. So try kind of to make sure and create that pressure for themselves right onto the side of DRG. They are looking to try and just get that tempo increase here for themselves.
Okay, and the next point of contention is actually between the junglers, right? So both sides choosing to go for that tank jungler who is able to get that lead in terms of EXP. Right now it's Lin Heng in the lead. He is already at level 5. 1-1 still a little bit away from that level 5 mark.
Yeah, I mean, both of the tanks, obviously, they're going to be just there for team fight potential here, right? Obviously, you can see the Kaiser obviously committing a lot onto Zulia, but now the Flowborn tank actually does get the dive in there with the ultimate, but there's going to be no follow-up there, or at least a successful one. Just using that AoE ultimate there from the Xiao Xiao. Dion just driving away, making sure that WEIBO Gaming do not try and re-engage. Yeah, but this is the prize here. The Azure Golem under contest. The Smite is not available for the side of Lin Heng. If he gets it, that's a steal. Yeah, I mean, that would be a steal and a half, but it's not going to happen. It does go over to the side of Lee Kang. He's able to get away that Azure Golem, which is going to be detrimental to the Kaiser, right? Yeah, you definitely need that if you're 1-1. And that's also an EXP disadvantage for the side of 1-1 or for DRG. So, WEIBO Gaming, strong start. They should have a decent wave clear here. But once again, the lock with the Moonscape Mirage, backup comes in. Oh, backup does come in, maybe trying to get on top of them when the Dependable does come through here. But I mean, looking pretty low is going to be the Diadea, and down goes Juku. So sustain onto the side of Dragon Rangers is going to be taken off the gorge a little bit here. WEIBO Gaming looking very aggressive in this early part of the game. Yep, it's a good kind of aggression, right? Because they have really found a lot of value. Number one, you get that Azure buff away from the hands of 1-1. That's going to dilute his farm, EXP, and the mana regeneration. Take a look. He's so dry, his mana's running out. He's running out pretty quickly, right? He's got to be careful there. Obviously, maybe going back to base could be a bit of a calling point here for the side of Tingyue on the side of WEIBO Gaming. Yep, we'll see. I think they found a lot of value with that Moonscape Mirage by Tingyue. Ideally, this would be the kind of situation they want to make happen again and again, right? But I feel like 1-1 needs to be the prior target with that Moonscape Mirage here. Oh, absolutely. Definitely kind of locking down that tanks. I mean, then after they do that, they've not got any real engage, right? Yeah, like, there is not a lot of hit points on the side of DRG. So because of that, this deficit, look, WEIBO Gaming, they should have this Tyrant for free. The question here for DRG is, oh, hang on, potential first secondary kill. Tyrant for free, but also maybe the second kill here being picked up onto the Goya as well. Getting takedown is going to be Moonlight. He was not in a happy place there, and it's not like Dragon Rangers really got a priority in another lane at the same time as well, right? They lost the Tyrant, they lost their Marksman, looking to lose their T1 down to the bot side here.
Yeah, tonight we steal the moon, and that is the choice here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. It's to start another fight, but this time they get a T1.
Oh, Kaiser into the back line using the Invincible Warrior pretty early. We've already got the Xiao Chao ultimate off of the Gorge as well, so they've got to be careful here. That is DRG going into this next fight, but I mean, they've lost the pressure down to the bot side. They've lost a lot already into these 4 minutes, almost 5 minute mark.
Yeah, it's like almost 2,000 gold ahead, and the farm is just going to compound on the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? Look at the level of advantages they have as well. Like right now, Ling Heng is going to be able to tank against most of the members, aside from Wanwan, and I think that's a cause of concern here for the side of DRG.
I mean, speaking of cause of concern, right? I mean, it's pretty much just only got past the 5 minute mark. We see the Eternity Blade being built here onto Max, as well as the Cloud Piercer as well. The Sky Piercer, like, that's a lot of damage already for the Chano. Chano is a late game hero, but it's slowly but surely coming online very fast.
Yeah, the Cloud Piercer, I mean, the fact that he's got it at this point of time, that's a little bit scary for the side of DRG, but it's not the end of the world. Right now, better rotations will still make the difference between the two teams.
They've just got to try and find the catch-up onto the Max, right? Like, if they don't take down Max, it's going to be a very hard team fight here for the side of DRG.
Yeah, because Max is only one part of the problem, right? You still have Zumo who's able to dive in from the silence on the flank, and so far they haven't found an answer on the side of DRG.
They haven't yet. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, right? The focus of those side lanes and really kind of like trying to cut down the players that generally play very well into the farm lane, like we're seeing here with Max, like we're seeing here with Zemo as well. Like Sakura yesterday was just kind of like, there was no real reaction to like the actual devastation that these players have onto the Gorge.
Yeah, and talking about devastation, I mean, the one player that we're hoping for in terms of growth or for DRG has to be Huayan, right? This Chicha needs to be online soon because it's not looking too safe for them.
It's not looking too safe for them at all at the moment, right? I mean, with the potential of the crashing wave into the minion wave at the top side of the map is naturally just going to crash and burn out themselves there. So they do lose a little bit of a goal because no one's getting it, but they're trying to contest for that Crimson Golem. They're able to get it onto the side of WEIBO Gaming.
And they're gonna get out. Oh no! Dragon Ranger Gaming once again dealt another bad card on the table here. And so WEIBO Gaming, they get that win, and take a look at the farm. 3 players, and they're the most important players. Zimo, Lin Heng, as well as Max, they're all at the top of the table. Okay, Moonlan manages to scratch the surface, but he's only matching the match of the farm of Lin Heng here.
Yeah, which is crazy, right? I mean, the marksman for the jungle, obviously, especially being such a slow sort of farmer like the Floorborn tank, is definitely struggling to maintain the tempo of that gold acquisition there. But obviously, using the flash there, forcing it out from Max there, is going to be huge for the side of Dragon Rangers. But is it going to be enough because they lost that T1 top side?
Yep, still a good play from the side of WEIBO, right? They take the T1 at the top. That's a beautiful trade. While flash is pretty expensive, I mean, the fact that he gets out, Max has not had his farm interrupted. That is a big issue that DRG needs to solve.
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine here that Max is now going to be kind of buddied a lot closer to Sully as well as the Floorborn tank, right? Because obviously they're going to kind of deny the access onto the Chano now that he doesn't have the flash.
Okay, I mean, he is going to try. Maybe another 100 seconds for him before he gets his flash, which at this point, not enough time, because 8.5 minutes, we will probably see the next Tyrant of the game.
Next Tyrant of the game, and also potentially even if we wait a little bit longer, we're going to get the Shadow variants, right? So we're already at the 8-minute mark between these two teams. Potentially going for another contestant of this Crimson Golem. We've already lost one, which is obviously DRG here, so now they have the timer. They are just taking away every little bit of buff here from the side of Dragon Ranger.
Yeah, DRG recognized they lost that, so they gave the T2, gave the buff, and they're hoping that the Chicha actually, that Huayan split push at the top was going to find some value. But straight away to more answers that pressure, they get the Tyrant as well and start working their way across their own jungle. So WEIBO Gaming just doing everything right.
Yeah, poetry in motion here for WEIBO Gaming, right? They're just moving from one objective to another so smoothly, and they're not losing anything for it, which is really at the detriment here of Dragon Ranger Gaming, right? Like, we always kind of comment, like, yes, WEIBO was able to get this, but DRG got this in exchange. But really, in game number 3, it's not been so transactional.
Yeah, look, 30,000 gold ahead. I think this is a scary potential for the side of WEIBO Gaming. One more big fight, and we haven't even had the situation where Tingye got his hands on 1-1 yet.
Yeah, literally nothing of that side of that kind, right? 1-1 is still pretty much scot-free at this moment in time. Obviously trying to contest and get the Crimson, and the Azure Golem gets taken down there by the side of WEIBO Gaming. Just using Xiao Chao's ultimate just to zone him away there, but he has been locked into the Mirage. It's gonna be 1-1 for the first time, getting taken down here by WEIBO Gaming. Can they look for a little bit more here? Their mid lane needs to be cleaned up here, or at least on the side of DRG, they need to get those minions off of the Gorge. If not, that T1 is looking right for the taken.
Yep, DRG was very smart. The moment 1-1 was taken down, they kind of backed off so they wouldn't lose the 4v4. But still, this comes at the cost of 1-1's life. Oh, big ultimate!
Big ultimate there from Sulier. He's able to get out of there. But it might be the first kill going up the side of DRG, and he does go over to Mulan, so that's a nice bit of juicy gold now. But I mean, is that going to be all for the side of DRG? But the Chicha is looking to get that paying game onto Liang and is able to get the lockdown.
Okay, that's a great response from the side of DRG. They did have to lose Mulan for that, but they got the jungle Lin Heng, right? And Max was almost taken down as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time to take down your enemy jungle, right? Especially when these Shadow Tyrants are up right now, and you can see that DRG are looking to get a head start on here. You can see that Zimo as well as Ting Yue are looking to kind of check this one out, maybe try and get a bit of an assist here. To the back line is going to be Max, a little bit overzealous there, getting hit by the Diadem, but Suli comes through, but it is going to be the takedown from Hugh Hen for Max.
Oh, they lost it as well. Mengxi committed his ultimate at a bad time.
Oh, he did commit his ultimate at the bad time. They do get to take that out to 1-1, and they get the reset onto the Tyrant.
Not just yet, maybe. Mengxi, Ling Heng is around the corner, and here comes the chase down as well.
Looking for the chase on to Mulan. They're looking to get another kill here, but I mean, that's a lot of damage for Zemo to try and contest, and he does fall. So now, in terms of damage, right now, WEIBO doesn't have that damage coming through.
Yep, Max needs to come back into the fight. For now, the saving grace is that 1-1 is still not available for the side of DRG, so WEIBO Gaming can come back and contest, but they need to handle this Chicha Huayan, just keeping them at bay.
Yeah, I mean, Chicha is known for just melting so much damage, right? So if you are playing Flowborn Tank, I mean, yes, you are a brick house, but at the same time, when you've got so much fast damage at such melting pace, you're not going to want to try and contest this on your own.
Yep, the Shadow Veer is so important. This is why both teams are kind of wrestling over this point. 1-1 is back, and he's in the fray here.
Yeah, I mean, Zemo, Max, 1-1, they're all back, so this is a highly contested objective here. They go for the Windsor Warrior, they get the Shadow Tyrant and go further into the back line. We do see Ting Yue gets taken down as well. Sulia, it may be getting taken down if they can't get these lanterns, but now he's back onto the Gorge. But it's just too much damage for Zemo to contest with right now. And they're looking, DRG coming for a clap back here, looking to just invest time into the enemy jungle to get the takedown here onto Mengxi.
And this is the comeback that DRG were waiting for. They've hit their timers. The chase is going to continue here. Can they get them?
Yeah, they're looking for it, right? I mean, they definitely need to make sure they're getting those T1s when they have this time, right? Because, I mean, you can look at the bot side of the map there. For the side of WEIBO Gaming, they are pushed to the higher ground turret for DRG, right? So DRG need to get and reclaim some of this monopoly.
Yes, they definitely need to. They're pushing the members on the side of WEIBO Gaming away. And this potentially could be T3. There is no more support.
There is no more support. I mean, you're really going to look at that front line to be around about Ling Heng, right? Like, he's going to be the driving force. But speaking of driving, it's definitely DRG in the driver's seat as they take that T3.
Yeah, beautiful trade coming out from side of DRG, right? Understanding that, hey, it's okay, we can give that pressure at the bottom, but we'll take everything else in the middle. And now DRG, they find themselves with a 3,000 goal lead, and this is a valuable lead to have.
Yeah, very good clap back here for the side of DRG, right? Obviously, they were looking like their backs were on the ropes, right? Like, they were literally looking like they were tangled between the ropes at one point in this game, especially with such a dominant early game from WEIBO Gaming. But now, DRG, they found their way in, right? Obviously, they are able to take off Zumo as well as Max, and that means that there is just no damage. So that's when they have to strike, right? If they can keep repeating this same motion, DRG are looking strong for this Game 3 victory.
Yeah, it's because 1-1 is actually able to tank up all the damage, right? They have successfully found Ting Yue's positioning multiple times, which means you don't get the catch-off with the Moonscape Mirage. And 1-1 is allowed to tank for the team, and the damage is now sufficient. Huayan is online. Mulan and Dian are online as well, and Zuku is giving them all the heals in the world. The Destined Encounters have been on point.
They have been greatly on point, right? But I mean, this is the player that literally played the Zhongfei in game number 2 and literally got the MVP. So looking for another MVP performance here is going to be Juku if they're able to round out this game for themselves of a DRG.
Yeah, DRG, they're actually trying to bait out Tingyu. They want to find him out so they can identify where is this angle they can enter the fight with. In the meantime, Dian is just getting those pokes in, similar to game number 1, and they do secure it. So this is going to be DRG with map advantage for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not like the best thing for them to give over the Overlord here, but at the same time, WEIBO just didn't know what they were working with. So they kind of was like, you know what, let's just let everything go. Let's not lose anybody and let's wait for the next team fight. But this was basically the opening door here for DRG, right? Obviously, even though Sulia was able to come back, they were able to get the Zebo was able to be just a little bit too overzealous into the team fight and got took down.
Exactly. Zemo on the side of WEIBO only has 2 seconds. If he cannot find a kill onto the important members like Mulan as well as Wyatt in 2 seconds, the fight is over. Zemo will have to give his life.
Exactly, especially when he's kind of like, he's now got the 2, obviously, active items here. He has the Pure Sky, he has the Frigid Charge. So you can imagine, like, as soon as he goes in with that degradation, he's looking for the stun, right? He's looking for that pick-off, maybe on Mulan, maybe on Dian.
But they're getting stopped by Huayan, they're getting stopped by 1-1 as well. 1-1 actually has the Frigid Charge. She's slowing down the movements on the side of Zemo. So it's really hard to find the appropriate angle on the side of WEIBO Gaming. And also because Tingyu has been just phenomenally silenced so far. DRG is keeping their eyes on this guy.
They are keeping their eyes on the guy, right? Like, they're making sure that that Mirage is not going to be as impactful as we're really hoping here within that draft of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, and right now, contesting with the Primal Bond as well, WEIBO Gaming are getting sucked into a fake fight here.
A very fake fight indeed. Maybe they're going to get fainted out, but they're going to be careful, right? I mean, if DRG slip up here, it could be scary for them. But WEIBO Gaming looking to contest this one, but Invincible Warrior goes in. They don't commit. WEIBO Gaming get the Shadow Tyrant. Is this going to be enough damage for them to come back? But they have a big push in the top side and the mid of the map.
They don't even need to fight. They just need to keep poking them and keeping them at bay before the defense comes in. Luckily for the side of WEIBO Gaming, they will make it to the Shadow Overlord on time. But still, the damage has been done. Look at the structural damage that WEIBO Gaming has to deal on the top side.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, right? Like, they've lost a lot of damage into that top side of the map there. It's pretty much a saving grace here for the side of DRG. All they need to do is keep ushering those minions through into the top side of the map. Just keep chipping away at that T3. It's going to be a hard factor for here for the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, we have to keep our eyes on a couple of members here. Mengxi is the win condition. He's going to be the one person to change this whole situation in favor of WEIBO Gaming. On the other side, DRG, it's all about Huayan and Dian. If they get those relevant catches, it's a guaranteed end of the fight for WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they get the catches here with the Sulier, right? Like, this is the thing that we've been noticing for the majority of this series so far, is the fact that even though a team looks like they're starting and finishing the game, it looks like they're ahead, the other team just comes back. It's like a pendulum swinging at all times within this series.
Yes, and it's really down to that vision game that's available, right? This is why the mid-team one is so important. Right now, they have it for DRG, but WEIBO Gaming, they're dealing with a lot of lack of vision.
Lack of vision, a lack of turrets, right, to fall back to have a safety net with the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yes, and all the T3s are still available on the side of DRG. WEIBO Gaming, a little bit scary. Raging Sandstorm going to be dropped down as a deterrent for now. Gets a couple of camps away as well for the Tusk Balls. DRG, they have to stay patient.
They do have to stay patient. They have to kind of just make sure they're not giving over too much of these like Crimson Golems or Azure Golems. As you can see, they're kind of like tending in their house right now. They're looking to go in. They do get the catch here. Once again, I believe it is onto Chicha this time. They want to get that burst damage out of the board here, but right now, it's looking like a bit of a tit for tat right now. Max gets taken down, finds himself in a tricky situation, but at the same time, the takedown Dian as well. So damage for damage off of the Gorge here. Zemo is their last burst damage.
Very uncomfortable situation for the side of WEIBO Gaming because a lot of damage. Moonlight and Huayan are still alive. They still have the flash on Huayan, so this could turn really ugly for the side of WEIBO Gaming really quickly.
Yeah, they're going to be careful here. I mean, if WEIBO Gaming are able to contest this Overlord, and they are going to do it, they are able to smite it. It's going to be the last hit going over to Chicha here as well, but now they get drawn in. The Invincible Warrior here for 1-1. He's going to soak up a lot of that damage from the side of WEIBO Gaming, and they're looking to draw out this team fight right now. Charlotte, Zemo on the run. They aren't looking like they're in a healthy situation. Just so much poke damage coming from Huan on the Chicha.
Yep, they cannot do it. And right now, this is the prize. This is the Azure Golem going to the hands of Huayan as well. The amount of poke that this guy has been giving with his first and second skills has been phenomenal, and we haven't even seen him use his ultimate too many times just yet.
We haven't actually, right? Like, we've seen a few mirages here and there. It's not been kind of like the big escape here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. We're still looking for those big crucial engages here from Mingxie as well. But at the same time, Dragon Ranger always just find these little nuances into the team fight just to clap back, just to kind of put pressure and take away these buffs.
The biggest question here is, where is Mingxie? Where are those big ultimates? If he doesn't find one soon, they will lose this game.
They will potentially lose this game, and it'll be another kind of big support pick off of the Gorge, off of the global ban pick as well. But you can see that Chicha into the side part of this team fight, just looking to chip away a lot of the health of WEIBO Gaming. We see here that Ting Yue is not looking the healthiest. They have the Vanguards coming in top side, mid side. Zumo is trying to mitigate that push into the mid lane, but now the Flowborn attack into the back line, looking to get that damage onto the Goyeb, but gets the Sage's Sanctuary very quickly. But can they get a little bit more? WEIBO Gaming keep pushing here. Zemo with the Sage's Sanctuary now gets taken down by Dian.
Yep, they're overcommitting on the side of WEIBO Gaming, and they're getting punished for it. As the situation resets, DRG will naturally still have the advantage. So WEIBO Gaming, they needed a little bit more. Yes, you got that knockdown onto Moonland, but what value does it bring at this point of the game? We are at Tempest Dragon here, 20.5 minutes.
I mean, at this point of the game, a death is a death is a death is a death, right? Like, if you are fighting at a team fight handicap at the Tempest, it's going to be hard for you to come back.
Yeah, because all they have to do is to drag the fight, right? Reset the Tempest, and then you have to go and deal with the pain that is the top and the mid lane. They have caught him Mingxie for a little bit, but you can see this guy is pretty tanky right now, but he does not have access into his equipment.
Yeah, he doesn't have the frigid charge, right? Like, he can't get that stun onto one of the crucial members of DRG for now, and you can kind of see they're trying to bait and maybe fake a fight here, but into the mid lane, looking to get a catch off of at least a little bit of damage onto Ling Hen right now is going to be DRG, just as you see 1-1 just nursing that Tempest Dragon.
Yep, he just wants to keep them at that spot, right? At the same time, DRG, they're just looking for an unfair advantage, and this is going to come in form of numbers.
Oh yeah, numbers. I mean, especially in terms of the pressure that Dragon Ranger is able to do to the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? They really kind of drive away Zumo as well as Mingxie, just trying to make sure that the minion waves are naturally crashing through, right? Like, they want to make sure, especially in the lane where they don't have those enhancing minions, that is going to be the case.
Yep, and the tides are turning right now. DRG getting stronger by the minute. There is a wave of minions on the top, and these are super minions, by the way. They see sights of Zumo, and this is going to give them the opening. They have the numbers advantage. WEIBO Gaming, where is this entry?
Oh, is it going to be the backside here? Is Mingxie going to be able to get a takedown? But it's going to be the Chicha getting the last hit onto the Tempest here. We do obviously the Ting Yue is used. The Mirage here, but who has been taken down? It looks like potential 1-1, but is there back into the fray? Dian is getting that kill onto Ting Yue, but now as well, down goes Liang, down goes Max. Zemo here with the saving grace, but it's not going to be graceful here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They are looking to push these minions into the bot side of the map. They're looking for back-to-back games. Dragon Ranger Gaming with game number 3 victory.
Yeah, no answer. All power for the side of DRG. What a way to come back and take the lead in this series 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, they came back from that 1-0 victory, now 2-1 for Dragon Ranger Gaming. They are not looking to mess around, but again, they played this one. Even again, like I said, back to that point in time, this is just a pendulum swing in between these two teams. Like, it seems like one team can be ahead, but in a moment's notice, the team that is behind can punish you.
It's the way they play footsies, right? In that last fight. The biggest value was the fact that actually Mingxie was at the back on the side of WEIBO Gaming. He could not find an entry into his unconquerable army, which is his knockup for the ultimate. At the same time, the fact that they got the Tempest buff right as the fight started, that was a big movement from the side of Huayan, giving so much value for the side of DRG. You don't win against the Tempest buff. It's lightning charges that strike down a percentage of your health, and all the members get a shield.
Yeah, I mean, the only way you can kind of win against the Tempest Dragon is if you have the advantage of the retail, right? Of the monopoly onto the Gorge. Like, if you still have a very healthy mid lane, if you still have those side lanes with the T2 still open, you can kind of just bait it off, just kind of play a very offensive defense to just make sure that those timers have been taken off of the Tempest. But when you are WEIBO Gaming that has such a destroyed Gorge, it's hard for you to come back in that one.
Exactly, and the damage was kind of lacking as well. You could see the value that Zimo was giving on that Charlotte, right? Diving into the backlines, he found 3 members, 4 members at some times. But the fact is, we were accounting. You have 2 seconds. If you don't get a knockdown, a kill, or even a proper setup for the team, that value is diminished, it's gone. And once that 2 seconds is up, straight away the turnaround comes in. And plus, you have the Tempest buff once again.
Yeah, very small windows here for WEIBO Gaming in terms of their margins of their comeback, right? And it's definitely shown there in that game number 3 that DRG are just as aware as their downfalls as they are aware of their win conditions. So you have to give props over to DRG again with this draft, right? Obviously the Kaiser, the Diadea, just giving over that great sustain, right? I feel like Juku had such a great game as well. Just, I'm not too sure who's the MVP is going to be this time around. Maybe Chicha, because he got so much of the neutral objectives, the last hits there, considering when 1-1 was completely present from that fight because of that Moodskins Mirage. Again, it could be anybody onto the side of DRG.
For sure, and this is the beauty of a strong team, right? Because we don't know who the MVP is going to be. My gut feel is that it's going to be 1-1 because he was actually the guy that was tanking up a lot of the damage, mitigating and nullifying the potential of WEIBO Gaming's draft. But at the same time, definitely give props to Huayan, the way that his Chicha came in at the last portions of the game. The moment he hit level 14, itemization max, they won the map from there.
Oh, won it from there on, but I mean, it was always kind of like locked in onto the correct heroes, right? So like Max, Zemo, always going to be the crucial targets for Huan.
Yeah, and you could kind of say, right, WEIBO Gaming at the side for the side of Tingyue, he was not having a good game right after the mid part of the game because he could never find 1-1 anymore. And even before jumping in, he was actually taken down. And this opened up so much space for the side of Huayan on this Chicha as well as the Moonlan Geya as well to really find value in the fights. But the one player I really put my eyes on is Dian. The way he used his skill set on this Xiao Xiao was so beneficial for the side of DRG.
Yeah, just a lot of damage, a lot of AoE. And I mean, like you were saying there, like the way that he used the kit, it wasn't just to deal damage, it was also just to zone away the enemy team, right? Like using that ultimate, that big AoE, just to be like, right, if you are going to dive, you are going to be susceptible to a lot of magical damage.
Yes, it is. And take a look at that. 90k worth of damage for the side of Huayan's Chicha. A lot of value. And this is a little bit interesting. So 41,000 worth of damage dealt in the team fights for the side of the 1-1 Kaiser as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiser was definitely just kind of always just in there, soaking a lot of the damage, dealing a lot of damage. It's kind of like a bit of a comparison to the likes of an Organ, right? Like he's able to just soak so much, but then deal a lot of damage output as well. But to be honest, like I said, within my post-game wrap-up, like, I'm not too sure who the MVP is going to be, right? Like, I mean, like we saw there, DN was like very strong, a lot of damage, a lot of like kills, the way he was using the kit, fantastic.
We'll see who it is, and this one is going to be the class laner, the Chicha coming in value. Mr. Huayan doing so well for the team, turning the whole game around. This Chicha was on fire.
He was on fire indeed. Like I did say, right? I mean, it could be Juku. He had a great game, but at the same time, Huan with this fantastic steals off those neutral objectives, getting those last hits when they mattered, especially at that Tempest and that 3-0-11 KDA. This guy was untouchable.
Yep, he did not fall a single time. That's crazy. But with that being said, the way that DRG composed himself in the face of imminent defeat, because the early game looked so strong from the side of WEIBO Gaming, was really impressive that they came back in such a fashion as well.
Oh, absolutely. They were just playing to the timer here. DRG just waiting for that crucial moment to come online where they could punish the side of WEIBO Gaming. And it all kind of situated around that mid lane, if I'm not mistaken, right? You're able to get the catch onto the likes of Max and Sumo. And that's where it really opened up. Like, as soon as we saw those two members fall, we knew that they had to keep pushing.
Yes, the double AoE value coming in from Dian in that mid lane Xiao Xiao, as well as the AoE coming from the Chicha in this clash lane for the side of Huayan, was really achieved. They achieved maximum efficiency because they most of the time got all the different members on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
They did get all the side members on the WEIBO Gaming, right? I mean, like I think towards the end, we actually got a bit of a team ace there, but just look how the AoE's been used, right? Like, it's a driving force. It's no longer just like let's go in together. It's kind of like masking as a bit of an umbrella for a 1-1 on the Kaiser, right? Like, if you try and dive in onto the Kaiser as he's diving onto you, you've got to contest with that massive AoE damage.
Yep, and one of the most minute differences, if you take a look at the itemization just now, was the fact that there was ominous premonition built onto the hands of Mulan, and he was always in the middle of the fight. This actually dwindled the damage potential of not just Zimo, but also Max in that farming on the channel and the Charlotte. So I think that was a lot of value achieved with just the usage of a singular item.
Exactly. I mean, these are two heroes, Ashano and the Charlotte, that need to kind of, if they get in, they want to get the kills, but if they can't get in and get the kills, they need to get back out. But the ominous premonition is going to slow you down and lock you into place.
Yeah, in short, it buys you time. And time was actually what Hua-Yan needed. The amount of free hits he got in an AoE advantage. Look at that, 3-man, 4-man, and the ultimate coming at the appropriate times as well.
Yeah, huge ultimate, very appropriate times. Even when you got like devastating trying to like counter engages from the likes of the Flowborn tank, right? Just use that ultimate to try and like get those double knockups to kind of hope that the enemy team just drive themselves away naturally. But it just wasn't the case here for the side of DRG. When the iron was hot, they struck.
Yes, very good gameplay, and you can see the coach on the side of DRG feeling it. But more importantly, the captain, Mulan, is feeling the heat, he's feeling the momentum and the groove as well. So DRG now primed for a potential next game win, which will lead them to series point if they can do it.
If they can win this game number 4, then obviously it does get them very close to keeping and maintaining their upper bracket popularity here within the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockouts, right? Like, they would be the first upper bracket finalists and potentially then get met there by AEG Superplay or KSG at the following time. But it's now still within this best of 7, right? We don't get running away with the fairies just yet. We still need to see this one conclude.
Okay, so we take a look at the drafts once again as we explore the different possibilities. There's still the general pick, right? I believe that Dunshan is a 100% ban for the rest of the games in the series. There's no way of giving DRG that. WEIBO Gaming, they will continually ban the Cat Boom as well, I believe.
I mean, I don't think the Cat Boom was banned last game though, right? Like, it was the Dunshan, and I believe it was like another big support pick that they banned out in the third game,
Master
right?
Luban.
But then Master Luban, correct, yeah. And then obviously DRG, they were still banning out the Conqueror, which I still think is going to be that same kind of thing. That Conqueror is not going to see the light of day once again.
There's no way. I'm never giving Conqueror to the side of WEIBO, and WEIBO is never going to give away the Dunshan all the way to the side of DRG as well. So we know those are guaranteed bans. The only question is, what are the follow-ups? Because there's still a lot of potential, especially if you take a look at the remainder of the roam positions for the side of DRG. There's still the Sulia for them. There is still the Zhenren for them as well. And I think that might be a big factor coming into the later parts of the series, because now you know WEIBO is feeling the pressure.
They are feeling the pressure, but I mean, another support that we haven't given light to that actually had a lot of kind of presence yesterday was the Dolia, right? So the Dolia, this is the thing we were talking about in the early part of WEIBO Gaming's drafting, right? It's like they've lost a lot of the Dolia combos. The Dune, the Yang Jian, those are all gone off the board. Whereas for DRG, they're still all on the board, which is already showing that kind of like the marathon not only onto the Gorge, but the marathon into that BP. So they know they still got so much to pull from here.
Yes, so in terms of the Clash lane, of course, there's still things to explore. I feel like DRG, there are a couple of options left. Number one, the Mengtian as a tank is definitely available for them. But at the same time, for WEIBO Gaming, after this performance by Hua-Yan in the Chicha pick, this could be replicated exactly for the side of Zimo on the WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like it may be getting banned out, right? To be honest, I feel like the Chicha will probably get banned out here for WEIBO Gaming. It might sit nicely with the Conqueror in the first phase of the ban, so that it's not going to go over to WEIBO Gaming. Depending on what side they pick, if they go reacted red, they could go obviously try and get the Chicha if it's successfully not banned in the first phase, or if they go over to the blue side, they got to try and lock in something that's going to be like a prio pick for them, especially a jungler that's going to work this time around for them.
I think WEIBO Gaming might go for a much more mobile draft in this case, right? Because I believe the Mengtian is definitely going to be banned. I believe the Chicha is going to be banned as well. So that actually opens up the doors for the Ma Chao to come in, right? I think more favorable for the side of WEIBO Gaming. And then you know that they love that mobility. Open up the map. Once the Fog of War comes in, you never know where this general that is a Ma Chao will come from.
Yeah, I mean, the matchup, we didn't actually see it all yesterday, right? I feel like it was banned pretty much predominantly with every game that we saw and wasn't picked at all because obviously it's not kind of like the prio pick you go for into the Clash lane. It's something that you kind of consider a little bit later on within these best of 7 ones. Kind of like the Chano here, what we saw for WEIBO Gaming. We saw Max have a very dominant kind of like early game, especially with the flex up into the top side of the map. We saw that it was definitely the pressure that they needed onto the side of DRG, but then once DRG got online, it was hard for Max to perform.
Yes, they hit the timers, right? And funnily enough, the stat base for both teams was like, oh, we're going to have games of 15 minutes, 16 minutes. But no, this is a 20 plus Tempest game so far for the last 2 games. I think they have to draft something that is very late game based, right? If they're expecting to be able to wrestle with each other for such a long time and fend off those aggressions, then a late game draft might definitely come into full view, which in terms of the farm lane, actually the number of heroes are kind of dwindling pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, the only one you could really look at for the late game is probably the Lung, right? Maybe they try and go for the Dolia combo with the Lung themselves onto the side of WEIBO Gaming because they've already expanded so much of the previous synergies that we've been seeing throughout the KPL. So to me, that would make sense. If they go red side, maybe lock in their farm lane pretty early.
True. And also, if we're talking about super late game, there is the Sawyer pick that is available for the side, for both sides. I think that's a very late game base hero. But I think it will primarily more for DRG because I think WEIBO is the team that has not used Arlie, right? One of them used Arlie in game number 1.
DRG. Yeah, DRG used Arlie.
Oh, so then it's definitely going to be a DRG Sawyer going up against the potential Arlie coming in if they're going to play like super late game.
Yeah, I mean, we showed you yesterday, right? Like, obviously, that definitely played for Wolves Esports in their last game. Just obviously just being able to just put a lot of pressure from a very long distance is maybe something here. Maybe give the breather over to the side of DRG, right? Like, definitely, they've been performing very well. Their marksman has been playing phenomenally. Not quite been able to get a MVP yet. Obviously, it's been very support-centric. Also, Clash Lane finally getting the MVP from the previous match there as well. So it's definitely going to be looking towards that bot side of the map where we've been seeing a lot of that pressure being created already within this series so far.
Actually, I want to tickle your brain a little bit. Let's talk about this higher pick. Now that WEIBO has used it, do you think they have to ban it out for DRG?
I think so. I think the high UA is going to be a bigger of a prio ban than the cap boom for me personally, just because of the way that it didn't quite perform the way I was expecting it to be, right, on the side of WEIBO Gaming. Like, we saw, like you said in the draft, like, it was always going to be onto the focus of 1-1, onto the Kaiser, but it just, yes, it did, but it didn't have the effect that they really desired because Chicha was just online all the time.
Yep, and unignorable target, right? So once again, we're going to be heading back into Changsha. We're going to be taking a look at the captains here. Lin Heng against Moonlan. Moonlan now successfully pulling his team up 2-1 against the likes of WEIBO Gaming. Can the captain of WEIBO Gaming recover?
He's got it right. I mean, unless he wants to take a 4-1 defeat here from the side of DRG. I mean, DRG did knock down Wolves Esports into the lower bracket by a 4-2 defeat here. So really, you're going to be looking at WEIBO Gaming to be like, okay, you've got to play a little bit better than Wolves did because we beat them 4-2. You need to try and take us to that ultimate battle.
Yeah, and the guy responsible for trying to make a difference in that story here is going to be Zimo, the Clash laner for the side of WEIBO, which was featured on the screen. Now, for Dian in the mid lane for DRG, what is he gonna be cooking up here?
Ooh, I mean, what have they used so far, right? They've used, obviously, the Xiao Xiao. They've used the Hu1 as well as the Lady Chen. So they still have the potential of the Nua, right? Obviously, Nua has been something that has been banned onto the side of WEIBO Gaming since they chose it in game number 2. Actually, no, DRG got Nua in game number 2. Sorry, they got that one number 2.
Yeah, I think Kabu is definitely going to be something that Dian would love to play, but that also depends on the composition because you want to play the Kabu as a poke composition, right? So massive tank in the front, you get the poke from behind. Just start an unfair advantage in the fights before the actual skirmish happens.
I mean, if they decide to lock in something like the Arlie onto the side of WEIBO Gaming, maybe they go for the Mai Shirley in the mid lane for the side of DRG.
That's true. I mean, it does have a high risk, high reward. If you get that first blood onto the Cap Boom, it definitely messes that game up because your wave clear is immensely impacted towards that middle part of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for them, especially into the middle part of the game if they do decide to go for the cap boom here as well. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the draft is going to be happening very, very soon. Obviously, a bit of a stern talking happening right now onto the stage. Like, guys, look, we need to win this one, lads. Like, we are pretty much closer to the goal than WEIBO Gaming is right now. And obviously, we see the trophy there. All 10 players are going to be looking at that one to get ever so closer. But here is going to be the updated ban picks for both sides.
Okay, so WEIBO is going to be on the right-hand side. They are going to be on the red side, and DRG going to be on the prio pick side. So there is a prio pick. Now, this is going to open up quite a lot of doors for the side of DRG. Do you go for the Sulia prio pick? Do you go for the Zhenren prio pick? Or do you want to pick up a big jungle on the side? Conqueror, as we already expected, going to be banned straight away. Dunshan next, right?
Yeah, exactly. Potentially the Dunshan, there it is. It's falling into suit. They had these heroes for one game. Obviously, the Conqueror didn't actually prove any kind of victory, but there it is again. The Nua coming through here in the ban phase for DRG. They don't want to give that over, and there it is. Luban Master once again. So DRG being on the blue side here, did they go for the cap boom in this first pick?
I want to see the Mountain of Pain. I would really like to see the cap boom here. So DRG, let's see what their thought process. Oh no, they go for the Zhenren first.
Oh, the Zhenren come through. So is that going to like naturally just line up the Lady Sun here? But this is going to be the main hero for none other than Juku, who's already got like what, 1 MVP, 2 MVP this time around?
Yeah, I mean MVP performance already. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge. WEIBO Gaming, like we mentioned, have not picked the Artie. They will be picking up, and with the Didia combination as well. Now, is it their turn to play the Kaiser here?
Potentially they pick up the Kaiser here. Obviously, they're going to need that front line defense here. Obviously, something that's going to pair nicely with the Didia. Maybe they decide to go for the Kaiser. Maybe they go for the Orgrin.
Actually, they can actually go for the Ambrosia as well, right? So get that secondary life indomitable spirit for the side of WEIBO Gaming. This is going to help them aid with the extended team fights that is with the 4 signs ultimate for the Zhenren pick coming in for Juku.
Ooh, I mean, we're getting Flowborn Tank locked in with a Zhenren. I mean, that's a lot of front line already, right? I mean, also paired up with the Resurrection, you're going to be playing this Flowborn Tank very offensive, I think, here for 1-1, right? Knowing you've got that Resurrection, there's the Orgrin come through here for the side of WEIBO Gaming, but the Chano as well. Dragon Ranger Gaming's Mulan saw Max last game and thought, you know what? I'll raise you your Chano performance, and I'll try for myself.
Yeah, and WEIBO Gaming straight away, they understand the risk that they're taking here. They take out the Haya. Actually, yeah, that would have been a scary strat, right? If Haya takes away this Orgrin for the side of Lin Heng, there's no fight once again.
There's no fight indeed as well, right? Like this, it's just very difficult for them to try and do anything if they go in with the high UA. But they're not going to have to sacrifice that one. They're not going to have to come to that reality this time around. But I mean, both of these teams, they're looking for that mid laner, right? So Lady Chen being banned out, the Cher as well as the Angela. But here's one clash lane we didn't talk about when we were talking about, hey, what can the clash lanes go for? The party's still on the board. The access into the back line here for the side of WEIBO Gaming is going to be fierce.
Yes, it can aid with the burning down of that initial first life for the ultimate on the side of the Zhenren as well. I think it's a pretty healthy win rate so far, 59% for the side of WEIBO Gaming. Now this is going to aid because there's a lot of healing values coming in just by the kit of Orgrin, but also a team heal for the side of the Didia peak.
Ooh, are we going to get the Suya come through here for the side of DRG going for their mid lane? I mean, this is now going to open up the possibility of the Sanctification, right? I mean, the pick rate is very, very low, but it's a good counter to the Orgrin, right? The damage reduction from his skills means that you're going to be able to melt that Orgrin a little bit easier. That raid boss is going to look a little bit more like a kitty cat.
Okay, now WEIBO Gaming, I like the draft a little bit more. This is a Poke from Far composition with the Yingzhen as well. This is the mid lane for the side of Ting Yue, and they really get to pick and choose their fights on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
They do. They get to choose and pick their fights. Obviously, the spearhead in the whole movement here for WEIBO Gaming is definitely going to be the Orgrin, right? Unless we're going to see that kind of like that Sakura kind of Farty play style that we saw yesterday, where he was there just to burn down the enemy team, and then that's when we start to see maybe like the Ali come through to get the pick up of the kill to get the gold into their favor.
it's going to be a very uncomfortable start for the side of DRG, I feel. Unless Dian really hits that level 15 really quickly, on which he unlocks that sanctification. Obviously, he's going to go into the hands of Mulan, right? Because he's going to be the main carry besides YN on the Charlotte. Well, let's see how it goes.
Let's see how we go. I mean, that's what we could all she wrote, right? That's how it's going to end with this game number 4. Like, that's where we're really going to be looking at. Do Dragon Ranger go all the way to 3-1? Do WEIBO clap back with a 2-2? And then we get a little bit more of a brighter prospect for that ultimate battle.
I think it's dependent on this level growth for Dian, because Dian is the game changer here. If they shut down Dian early on, he doesn't get that sanctification option early, then WEIBO Gaming should be able to just trample down on the efforts of Dragon Ranger Gaming. WEIBO Gaming's draft is really strong.
It is very strong. It looks like a meta draft, right? Like, if we took that to global and put them in the global player's face, I'm like, yeah, we're happy with that one, Chief. Like, we will go with that one. We'll try and get you your victory. Because, I mean, you've got the Diadea, you got the Ali. These are 2 prio banned heroes within global. You've got the Garuda here into the mid lane, as well as the Orgrin and the Barty. Barty had such a dominant performance, especially with like tournaments like KWC as well, right? So this is looking like a very fierce full draft, but from the performance of game number 2 and game number 3, do we think WEIBO have what it takes to perform on this draft?
I think they do. In fact, if you take a look at the laning phase, look, it's so difficult to fight against the lineup of WEIBO. And Artie and Diadea, you don't win that lane. You do have that passive glittering gold for the Zhenren as well, but that helps you with resources that you take, and you don't win because the healing factors from the Diadea is going to allow you the advantage. So WEIBO have a good start in terms of theory, the laning phase, but it comes down to execution still.
It does come down to execution still, and that's going to be obviously the prize pony, right? Like, who is going to be able to execute this one best? But I mean, we've seen already some great plays from Chuku already, right? But now he gets his main hero. Is that going to be the tipping force here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming to get the victory in game number 4?
It has to be, because the only option to get a successful team fight on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming is the fact that if Juku catches the experimentation AoE stun at the appropriate time against WEIBO Gaming. But of course, we will hear the fans cheer for them first, because DRG, they're looking to put this up. WEIBO need the support. So DRG having a decent start here, but not the best that they're looking for, because Tingyue has very good wave clear in the starting part of the game. Ling Heng as well, helping with the trio rotation here, looking for a steal at the top side.
Yeah, looking to try to test that Spike Tail Beast, right? Just trying to get every little bit of resource away from the side of DRG as much as possible. But I mean, not able to contest because we do see the opposing buddying system here between both Yuan and Dian.
Yeah, big moments to achieve for the side of DRG, right? Because if they really hit those markers, you're facing an overpowered, over-leveled Mulan here.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, right? Like, obviously, the sanctification is no doubt going to go into the hands of Mulan, right? Like, obviously, late game potential already of Chano, super scary. But if you give over that extra attack speed that you get from the sanctification, he's going to go brrr, man. He's going to go crazy.
Yep, like a machine gun, right? But at this point, they're kind of balancing that act because Max is also getting free farm in between the multiple lanes here because of that rotation.
That's the one thing they got to be careful about, right? Like, make sure that obviously that early game power spike here from Max isn't going to come into fruition. Like, they're definitely going to try and contest this early because they don't want to kind of be trying to shut down that mid-game early, right? That's going to be a very frightful disaster for them on the side of DRG.
Yes, they need to be really careful. 4-minute mark is so important at this point, at this stage of the competition as well, because now if you lose the series on the side of WEIBO Gaming, DRG, they're going to be at series point, something that you don't want to entertain in terms of thoughts here.
Yeah, they're going to be rubbing their palms together like, you know what, lads, we got one more game, we can do this, right? Like, right now, we are seeing a bit of a gauge. Oh, okay, forcing the flash there. He's going to miss out onto the Garuda, but it's still going to be the Suya Dian getting the first blood. Can they pick up a little bit more here for the side of WEIBO Gaming? Can WEIBO Gaming come with a little bit of a trade here? And the answer to that question is no.
Yep, they can't, and this one hurts because they also got that level 4 on the Juku just in the prime of time there. WEIBO, if they had dove that, assured it would have been a reverse sweep for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, it would have been crazy, right? It would have been scary for them, but at the same time, I mean, like, yeah, okay, we lost Ting Yue, but at the same time, we just got to make sure we don't lose anymore. Like, a contestant for the Azure Golem, I mean, here, just pushing him back with the signal shot here was a really good moment, a big moment of notice just to claim that kill, right?
Yeah, the confidence coming out from Ting Yue to make that rotation was the fact that he did not know there was support coming in. And the biggest problem here is that Dian... Oh, hang on, big fight.
Big fight indeed. The flash off the wall being used here by Juku. He's trying to escape as well as the Flow-born ult used to get out of jail.
Okay, so look, Dian getting the first blood increases the EXP gain for him. He's at level 8 already, 7 levels away.
7 levels away, but I mean, they are looking to bring the pain here. That is WEIBO Gaming into the enemy jungle. They're able to contest the Crimson Golem as well.
I think he went into the hands of Mulan, actually.
Oh.
So I think that's good news for him because he needs to keep pace with Max. Max actually has the level advantage against him right now.
He does have the level advantage, but I mean, overall, obviously, in terms of the gold, it's kind of those hedging and hemorrhaging just slowly towards Mulan right now, which is obviously down to the fact that they haven't been able to get the cap onto Max just yet, but the Tyrant is onto the Gorge here. That's going to be a decisive one here for both of these teams, but he's going to go with the WEIBO here. They needed to try and nullify this even gold lead.
Yep, the risk of losing the Azure buff is a little bit too big for 1-1. He definitely needs it, so he's going to prio that instead. Now, this Tyrant buff needs to be put to use on the side of WEIBO Gaming, so they definitely want to start a fight now. But I think DRG, they're not going to entertain that talk.
I mean, can they really start a fight? I mean, the only wave clear they really have is the top side of the map into the clash lane, right? Unless we start to see that Zemo kind of uses the space sprite to come down to the bot side and start to play around about there to try and take a team fight onto DRG. I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, so they're going to try and hasten their speed for rotation instead. Now, DRG, they're going to start on this Overlord here, but this attempt is spotted out by Zemo. I want to see, what does WEIBO Gaming do with this information?
Absolutely nothing. I mean, they look to obviously put some pressure into the mid lane. They don't try and contest it. They don't want to lose any men so far.
Ah, here is the true prize, the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, eyes onto the Crimson Golem once again. Obviously, they were able to deny it last time, but can they get it this time? It looks like it is going to go over to Max, so that is a good little bit of a vector there for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They're looking to get that extra bit of damage onto Max. Is it going to be enough to get the shot down onto Chen Ren? But Juku is using that ultimate to get back on board, denying that gold from the kill.
Yeah, but still value for the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? Mengshi actually used his Destined Encounter, the heals as well. So WEIBO Gaming are in great fighting shape. Right now, the only thing they're waiting for is a cooldown onto the ultimate Conductor of Souls for the side of Ling Heng. They can keep going again. And gold-wise, he's leading along with Max in this RD. Closely contested by Mulan, though.
Yeah, Moonlight, I mean, he's looking like the prize pony in this one, right? Like, he is definitely going to be the late game assurance here for the side of DRG. He needs to make sure that he's not getting caught out. He needs to be maintaining that gold lead over Max for now. But like you saw there with WEIBO, right? They brought the fight to them at the Crimson Golem just so the minions can be drove through into that farm lane.
Yes, and value for them. But the timer is a little bit tight for the side of WEIBO Gaming, because look at Dian. Dian is level 12 already. Once he hits 15, hang on. Big fight.
Big fight indeed. That's going to be a big takedown. As we just mentioned, Dian was just like, hey, we're prompting you, we're giving you props right now. But at the same time, Huen is not looking like he's in a good situation, especially when that's a 4v1. That's a 2-0 trade here for WEIBO Gaming. But can DRG try and get a little bit of damage onto this T1 to make it a little bit more fruitful for them?
They can't, right? Mengshi is actually giving the heals, all the heals in the world to the side of Lin Heng. And right now, they're very strong. They want to go straight for that pressure again. Crimson Golem, it's guaranteed. WEIBO Gaming will have this. And there is no response coming in from the side of DRG.
I don't think they can respond, right? I mean, the fact that they've only just come from this spawn here as well means that it's going to be a free open T2 here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. And it's going to be that raid boss, that Orgrin coming through here, that driving force. Is the potential that stopping DRG from stopping the takedown of the T2. They're able to do it, but they have to keep somebody down to that bot side.
Yeah. At the same time, WEIBO actually overextended already. This was the max possibility for the aggression, right? Because they already used the ultimate on the side of Mengshi. So now it's back to status quo. They get the farm in. and they will be leading, but we'll take a look at this replay. Unfortunate that they were unable to check the brushes here. They needed Dian to keep pace with his leveling, but he was out for a good chunk of time. They also got the rewards in the form of Hua Yan on that clash lane. So beautiful work by the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, WEIBO Gaming with this game number 4, sorry. They're looking like a very sort of dominant force here. I mean, we did say, obviously, with their draft, it looks very scary. It's definitely sort of like one of the more kind of like looks after itself kind of draft. You're not kind of playing to too much risk, too much reward.
Self-sustaining draft, right? I think that's a great idea of how WEIBO Gaming will want to try and win this game, because look, all of the advantages going to the side of Max. He is top of the net worth charts right now, 6,000 in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not something you want to be kind of making sure that keeps happening, right? But at the same time, the RG are just looking for these minor little victories, right? Getting the takedown on the Tyrant. But the fact is, we are going to see a takedown onto 1-1 here, but it's going to be the Chen ultimate come through, and he says goodbye twice. I mean, if you say goodbye to a loved one once, it's even sadder if you say it twice.
Exactly. The pain is real here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. And like you said before, there is no way to fight. DRG, they have to find some other solution. One in which Hua Yan is trying to provide with the split push on the top side.
Yeah, it's going to be a macro, right? Because, I mean, in terms of team fight, it's definitely favoring WEIBO here. They have every little bit of factor that they need, right? They have the great wave poke from the Garuda here from the ultimate. They have the raid boss, which is going to be Lin Hang onto the Orgren. And then the damage coming from not only just Max, but also Zemo as well on a party.
Yep, and look at the benefits of that, right? The vision control across the map is just completely red at this point. So it's a bleeding WEIBO Gaming. At this point, DRG, no response. I don't think they will have a response. Dienda's at 15. So is this going to change the wins in their favor?
We can only hope, right? Obviously, Mulan is still yet to be shut down at the moment in time, but he's still yet to get a kill on the board. So we're really waiting for that damage to come through, right? Especially when they're playing up against this Orgren as well as the Diadea.
But the later this game goes, it kind of works in favor of Dragon Ranger Gaming. So to be honest, I don't think they're too worried. In fact, that turnaround comes here with a nice catch, if they can.
With a nice catch, if they can. But Zemo is able to sustain with a lot of that damage, trying to get a shutdown onto Mulan, and does get it. Zemo for Mulan. I think that is a really good trade here for the side of the RG as they pick up Dian once again. They're looking for more blood here into the enemy's team line, but it's going to be the trade once more. Huan going down as well as Munchie.
And they couldn't find Max at all. He was on a sliver of health. And right now, this could be an opening on the side of WEIBO Gaming. There is no way for them, unfortunately, but they will be able to take, once again, the Crimson Golem as a reward and a 10-minute Shadow Tyrant.
This is looking like a lot of a buffet here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They weren't happy with that Game 3 loss. They are going for the Crimson, going for the Tyrant. They are going for gold.
Okay, so they have the timer ticking on their side, and the timer has been extended for the side of DRG here. WEIBO Gaming, all they have to do is to break a T3, and this game might be completely shut down here.
Might be shut down here completely. I mean, it's going to be hard for Dragon Ranger to come back, right? Obviously, they are at a deficit of around about 6k gold at this point, so it's going to take a lot of defense, a lot of resource gathering, especially when you got a late game hero like the Chano, right? But I mean, looking for a little bit more of an engage here. Speaking of Chano, he's getting dunked on here by Li Yang, just driving him out of that way. But at the same time, we do see the Chenren all come through once again, but still, Floorborn Tank gets taken down.
Yep, they can't handle it. It's a huge problem when 1-1 is unable to tank, and you can see that Hua Yan is unable to deliver the damage, right? Zemo is just also another menace within the WEIBO Gaming lineup.
It's the thing for me with Floorborn Tank, right? Like, yes, it's a tanky hero, but you have really no mobility. Like, you have to use your ultimate to try and get out alive, right? Like, it's not like a slow cooldown ultimate, right? Like, it's nothing like the Unruly Blade. Like, that's something that probably would have worked a little bit better here for DRG.
Yeah, but of course, with that being said, we can only take a look at potential solutions now because the pain has been laid down. WEIBO Gaming get a T3 at the bottom and potentially more.
Potentially more here, looking to try to open up that T3 into the mid lane, but it's not looking like it's going to be the case just for yet. I mean, we do get a little bit of a dunk here onto Huan, and he does get revived thanks to Chen, but is soon taken down once again. This is WEIBO Gaming's game to win, right? Like, the only way they can really fumble this one is if they fumble hard.
Exactly. Max already on a rampage here. Nobody's able to stop him, and once again, they start again on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, such a great driving force here for the side of Weibo Gaming. It's like all kind of ushered in through Lin Hang as well, but at the same time, they've just got such great backline, like just untouchable here. We see a lot of the kind of like flash in, tries to grab by Juku, but it's just not doing anything here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yes, and if you're talking about late game potential of comeback, no way. 7.5 minutes still before the 20-minute mark for the Tempest Dragon. Weibo Gaming are in complete control of the Gorge at this point.
Yeah, control with a capital C. Control with a capital C here for the side of Weibo Gaming. They are looking very scary in this game number 4. They aren't looking to lose this one as a 4-1 scoreline, right? Like, so far, we are going to get a even 2-2 between these two teams, even potentially like even more of a chance of that ultimate battle.
Yeah, looking like it, right? Because there's no one stopping Max. He's unstoppable at this point. They can't deal with Zumo as well. And Tingyu has been just poking them down to bits. We've seen the potential of this Yingzhen / Garuda pick, right? And it's putting to full value because once again, Weibo get to choose their fights.
They do get to choose their fights because they're playing on their best foot, right? Like, they aren't playing from behind here like DRG are right now. And with the Ali being quite fed here, it's going to be hard for them to try and kind of muster a potential dismantling here for DRG. Like, they really got to commit a lot to try and get the takedown of Max, but even then, there's just too much to be given here onto the side of Weibo Gaming as they try and get the shutdown once again onto Wan. He does get resurrected by the Chen Ren. They do get the takedown onto Augurin, but is it going to be enough? No, they drive the pause. Crystal of game number 4 is going up to Weibo Gaming.
Dominant fashion for this one. Weibo Gaming spring back into life in game number 4. They tie this series up 2-2.
2-2. This is an even Steven scoreboard now for both of these two teams. And like I was saying with those closing statements, it's looking like it could potentially go even further to an ultimate battle.
Yeah, this one is what the fans wanted, right? So we'll see what this is going to be like, because now the next question is, it's not about whether what the scoreline is going to be. It's more of who is going to take this lead, because then it puts additional pressure on the other side.
It does indeed put pressure on. I mean, the pressure was already on, right? Especially for the side of Weibo Gaming. They were down 2 points. Now they have been neutralized, so the pressure is just switching like that pendulum I was talking about earlier. It's just to and from both of these two teams.
I mean, this is what is to be expected in the 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage as well. Luckily for both of these teams, a loss today does not mean they will be knocked out of the competition just yet. They will be heading lower brackets where they will fight even stronger monsters, maybe. Now, with that being said, game number 5. This one's going to be interesting. I know we have spoken about it, so guaranteed the Kong Konger is going to be banned. The Tunshan is going to be banned. What else? Kaboom, maybe?
I mean, potentially, right? I mean, both teams have used the Ali, so obviously that's definitely not going to get banned out, and it's definitely a not worthwhile ban anyway, regardless, within the KPL. But, I mean, the idea, both being used by 2 teams now, the Chano both being used by 2 teams, so I can imagine maybe we start to see the likes of maybe Chen Ren maybe getting banned out now here for the side of DRG. Now that they've used it, they don't want to give it over to the side of a very dominant, very sort of like healthy going forward Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Tunshan, Su Lian maybe will be the prior ban for the side of Weibo Gaming, right? They don't want to give that over to DRG. They did not find success with the Su Lian pick, and you don't want to give someone like Juku, who has been phenomenal with the Su Lian pick as well, right? The amount of times he has found the appropriate ultimates with the unconquerable army made the difference for the side of DRG.
It's made a huge difference, right? I mean, now that DRG are on the losing game, they could choose to go back to red side, right? I mean, definitely with their victories. Their first victory was on red side. The second victory was obviously on the blue side. So they have played a bit of a 50-50% win rate here with those sides. But the same can't be said here for Weibo Gaming. The only games that they've won is on the red side. So maybe this is now going to flitter over to DRG. We're going to go 3-2. We're going to go 3-3. We're going to go to the ultimate battle. I feel like that's the only cause here.
That is our seer, Mr. Blam speaking, and that is the potential of the situation as we head into the deeper depths of this best of 7 here between Weibo Gaming as well as Dragon Ranger Gaming. Once again, if you're new, you just arrived, we are at a best of 7. It is now 2-2 in game number 4. So we'll break down the stats a little bit of what just happened here. Weibo Gaming just too much power, too much health as well, and damage.
A lot of damage, a lot of health, especially all aided by the Ogryn, right? Like, this is the thing that I feel like maybe DRG did a little bit sort of like incorrectly, was like there's not real much contestation of Lin Hang's Ogryn in the early game, so it just let him just have his moment to shine. And we saw that rinse and repeat of the assault onto the Crimson Golem, right? Like, it was constant Crimson Golem T1, Crimson Golem T2, and just driving force for the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yes, and to add on to that, the biggest difference maker I feel was they completely muted Juku, right? We normally expect his Shenron to be ready with the experimentation, third hand, jump in, multi-man stun, and then you get a big team fight. But that never happened in this game because they was just so far behind.
Yeah, I feel like the Flowborn tank's been such a lackluster pick within this series alone, right? I mean, even with yesterday, I don't think it actually showed any kind of promise yesterday either, the Flowborn tank. It was just a the only team that picked it was obviously JD Gaming, and they lost as well. So for me, it's not been the greatest setup here because of just the amount of damage and the tank on the enemy team just always being a little bit brighter, a little bit more successful.
I think the setup coming up from the Flowborn tank was what the teams wanted, but it always needs to be backed up, right? And the fact that they allowed Max on the side of WEIBO Gaming to just free farm this entire game, insane. Now, this begs the question here, who is the MVP? I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Ogryn here for the side of Lingham, captain of WEIBO Gaming. But a couple of nice contenders as well. It is going to be for the side of the mid on WEIBO Gaming. Ting Yue on this Injun pick, also known as Garuda now in the global server. Very strong poke potential. He was the force that was pressing them against the backs of the wall on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
I mean, what's scarier than a tank running towards you, right? Like, Ogryn already with the Path of Passing, super scary. What's also scary is just seeing Garuda's ultimate just hailing down just feathers and a lot of damage onto the back line or even the front line of your team, because even if you try and chunk that from a Flowborn tank perspective, it's still going to be a lot of damage.
Yep, and you can see the potential of this. The moment they take down one's first life, guaranteed damage here. There's no way he survives the second one. The moment that ultimate is on from the side of Ting Yue, you know there is going to be immense amounts of damage.
Too much damage, right? Like, you can see here just the combos coming through, just stacking it up onto the likes of the Chano here, but even still, just you're able to just shoot away from a very safe distance, and there's nothing that the team can do.
Yep, and you have to commit so much, right? So yes, they got the life of Zumo in this particular exchange, but look at the follow-up. There's no one else, and this was a beautiful set of micro plays coming out from the side of Max here on this RD, surviving up to the last moment with a sliver of health, with the Heartling help by the side of Mengxi as well.
Yeah, I feel like Mengxi was definitely a driving force within this one as well. Like you said, you could either give it over to Mengxi. The support plays here from the Dire Deer, the Destiny Count has always been hitting on mark here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. So you could have literally gave it over to anybody, the MVP, but it's obviously decisively going over here to Ting Yue.
All right, so let's hear the comms here for WEIBO Gaming as we head into their mic check.
兄弟，可以有点，
有就他们下了个多少，
这波没大，
他们拍到我，
没
事，注意看我，我把来靠，
有了，
来靠，就这样，
老姜，
他，落，注意他转中跟蓝区了，少前跟我顶过来呗，想帮你，
没上，后续能拆我了，
空炸了，哎，他也没打，能打，爆到这波能一波有机会，江南没上，只要死，留后面的，他也没负，好，上了一波，上
可以波，
最多的位置，你先跑，他要闪，
没闪，没波打出来了，
打多少了？哎，他一次，
哇，差点
一波，上了一波，
杀云流，
把他杀了，快点把他杀，
一波不掉了，没线，看龙吧。
狗没上了，减速了，
第一线没人，
来，没事，他打激活不了，
狗
追上我，还能打，哎，落，
定了，我，
就差不多，
能打一波，哪一口，先哪一口，
就一波了，我拿个红，打前面兄弟，
原
杀前面，
远，狗我在顶，后排我能杀，
追泰山拿，
他也没闪，注意看我，没事，一波，狗没闪，这样子。
先他一波，
来，一波，
继续加油，
下把加油，干回来。
Beautiful work from the side of Weibo Gaming. The comments are very clear, very simple on this one. Just checking on the timers of the flashes, checking on the timers of the revive, and checking on the dive coming in from the Hua Yan Charlotte. So just understanding which targets to prioritize and understanding whether they could push, right? That last fight where they won after giving the life of Zumuo on the Fatih. They were looking to end the game there, but they realized that, hey, there is no wave, so they went straight for the neutral objectives instead.
Exactly right. Like, if you have no waves, there's no point kind of just like waiting very patiently or very politely at your enemy base, right? You may as well just get as much resources as possible, because even though you are ahead, you can still always be further ahead than your enemy team and always kind of put yourself in a better situation. And that's exactly what Weibo Gaming did there towards the end of that match. But you can really tell from those comms, right? The fact is they're just looking at those minute timers, especially on those common skills.
Yep, and the healing factor, this composition was really smart by the coach as well, right? So knowing that not only could they take multiple fights, they had the ability to sustain and create and continue on the push onto the structural damage onto the bases and towers on the side of DRG. So very smart, but this is the beauty of the global ban pick. So this draft only works for one game, right? Now we're on to game number 5, where we're gonna break that tie and see who takes the lead in this best of 7 matchup between Weibo Gaming as well as Dragon Ranger Gaming.
I mean, we're closer to the end than we were literally like hours ago, right? Like, we're on round number 5 out of 7. So either way, these teams could go all the way to that 7th round, or we could see either of these two teams take a back-to-back victory here and get their name cemented as the first of a bracket finalist. And then whoever loses this one does go down to beat or at least play against TTG in that lower bracket as well.
Another monster, right? TTG. Imagine having to go through like 2 of these big teams in the side of KPL. Now, in this 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage, it hasn't been easy at all for any of the teams. A lot of difficulties. Scorelines may suggest otherwise, but I feel like once you take a deep dive into the games, the executions, this is where you really see how difficult it is to carve your legacy here in KPL.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? Like we were saying yesterday, like there is no weak team here. And I mean, this series alone has really just proven that. Like, yes, there's been games where one team seems to be a little bit ahead of the other, but then the next series is a completely different story. Like, they look like they're going to lose. They find their way in. They clap back with vengeance.
Alright, so we are heading into game number 5. We're going to be taking a look at the ban and picks in a short while. Coach Lin looking and poised to be a little bit more composed, more relaxed, as his 5 champions here will be looking to push on, break the tie, and take and regain the lead in this series again.
They gotta try and hope so, right? I mean, they were very happy with their game 2 and game 3 performance, right? Obviously, any team would be happy with a back-to-back win, but the fact is that they lost that last game. It's definitely gonna be a momentum shift right now for the side of DRG.
Yeah, but now you have expanded quite a few big tanks, right? A couple of heroes that have not been used yet in the jungle. Let's talk about that. The Agudo is still available for the side of both teams, right? Which is a great answer to some of the tank jungles. Nakoruru still an available option as well.
Yeah, Nakoruru is still available. Obviously, onto the side of Weibo Gaming, they could really go for the Jing as well if they really wanted to. Obviously, it's been expanded by the side of DRG. We still have the likes of the Agudo, still not surfaced yet, right? Like, that could be if they're looking for a little bit of a cleaner early game finish here, because we've been seeing some late game bangers, right?
Yes, for sure. And the potential of a turnaround is very apparent, very real with both of these teams.
Oh, very, very, very apparent between these two teams, right? They definitely have to formulate their, not best drafts, but at least something that they're going to be comfortable with, right? Because, I mean, you saw a little bit of a discomfort with that last draft between DRG. Like, you could clearly see that it wasn't the greatest strengths, right?
Yeah, we'll take a look at what's potentially possible here, because actually quite a few options will be available. Once again, the Kongkonger is available, Dunshan is available, but we know what's going to happen, right? The first 2 bans we will fortune tell for you is going to be the Kongkonger and Dunshan.
Oh, let's get our Professor X mind done. We've got the Dunshan, we've got the Kongkonger. Is it going to be Luban Master Luban as well? Potentially, as we're seeing here. There's the Kongkonger. There we go. We brought it into reality for you guys at home. But At the same time, we're seeing DRG refall back to their red side here. So the change of ban here has been a little bit different for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They ban out the Haiyue, they ban out the Liang onto the side of DRG. So is this going to be the Master Lu Ban combo for DRG?
I think WEIBO Gaming is just going to give it, right? I think Lin Heng, one of them played the Jing first game, right? And now, okay,
yes,
they're going to go with the pace straight away.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go for something like the pay here, you want to be getting up on the main hero. Like, look at that. That's 100% win rate on that one. 7 games as well. That's impressive. 7 matches within the KPL. Crazy.
Yeah, now we're looking at potential Yangtze and Dolia combination coming from the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
There it is.
Great sustain, but also susceptible to burst compositions here.
I mean, we've already got quite a bit of burst here from the pay, right? So maybe we'll look for the burst elsewhere, maybe into the mid lane, maybe go for something like the Chicha here up into the Clash lane as well. I mean, speaking of burst, that's definitely going to do it, right?
Fully agree. And they go with the Noir as well. That was not banned out. And right now, WEIBO Gaming, a strong start in this first half of the bans and pick. And this is a main hero, by the way, on the side of Tingyue.
They're pulling out all the main cards, right? They're like, you know what? If we are going to go to an ultimate battle, if we don't want to go to an ultimate battle, right? Like, WEIBO Gaming don't want to leave their fate of the upper bracket finals in the hands of an ultimate battle, because this match has been pretty much 50-50 between both of these two teams. But the better the match out here for the side of DRG, looking at that marksman pool now.
Yeah. Great idea, right? Because you don't want a Machado to jump into the back line to make sure that you have the option to disrupt your combinations and maybe even force out the early infinite fastness. Now they're going to take away the Zhang Fei as well, so they want to maximize their burst damage potential on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. But WEIBO Gaming, this one hurts. They take away the Meng Tian, but the Cat Boom and Mai are not available for DRG.
They're not available, so they're going to definitely have to kind of like reach a little bit further here onto the side of DRG. They decide to go for like a Hue 1 maybe, so to go for like the hyper carry combo here for the Lung, so kind of give over to sustain. Obviously already quite a sustainable hero is going to be the Yang Jian, but given over those two lots of heal, could be something to look for here on the side of DRG.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of DRG, I would argue that actually, you know what, the Meng Tian also makes sense for them to pick up, but the risk of giving it away to WEIBO Gaming is a little bit scary. And now they return the favor. Welcome back to Garuda/Ingzhen for the side of DRG.
Yeah, looking for that long-range poke themselves. I was like, hey, that really messed us up last game, so we're going to go for that now for ourselves. I mean, they could realistically, if they wanted to, pair the Dolia with the Garuda, but it looks like it's going to be the potential of the Futsu into the farm lane, but could also be flexed up into the Clash here. We don't know where the Chicha or the Futsu is going to be, right?
Whoa, okay, no, it's I think it's a Futsu farm lane here. You want to give the Chicha as much of a solo time as possible here, but the Liempo pickup on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yep, Liempo is resurfaced here with his Tremor Smash. I mean, it's definitely going to kind of lock in and dispute the team fight, right? Like, if you have a Yang Jian that dives into your backline, he can't escape if he's being Tremor Smashed.
Exactly, and you might also get the stop on that Celestial Melody from the Dolia, right? It may not be a full stop because end of the day it's just a very, very short mini stun. But nonetheless, the tankiness that is provided by Liempo could prove to be that difference maker, especially if he soaks up the ultimate by the end.
Oh, no, so it is going to be the Futsu up into the Clash lane here, and then the Chicha is going to go over to Max.
Okay. Let's see. This lineup against Long actually is in favor of the Chicha as well. So great idea. But the sustain coming in from the ult of the first skill for the Dolia. Let's see if that's going to make the difference for the side of Moonmat.
Yeah, it's going to be a very different tier between these two teams. I mean, we might even see a little bit of a lane swap Gohan between these two teams as well. But I mean, the Byron rounding out the Dragon Ranger gaming comp here is just going to be like a secondary or even a primary sort of engage into the enemy backline, right?
Yes, he's definitely going to be looking for the side of Tingyue as well as Max, right? He needs to find those targets, but it's going to be a bit difficult because if you overdive, you know, the one person that's going to punish you, it's all set in his skill name. The corporal punishment into the Sage's Might, you are donezo.
Oh, absolutely, you are absolutely donezo, right? Like, Sage's Might is going to lock you into a place. even, to be honest, the annihilation from downtown, right? Like, we've been seeing some fantastic plays from Dian as well in game number 2, which was really kind of like the driving force there for the side of DRG to get their first point onto the board. So I'm really excited to see how WEIBO Gaming play this newer this time around.
Yep, both teams wanting to have the win for similar reasons. One to regain the lead, the other to maintain what they feel is theirs to have. So we'll see DRG against WEIBO Gaming. This one sets the tone because the pressure is rising.
The pressure is rising between these two teams as they are neck and neck for now between the 2-2 scoreline, right? So definitely whoever comes out on top of this one is going to have a bit more of a sort of like a sigh of relief, baby. Like, come on, we can just do one more game. If not, we've got the ultimate battle with it in our grasp.
Let's be honest, I am fully prepared for a full 7-game series today because this is what I expect out of 2 of the strongest teams in this 2025 KPL Grand Finals knockout stage.
Yes, exactly. I mean, we got quite a lot of like the main heroes come through here as well, right? Obviously, we did see the Pei come through as well as the newer here as well. So big potentials for WEIBO Gaming.
Yes, it is. And with that being said, we'll take a look at who is going to find success in this game number 5 because it is so important here.
Very important. As we get onto the gorge right now, WEIBO Gaming, Dragon Rager Gamer fans, let's hear you live on stage.
Big cheers coming in from this side of both sets of fans as DRG looking to hope that their draft is going to be better here and maybe add some disruptions to the jungling speed that is going to be started by the side of Lin Heng. Already has his hands on that Crimson buff. In the meantime, 1-1. Let's take a look at how these rotations will be aided on here because they do need a bit of farm onto Moonlan as well as 1-1 and Hua-Yin to be able to make their strategy work here. So this initial pressure coming in is going to be a 3-man rotation at the top side. Trying to force out some skills from the side of DRG, but the backup has come in the form of Xiuku. He's not going to be able to offer too much, just give a bit of vision with the hard wave breaker. But here comes that lane swap and maybe potentially the first blood, forcing out the flash from Moonlan. And WEIBO Gaming, this is a great start to game number 5. Now we take a look at the rest of the map here. WEIBO Gaming, with this initial rotations, they have managed to get themselves a very small, but still a lead against the side of DRG. And right now, all they have to do is to make sure that they get that lead onto the side of Max and Zumo. And this game is definitely going to go very much in favor on the side of WEIBO Gaming. Take a look at the win conditions here as we explore mid lane for the side of Tingyue on this Nuwa. A lot of expectations, and here we go. The first annihilation does not hit the mark. WEIBO Gaming unfortunately have to give away that first kill. They made the trade in the form of Mulan as well. So 1-for-1, the damage and pain is real for both sides. But we'll take a look at who's going to have the better of these exchanges, because if 1-1 makes the steal here, then DRG will have a straight advantage.
They will have a straight advantage depending on who comes out on top of this one, especially down to the bot side of the map as well, right? I mean, we are getting very much closer towards that first Tyrant objective now between these two teams. So whoever gets that prio down to the bot side, it's going to be scary for them, especially when that Tyrant does come up right now. But I mean, if we're looking at the goal difference right now between these two teams, obviously we are seeing that 1-1 has that little bit of advantage, which is a bit scary here for Lin Heng, right? Being on the Pei, it's meant to be that fast, very quick farm lane, farming jungle here. Obviously getting that gold up is now trying to sort of like maintain and try to become in the difference of that 50-50 split here. But let's have a little bit look at that replay, right? I mean, instant replay here for that first split between these two teams. That dive in for the side of WEIBO Gaming would have been fruitful here for them if that annihilation was able to hit, but the trade was huge. So early game, I feel like this is the most aggressive we've seen between these two teams, right? WEIBO Gaming, DRG, they're definitely both coming out swinging in this game number 6, because both of these two teams, right, game number 5, sorry, these two teams are looking to get that edge of a point, looking to go for that 3-2 scoreline right now. But overall,
all right, so let's take a look at the game here. DRG, how are they doing?
DRG, I mean, there hasn't been any more kind of blood, right? I mean, we saw that trade early on. We got the instant replay, so we saw what happened there. But we're just seeing that pressure being created down to the bot side of the map. Obviously, nobody wants to give up that first Tyrant.
They can't, right? At this point, they do have prior positioning on the side of WEIBO Gaming. All the big ultimates are still up, we'll see. Monksy does not have his, though. And with that, DRG, they actually make it happen for themselves.
They make it happen for themselves. Obviously, we did see the potential of Team Yue trying to get the steal with the annihilation, but they knew as soon as that runway got laid down, they had to press and go with the damage.
Okay, but with the Tyrant buff here, what value does DRG find? Because the pressure is still being put on from the side of WEIBO Gaming.
The pressure, obviously, it's going to come into fruition, right? Obviously, it's not going to be an instantaneous kind of gain that they have, right? They just need to make sure they're using that damage, trying to just keep away the WEIBO Gaming for now.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the roam itemization here. Definitely looking for the Radiance on the side of Mengshi, right? He hasn't really found too much value. In fact, a little bit concerning because Ting Yue has actually missed 2 of the annihilations. The idea is there, but the execution hasn't been really on point yet.
I mean, I think that was just to wipe out the minion wave, right? Just to kind of put the pressure onto the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, but here we go. Potential for another big moment. Max is very lucky there that 1-1 did not choose to dive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it would have been pretty much all she wrote if he did dive. Because, I mean, Mengshi did have his ultimate, right? So even if the Yang Xian did dive in, trying to get back out is going to be hard for him.
Yep, and we'll see a lot of pressure coming in from the side of DRGs. Right now, this tussle between the financial lead is going to be so neck and neck, but DRG will have the better of the trades here. Actually not. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1. He wants across the map.
Equal trade 1-for-1 for the map turrets here as well. Obviously, we're using the flash here onto Ting Yue, so that's going to be a bit of a better trade here for the side of DRG. But now the annihilation does come through. Doesn't quite hit as hard as he was expecting there because Dolly with the ult gets the healing. But at the same time, we are seeing a big push here from Zemo to the top side of the map. He gets that T2, so maybe this pressure that they created on the side of DRG is going to be enough to get the T2 for themselves, but not quite.
I think it's a decent trade, right? Because that red buff, that Crimson Golem will come back. Your T2 will not. So DRG, I don't think that was the correct choice. But once again, we'll see what they do with this advantage on the Crimson buff into the hands of 1-1 here.
Exactly. Every one of these little decisions have like such a big impact onto the Gorge, right? That we don't quite yet understand. So we're just going to put that faith into WEIBO Gaming, into DRG to see why they made that decision. And let's see if it actually comes and plays off in their favor.
Yeah, right now, Dian hasn't been able to find full value with the rotations he's making so far. And this is in benefit to WEIBO Gaming, right? So WEIBO Gaming, once again, will look at that potential turnaround because they have 4 members circling around this area.
They are trying to get around that kind of L bush area, right? They're looking for maybe a potential pickup here onto the side of DRG. But for now, they seem a little bit safe, right? You can kind of see that Juku is just kind of being the intel gatherer here, just making sure, checking those brushes. Because the last game, when those brushes were being checked by Dian on the Suya, it wasn't great.
It wasn't because it was a bit difficult, right? They couldn't find that vision and it was a risk because he had to go in at melee range. For Juku itself, there is an escape mechanism, the form of the wave breaker, but once again, it's a little bit of pokes and prodding from both sides because the goal is, there's no goal lead on either side here.
No, I mean, yeah, it looked more impressive for DRG literally moments ago, but the fact is they've just been able to kind of just like farm up here on the side of WEIBO Gaming, kind of like just hinder that gold lead that DRG had momentarily, but they're just kind of trying to use that annihilation, right? Like you said, they are missing them, but it's maybe just to kind of just get that pressure off of those minion waves.
Hopefully that's the case because right now, I think DRG needs to find a response. Look, the fact that they are so-called missing these annihilations is actually a value for the side of DRG. It gives them a timing of the ultimate as well. And hopefully they can turn this into an advantage because right now WEIBO Gaming is still winning the map.
WEIBO Gaming are still winning the map, especially with that T2 push into the top side of the map here. I mean, we're seeing that Max is trying to get a little bit more of a handle down to that bot side just to kind of alleviate the pressure. And the only advantage that DRG have right now.
Nice jump by the side of 1-1.
Yeah, into the back line is going to be the Byron trying to get the pick up onto Li Hang onto the Pei right now. He's looking very damaged, very splintered, having to be forced back to base.
Okay, so decent trade so far for the side of WEIBO Gaming, and we'll take a look at what's happening because DRG have secured this Tyrant Pit. It's not the Shadow versions just yet, but if they can find a kill here or find a map advantage, that would be very valuable.
It's not the Shadow versions, but again, it's just playing to the strength of the Tyrant, right? Like, if you have the Tyrant when you're at a gold kind of like Mexican standoff, right? Like, you're both stalemated, it's gonna definitely help your team here, especially DRG, when they've got 70 seconds of an increased damage and movement speed.
Yep, right now it's about making sure they get this Crimson buff because the 10-minute mark is where it's true importance, right? The Shadow variants of these neutral objectives have so much value, not just in team fighting, but also across the map. Straight away, Annihilation this time going to be used to clear the wave, but they're putting pressure. They want this T1.
They do want this T1. We do have 5 members committed for this T1 into the mid lane for the side of WEIBO Gaming, but they aren't able to get it. They do defend it for now, but I mean, this is going to put that pressure on, and it's always going to be in the back of the mind of WEIBO Gaming, right? Like, when these next 2 Tyrant and Overlords come through the Shadow variants, they're like, right, is DRG going to go for one of these variants, or are they just going to go for our mid lane?
Or maybe take a team fight, because if you take a look at what's happening, 1-1 and Moonlan, they have taken the Crimson buffs, but once again, WEIBO, they're playing the macro game to an absolute perfection here.
They're playing very well, that macro gameplay, but at the same time, you have to give props over to Mingxi as well, right? Like, he's just there using the burst ram just to kind of like splinter and stop any kind of attack onto the tempo here, but the Sages might into the back line, trying to get the lockdown onto the Garuda here, but it's not going to be enough for the side of WEIBO. We do see the flash in, the Storm Strike come through for Yuan, but there is no kill being taken.
Yep, they did force out quite a lot of moveset. Dien does not have flash along with Huayan. Meanwhile, Max and Mengshi also do not have this, so this 10-minute Tyrant, Shadow Tyrant by the way, goes into the hands of DRG.
Yeah, exactly on such like a late game hero like the Lung got for Mulan, right? Like, he wants that extra little damage just so he can get online a little bit quicker. But the Master Sword here is definitely going to be a bit of a pain trade for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They're going to have to kind of test that endurance, but they do take away the Crimson Golem once again.
I mean, they're so comfortable giving away the Crimson Golem here because it's a risk to take that fight right now, right? Which is also why Zumo is actually doing a very brilliant job of making sure that the split pushes hurt. And winning the map, the later the game goes, you'll see the true value of it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the pressure into that top side of the map is always going to be eating away at the side of DRG, right? But at the same time, they are looking to contest this Azure Golem once again. Obviously, the Garuda ultimate coming through here. It doesn't go over to the side of DRG, so they don't come and get what they want. But maybe they can get a bit of blood here. But at the same time, that is going to be the 1-1 diving into the back line there, getting the takedown onto Mingxi. So that annoyance that is Lianpo is off of the gorge for 28 seconds.
Not ideal. DRG, they refuse to give up, right? So they continually take these Crimson Golems, but at the same time, now you start to see Huayan and 1-1, they're pretty hard to kill.
They're very hard to kill indeed, right? Like, they are literally just flying across the gorge, as you see right now. 1-1 into the back line, maybe get committed a bit too much, but it's thanks to the Sage's might. He can't get out alive.
But they want to make a trade here. It's to buy time for the T1 at the top, which they have successfully taken. DRG, if they don't make a mistake here, it is overall a win. They just just try not to give away the Shadow Overlord here.
Try not to give away the Shadow Overlord. Try and not get, like, teammates as well, right? Like, you've got Yuan, who's going to be kind of like the front line here, the support for their team, being able to dive into the back line onto the Byron. But at the same time, we are seeing the Tremor Smash come through, connects onto 3. But right now is Pei. Chicha into the back line, looking to get a takedown onto Dian, and he does. But can DRG stop this splintering mess right now? Can they get a kill for themselves? They all look pretty healthy here on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
They do, but here's the thing. 1-1 is back. He is riding the waves now. He's looking for an opening. Dragon Ranger Gaming. If they get the Hellhound down, this could be an opening that is very dangerous. Because while Max does have the flash, he is very vulnerable as well. He does not have the usage of the active item for Spike Mill.
He doesn't, but now he has that, obviously, the enhanced buff for the Crimson Golem, right? Like, he's already doing a lot of damage, so now he gets a little bit more here from taking that red buff himself. The flash being committed there with Storm Strike is going to be enough to lock down Max here, and the answer for that one is going to be no for now for DRG, but they're just trying to keep him away, right? Maybe just trying to open that space for the Shadow Overlord.
Okay, another miss on the Annihilation. This means DRG should get this, unless a surprise steal comes in, which is not going to be the case. DRG, they get the Shadow Overlord. This is going to be map prowess for them.
A lot of map prowess for them as well. I mean, not only did they get the Shadow Overlord, momentarily ago they had the Shadow Tyrant as well, right? So neither of these 10-minute objectives has gone over to the hand of Weibo Gaming. So really, they've got to try their best to just make a good offensive defense here.
I mean, they're trying to rely on the fact of Zimo's ultimate, right? That Sage's Might. But for now, they're unable to find any value. And now, with Dragon Ranger, this could be a T3 on the top side.
It could be, but we see Li Han go back to the base here as well. Everybody needs to be on deck for this one because Weibo Gaming cannot lose this T3.
They cannot. And in fact, there's many other things they cannot do. I feel like they can't take down Hua-Yin at this point as well. And this is a big concern for them.
Exactly. I mean, just look at the itemization he's gone for, right? Obviously, Glacial Buckler into the Eye of the Phoenix. There's a lot of defensive items there and also a lot of slow as well.
Yeah, like Tingya is getting the pokes in, but he's not doing much damage.
Not too much damage at all at the moment, but maybe when he gets online, if he ever just gets to go online, I mean, that T3 is taking a big beat in there from Mulan on the side of DRG. Those Flaming Palms are just hitting too hard. They get the T3. They've created the pressure that they need and created a access to that Crimson Golem.
And not only that, they can actually go for the Shadow Tyrant once again. Not sure on the cooldown timer for this, but I'm pretty sure this one has no Primal Bond based on the damage that they're doing. Potential snipe.
No snipe is coming through here. I mean, they were just looking for the vision, right? It was like, are they going to do what we did last game, which was take the Crimson Golem, take their T3, and then go to the Tyrant? And that's exactly what Dragon Ranger did. They was like, game recognizes game, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. And right now, DRG, they might be looking to pull this. They don't mind playing the super late game because they have the natural wave advantage, right? They have a T3 broken at the bottom. And right now, vision check with the Annihilation. Dragon Ranger game. The next catch will be huge.
Next catch indeed could be huge here for Dragon Ranger Gaming. They are ahead by around about, what, 5k gold on it now, and it's just a driving force. We're seeing the Huen is just trying to put the pressure onto Zemo here to get him off of the gorge, because that's Sage's Might. Once that's gone, it means that 1-1 has the green light go to dive into the back line.
And Dian has a relatively short cooldown on that ultimate. He just got the Voice Staff, so the Magic Pierce is going to start coming in. Right now, they're just going to get poked and prodded. DRG, so strong.
Very strong indeed, right? Like, they got to be careful here. Depending on how they go and formulate around this next team fight, Weibo Gaming, that is, if they lose a member or two here, this is all for Dragon Rangers taken.
Exactly. Now, we will take a look at the next big thing. 40 more seconds, the Shadow Overlord going to be available for the taking, which should go into the hands of DRG based on what's happening here, unless they get an early kill. Look, the damage that Tingya is doing is negligible. They will get it back.
No, exactly. They won't get it back at all. I mean, it's very hard for the side of DRG to kind of keep soaking that damage, right? Like, they've got to make sure that they are mitigating as much as possible.
I mean, oh, hang on.
Oh, potential here. They're looking to go for the Smite Mail. It's like, hey, Chicha, we know you got your Smite Mail active, but that's not going to be anything for us, especially when you're getting hit from a far distance.
Yeah, Max, the one player that's not supposed to fall on the side of Weibo Gaming, has taken a fall at this point. DRG, available take on this Shadow Overlord. Now, with that, Ling Heng, the captain, he's going to try and make some waves, make the waves uneven and staggered, but this T3 at the top should not stand for long here.
It shouldn't stand for long as well. I mean, we are down by one member. That's going to be Max, and that's a lot of damage onto the side of Weibo Gaming that they are splintered now. And that T3 looking very low. They're looking to try and get the takedown here onto Zemo, but he gets back into base for now. Clearing off that minion into the mid lane means they keep that T3 for now.
Yep, 99 problems, and there is one more coming down, and that's going to be the Shadow Overlord flying down in the mid lane. DRG, this could be very well the Baron base they've been looking for.
It couldn't well be indeed, but I mean, there's a bit of a 2v1 tactic going into that Zemo there. Just trying to get the pressure of that Futsu, but the Annihilation's actually hitting pretty hard now. I mean, Mulan took a lot of damage, but there's so much damage for the side of DRG coming through here with Storm Strike, with the flash from Huen, just driving the side of Weibo into the base, but they did able to defend it for now. The Vanguards are coming through with a second wave.
They did get the one life of 1-1 down, right? So that's a big marker of success. But for now, it's going going to be a simple reset, right? DRG right now at a 7k goal lead. Not the biggest, because we're heading into the late games, right? It's really more about the item switching at this point.
Item switching, taking away any kind of a little objectives from the side of Weibo Gaming, right? Like trying to get their Azure Golem, trying to get that Crimson Golem, just take anything away that they can.
Yes, look, every single little thing matters right now. DRG, they have a decent lead. Weibo Gaming, they need to try and stave off this pressure that has been created. But for now, it's not going to work. The steal not going to land as well. And DRG, they have taken the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, already looking from a battered troubling last team fight. Now they have to contest with that increased damage from the Tyrant, right? Like, this is going to be hard for the side of Weibo Gaming to try and formulate a bit of a successful defense here.
It's almost time to really consider those Sage's Sanctuary for the side of Weibo Gaming. They're going to give it a try, but the initiation by Hua is super important. Ultimate by the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that Futsu, man. He's able to soak so much damage, though. Like, he is pretty much the frontline tank if Liempo goes down, but at the same time, the Storm Strike does get committed once again. They are committing a lot of damage onto the Futsu just to get him off the gorge, but with the minions coming through, they are able to defend now. Weibo Gaming with a Chicha into the back line, just trying to melt the damage onto the Mulan. Is it going to be enough? They are trying to lock down Huan. He gets the Sage's Sanctuary off of him here, and they get the takedown. The nuisance for DRG is off the gorge.
The dream is alive for the side of Weibo Gaming. Max actually well protected. They had to commit everything though in their kit. There is no frigid charge. There is no redemption for the side of Weibo Gaming. Or they also had to commit the double Pure Sky. But right now, with a numbers advantage and Huayan out for 20 seconds, maybe this is the comeback that Weibo have been looking for.
I mean, it's the game and the mechanic, right? The Tempest Dragon onto the gorge right now between Weibo Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming. I mean, we've seen so many Tempest Dragons, but the average match wasn't really going to be painting that picture for us. But speaking of painting the picture, we get the trade, but it's going to be 1-1 for Mengshi. That's not a good trade if you are DRG, and Dian goes down with Juku. We are seeing here that Mulan's like, you know what, lads? I am going to try, but in the back door here with the minions is not going to be enough here for Dragon Rangers to keep in this one, and boom goes down Mulan.
Yeah, Max finishes the job on the side of Weibo Gaming and Dragon Ranger Gaming. Even though they got the advantage, they are lucky that they managed to get Ling Heng down, because if not, this would have been a guaranteed Tempest Dragon for the side of Weibo Gaming, and the dream is still kept alive. Both teams have to find a way to get the fight in their favor.
They are, I mean, they're back to square one, right? It seems like, I mean, yes, Dragon Ranger Gaming have a lot of a bigger, healthier gorge than the side of Weibo Gaming. They still have the T1 into the mid lane. Like, that's a lot of leeway to have in the mid lane, right? Like, if you choose to push that lane, it's going to be hard for them, but the thing that's going to make it very easy is give it that Tempest.
Yeah, and right now, take a look at the damage by Ting Yue. Over 80,000 worth of hero damage dealt so far. Let's see if this is going to be the difference maker. Dian opens to the ultimate as well.
Opens up with the ultimate, trying to put the pressure onto the back line. We are seeing that Huan is trying to just gather some kind of resemblance of getting a takedown here. Can they steal it away? But no! Weibo Gaming with the annihilation. They get the Tempest Dragon, and they're looking for a little bit more here, but Ting Yue does get taken down. They have to go back to the base. We see that Lian Hang, if he doesn't, that's 3 big juicy waves here for Dragon Ranger Gaming. That could be a trouble.
Alright, they will get the first life of Zumo down. Can they finish the job here? Because they need to do so. The Tempest buff is very hard to deal with on the side of Weibo Gaming. Now, DRG, they survive this initial aggression because it's a barren base. But Weibo Gaming, it's going to be a quick turnaround. How many turrets can they take?
I mean, they got to try and take some, right? I mean, the fact that they were able to get Zemo off of the gorge here, I feel like he's just collateral damage, right? Like, they know if they had a 5-strong Weibo Gaming, it's going to be hard for them to defend.
Oh, for sure. Now with this, so they can't lose them here, no!
Chicha looking very low. They're taking a lot of damage. They are looking to kind of pronounce this one a little bit longer, but the annihilation may be enough to drive them away. But is it going to be that case? Not quite.
Okay, so the damage has been done. Weibo Gaming do manage to put a little bit of pressure across the gorge, but right now, once the situation resets, it is still DRG in advantage. Until a T3 falls, Weibo Gaming will have a difficult time here.
Exactly, and they've only got 9 seconds left of this Tempest Dragon, right? Like, we are potentially going to go to a second Tempest Dragon game if Dragon Ranger Gaming aren't able to take a lot of the members of WEIBO Gaming off of the gorge here, but those annihilations are definitely hurting Mulan right now. It's enough to drive him away from that T1, and right now, when you're fully itemized, you can tank the T1 without any minion.
Yeah, but it's only going to get more difficult as you hit the T2s and the T3s. They can whittle down the T1s. It's a great job from the side of WEIBO Gaming, but they need a little bit more. They have the gold advantage, but gold does not matter now. The team fights do. Nice. Sumo is actually hiding on the left-hand side of the map here. If he gets a catch onto Mulan, it's going to be huge. There's a huge annihilation coming in from the side of Tingyue.
Yeah. Annihilation just already splinter the bleeding, right? Just make sure that it's always going to be happening for them already. So it means that Dragon Rangers are looking a little bit unhealthy into these team fights. Actually, that Tempest Vanguard tried a good attempt at trying to get that T3 into the bot side of the map.
Yep, so that's a little bit of a shakiness coming in from the side of DRG, right? That could be a weakness that is exposed if they win the team fight. WEIBO Gaming needs to be really careful about this team fight. It's all about the life of Max.
I mean, we see this Tom and Jerry running around here. We got Mingxie just being chased by Yuan as well, just battling each other. There's a very hard pillow fight going on right now between those two. But there, with Sage's Might, does actually get locked on to Yuan, and he's getting so much damage being placed onto him. But as a deterrent, they're trying to use the Garuda ultimate just to poke a lot of the damage onto the side of WEIBO Gaming. They have to get out, but Mingxie is having to use the Sage's Sanctuary as well as Zemo, and they are all on the run. We have another Sage's Sanctuary being taken off. Down goes the Dolia. Down goes the Byron. DRG not looking like they're in a great position right now. We do see 1-1 trying to get out, but another Sage's Might comes through for the side of WEIBO Gaming, and they're looking to get that team ace.
And they have done it. It's going to be an ace for the side of WEIBO Gaming. The entrance into the base of Dragon Ranger Gaming is open. 15 seconds. Hua Yan cannot hold on his own as well. And WEIBO, what a miraculous comeback for game number 5 as the final ballista announces its arrival.
Yes, fantastic game number 5 there for the side of WEIBO Gaming. They are looking for the back-to-back victories. I mean, some of the fans are even crying. They're like, you know what? That was a beautiful display of action onto the gorge, and honestly, I feel like I might join them.
Don't cry, don't cry. The game is not over just yet. Right? Now, that was definitely a heart-wrencher for the side of the WEIBO Gaming fans here, but more so for DRG, because DRG, they were so close. It was a barren base.
He is so close, so beautiful, such great action onto the gorge, right? I mean, that was definitely the tit for tat that they needed. I mean, the scoreline alone just didn't do enough justice. The fact that they went 50-50 onto the gorge there really just showed how much both of these teams wanted that 3rd point onto the board.
Oh, definitely. And now it is pressure on the backs of DRG because this is series point for the side of WEIBO Gaming. If WEIBO Gaming win one more, they take the entire series, they kick DRG down into the lower brackets, and they are one step closer towards that grand finals performance.
Very close to that potential reality for the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? WEIBO Gaming now are very much close to the victory here over DRG. And if DRG do fall, they will go down to fight TTG in the lower bracket, which is not going to be an easy fight for them.
Definitely not easy at all. In fact, it's going to be a nail-biter for both teams, right? Because it is a lower bracket run, meaning if you lose that series, you will be hitting down. But with that being said, we are still in the upper brackets. We will not explore the unforetold just yet. We'll take a look at the stats and the items as well. This game, I mean, I would feel that Sumo is definitely the MVP for this one. He had a lot of lockdowns. The other consideration definitely has to be Max. He was actually laying the pain against the likes of DRG the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, that Sage's Might was just perfection. Just always getting the right person. I mean, not even just going for the kills, but just kind of just contain either like 1-1 or even the top side of the map, the Byron as well. It was just enough to kind of just drive away DRG. When they thought they had the kind of like unrelenting rage to take a team fight, it was that Sage's Might that's constantly just like turned them into kitty cats.
And it was very hard to deal with a late game Fuzi, right? That was one of the pain points that they had, because at the middle part of the game, you could see they had a lot of difficulty dealing with 1-1 on that Yangjian. They also had a lot of difficulty dealing with Hua Yan on the Byron because they were so tanky. The refreshes coming in for the side of the Yangjian ultimate was just too much for the side of WEIBO Gaming to handle. And this one is so hard. They had a barren base, let me remind you, nothing to defend their crystal.
Yeah, nothing good, but at the same time, WEIBO Gaming had enough to defend their crystal, right? They had the power of friendship, the power of hope, the power of everything that they needed into their possession, especially with the Tempest Dragon as well. I feel like if they lost that Tempest Dragon, the game would have been over for them.
Guaranteed the game would have been over, right? Nice steal and secure by the side of Tingyue with the Nuwa. Actually, no, you know what? Let's put Tingyue in that contest for the MVP as well. I think he did really well. His annihilations used in a different kind of idea here to really use the wave clear, and that helped them to manage the losing situation they were placed in. But let's take a look at the stats here. Once again, Tingyue, this is a main hero in the form of the Nuwa.
I mean, even if we think of the MVP performances, right? I mean, even Max here, 616, 18k gold. Like, you can only imagine the amount of damage that Shija was doing in this game number 5, right? But at the same time, MVPs isn't always given over to power, gold, or anything like that. It's all down to performance and what was given over to your team. And like we're saying, that Sumo, he had some great lockdowns, but at the same time, you're looking at Tingyue with that 370k damage, I think I read there.
Yes, he refuses to be tied down by your demands, so he wants to make sure that damage is the #1 priority for MVP. 377,000 worth of hero damage. That was huge and insane from the mid laner that is from WEIBO Gaming.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the damage came through. I think it's the thing that really clutched those team fights as well, right? Like, you saw those annihilations being put down pretty much every time prior to a potential team fight, and then already the side of DRG was a little bit too damaged, as you can see there. Just so much damage compared to obviously Garuda there.
Yeah, a very different kind of idea, because you're looking for one-shot AoE burst. The damage offered by this Yingzhen/Garuda pick is not as consistent as a Nuwa, you know, with the matrixes consistently getting the pushback as well. You could land your targets with ease in comparison to what Dian had to offer to the team.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a little bit easier, a little bit less kind of like room for error, right? I mean, you can drop that annihilation down wherever you are on the map, whereas obviously Dian had to be very close, but MVP is going to be none other than
Tingyue. Yeah, he is super good with this one. A lot of damage. Look at that. 48.6% of the whole team's damage. That is crazy. 4, 1, and 6. This guy in the mid lane was on an absolute fire performance.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine doing almost 50. I'm even going to be charitable. It means 48, right? We round that up to 50. Doing 50% damage of your team is absolutely nuts. And the fact that he actually played very close to his chest, right? Like only taking 6.6%. That's a huge marginal difference between damage taken and damage dealt.
Yes, and you know, with that translation, the crucial steal, this last few moments where he was responsible for the take on that Tempest Dragon, changed the wins to favor the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, with that steal, he had to, right? Like, you can't give the MVP over to anybody else. Like, he did what was needed of his team to get that victory, and right now we're seeing the highlight reels of Tingyue.
Yeah, we'll see how this is. That final moment, how did he steal it? Okay, it was with the annihilation. And bear in mind, this was a moment where he was being pressured by Huayan's Byron as well. Most people would freak out.
Oh, I would freak out as well. Absolutely. I mean, seeing this one's crazy. But yeah, just look at that. Look, the damage just coming from the Tingyue wherever he needed to be, right? Obviously, we got the shutdown towards the end there, but for DRG, it was just too much.
Yeah, the way that he created those matrices were at the prime time and prime position as well, adding a lot of value into the team fights. It was also how he stole that Tempest Dragon away, because for a moment it looked like there was not going to be enough damage, but thanks to the matrix that was created by his first and second skills, it was a big moment. Got a triple kill out of that as well. Finished the game off straight in the faces of DRG.
Yeah, speaking about straight in the faces, just look at that Sage's Might. Like, even though this is not Zemo's highlight reel, that Sage's Might was pretty much the difference maker within those team fights, right? Just really just locking down that Byron. But we're going to go for a mic check and see how the comms sounded for WEIBO Gaming.
马上3线出来了，马上3线出来了，你能少个大。
我能搞没变大，没变大。
线注意顶住。
帮忙拉一下。
有线兄弟。
没事，能清。线。能清，中线。
哎，有救留了，这么出，直接留。
拉下，让你，
别打铁，
慢拉，他有火甲，兄弟，他有火甲。
够了，
我能蹲住，蹲，nice。
别让口子，加位兄弟咋说？好夹吗？这边，还可以兄弟。看我，看我，杨戬，就杨戬，拉回来。
好，杨死了，
熬赢，
你弄死了，没打，加里有线，我能管，
回头了，就，能没闪，老虎放甲吗？能打过去吗？我切你们刀，能打的，
领刀触发了，
追不上，
他狂点来了，nice，
铁出来了，我得回，
把线带了，
可以跟他打这波，铁白打吧，
哎，下还有打，现在都有
白打，3满，可以直接3满，老不追拉出来，
有火，我能蹲守，让你狗上来的，死了，
接能打回去，别打回去，都废了，他们想留，见人，
慢留，
废了，先拉呀，我有破，
侄子。
我还没到，
说这边上，兄弟，这边上，龙死，上一波，
杀了，
中线带一下，还是一波，
跪下，上来，兄弟护住炮车，一波，
我能，抢拆了，兄弟，
一波，可以不？这是可以，有几个兄弟们，强，下把主将领，我是最强鲁兵
，nice。
Crazy comms. Like the way that they were actually calling out, look, it's the stock standard, right? They're talking about the heroes that they need to focus on, whether they can take the fights. But I think what's most impressive about this WEIBO gaming squad is the fact that they were super calm and you could feel they were very locked in, right? This game was super tight. Any mistake would have costed them their base, their crystal, because it was a barren and open base. And the fact that they're able to keep their composure and give the right comms, making sure that every member knew that, hey, okay, number one, there is an extra life, prepare your skills, and asking each other to reassure that, hey, is this a fight that we can take in the next part? So once the team was aligned, the execution also was super clean. Same as the way as they kept calm, even though the heart rates were pretty high.
I mean, that's exactly it, right? Like, you can be a fast heart rate on your heart rate, obviously, but at the same time, you can keep yourself and your brain calm, right? Like, as you saw there within the comms, like, they were happy with that last team fight. There was even like, yeah, like, woo, sort of thing. Like, we got the kill. We got the team ace. So it really showed here for these teams and these players within the KPL. Like, their mentals are really strong. Like, the fact is that they could be coming back from a barren base, like you said, Ken, all the way to cheer in and be like, oh, yeah, let's go. Like, we won this game. Let's go for another game. Let's go for 4-2 rather than an ultimate battle, which could be on the cards here for WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, I think one thing I'll point out, I'm not sure whether this is going to be okay, but there was one line said, which is to say 跪下, which is to tell them to take a knee, man. Kneel down before WEIBO Gaming, because they are definitely looking to win this series off of that game number 5.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll even take a knee for him if they want. I mean, I'm on the broadcast desk at this moment in time, but WEIBO Gaming definitely with that back-to-back win. And I mean, as actually winning a game with this blue side as well, right? Like, they've been struggling to actually get that blue side win. Now, we see here that WEIBO Gaming have managed to do it this time around.
Yes, this is also thanks to the main picks coming in, right? The Nua, definitely a crucial pick coming in for the side of WEIBO Gaming. Now, this is where it starts to get interesting. With your tournament alive, not necessarily on the line, but the loser bracket in view. Does WEIBO Gaming just shut the game down now, or does DRG mount an insurmountable comeback?
I mean, DRG have got to do something, man. Like, honestly, they were getting the back-to-back victory in game number 2, game number 3, and now they've just taken L after L going forward. So really, if they take another L here, it's going to be a hard one for them to kind of like a hard bit to bite for them, right?
Yep, it definitely is. Now we're gonna go into game number 6, potential series ender for the side of WEIBO Gaming, and of course a dream that is still alive for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, DRG definitely got to pull out all the stops. So you can kind of tell that their mental has changed right now, right? Like, you can tell that that one time when they won the back-to-back victories, I think of game number 2, game number 3, they were kind of like laughing and joking on the way back to the backstage. But now they're kind of just like, right, okay, we need to be composed. If we aren't composed, we could lose this.
I mean, that is always the case in KPL, right? Like, the moment you let loose, the moment you lose grip over the lead, you can be sure your opponents will take a huge ride over your heads.
I mean, that's the thing as well. We've got to think of like it's not only this game that DRG need to win. They need to win the ultimate battle. Like that completely changes everything, right? The fact is that it's no longer another like a global ban pick game that you have to win after this one. You have to go put the trust into your coach to draft the best possible thing within this game number 7 if we get there and win that game with that one, which is pure execution at that point.
Which makes it even more interesting because both of these teams have some good experience with the ultimate battle, right? Game number 7. Yep. I think maybe a little bit more for the side of WEIBO Gaming at this point. But with regards to that, some of the players here are relatively new into KPL, just a couple of seasons in. So this might be that difference maker. But of course, this is game number 6, not ultimate battle just yet. One team, WEIBO Gaming in particular, does not want it to happen. DRG will do anything to have that a reality.
Yeah, and what they will do is take that red side, which is obviously what they're known for in terms of their wins. So they did lose the red side for the first time within this series just that last game. But now the bans are changing a little bit, right? The Jing ban out here, they're not wanting WEIBO Gaming. I mean, they've just, especially Li Hang on the pay in last game. If you give him a Jing in this game, it's going to be scary.
It is, and that is his signature hero, if I believe. Now, this is going to be... You know who are the DRG fans. Anyone asking for an ultimate battle is definitely a DRG fan at this point. But WEIBO Gaming, what a great start. It's the Mengtian in the Clash lane. Super tech, 5 times used already for the start of Zimo. 100% win rate.
I think it's the first time I've seen this one be used whilst I'm on the broadcast, so Mengtian is going to be a bit of an opener here for me. But speaking of openings, right, we not only have the Su Li open as well, we have the potential of the Kong Kong for the side of WEIBO Gaming if they really want to go for it.
Ooh, that is true. Now, the Organ comes in for the side of DRG, 4 times usage across the season so far, 100% win rate for the side of 1-1 as well. But we take into consideration the Nako Ruru. Who cares if I don't have Jing? I have the Nako Ruru, true damage, and then KPL, this is the ultimate tank shredder.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you see 2 tanks, it's like, all right, Nakaruru's on the gorge, baby. I mean, she's been banned a few times within this series, so it's been something that could have come through for them. But speaking of coming through right now, we have the cap boob into the mid lane, because when you have tanks, what do you need in your back line? You need poke, you need burst.
Exactly. And, you know, okay, it's a little bit early, but I feel like the Zhuangzi is going to be something valuable for the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? You get rid of that potential Sulia ultimate, you get the extra life in terms of the shield, helps you deal against the AoE damage of DN as well as 1-1. So let's see what the call is. The Sun Quan going to be banned out. That's a good call. I think Dragon Ranger, especially from Mulan, is going to be very adept at the hero. The Fatih going to be banned out as well.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at the Clash lane, like it's going to be very sort of like, what did they go for here for the side of Dragon Ranger, right? Because obviously Guan Yu now been banned off as well as the Fatih as well. We've had Byron, we've had Charlotte, we've had Mai Yin as well. So a lot already been taken off the side here for the side of Dragon Ranger.
I mean, the Ambrosia is still open. The Ma Chao is open.
True.
And Ma Chao actually, this is a pretty scary game for Ma Chao because you out-rotate the Mengtian really quickly in terms of the team fight, right? You're able to maneuver around. But Erin, that's a great answer for the side of DRG.
Yeah, Erin coming through here, just give over either a little bit more of the magic damage, but also the physical damage here as well. Obviously, being one of like the difference makers between KPL and Global, right? Like the Erin doesn't really come through this much, but over the side of WEIBO Gaming, they're looking to go for the Liang here potentially as their support pick to get the lockdown. And when we need more anti-tank, who do you call? We call Angela.
Yeah, so double anti-tank here, right? We have the, actually triple if you count the Liang's damage as well. So we have the Lin Heng Nakoruru, we have the Qingyue Angela, and we have the Mengxi Liang. Now, is this going to be enough? Because DRG, they're actually quite sustainable. This final pick, Huayan on the Ambrosia, extra life. You have the extra life on Juku on the Sulia as well. And then you have the insane heals coming out from 1-1. Now, it's really about who gets the financial advantage. Because once you get that little bit of a goal lead, you know the team fight goes in your favor.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the good thing about Ambrosia is as well, right? Like the fact that she can just like shred through turrets pretty easily, right? Especially with that attack speed that she has within her capability. But at the same time, like if you're able to kind of like execute it very quickly, I mean, there's a lot of burst damage here, especially coming from the Nakaruru as well as the Angela as well. So if you get that catch up onto the Ambrosia, it's going to be pretty much like all she wrote.
Actually, you know what? I would just ignore the Umbrosa. I would just take out 1-1 or Juku in this entire fight. And then the rest of the lineup you can easily deal with because you have Meng Xi on the Liang. He can actually use his power word control onto Huayan and keep things safe. At the same time, or maybe even use it on Juku, right? So we'll see how that goes.
We'll see how it goes indeed, right? I mean, this is going to be the potential match point here for WEIBO Gaming. Do they decide to go and get the decisive 4-2 victory, or do Dragon Ranger? I mean, this comp looks pretty scary though, man. If I had to see this comp and see what it gives you as a team, you've got a great front line, you've got great initiation, but then you've also got the poke damage from the likes of DN on the cap boom. And then if you need to get close and personal there, you've got Eren's ultimate, you've got the Umbrosa as well.
That's true. I think this situation for game number 6 is going to be dependent on one decision and one decision only. Does WEIBO Gaming go for their initial level 1 invade, especially into the Crimson buff, and will they be traded?
We'll have to wait and see, right? Obviously, Nakaruru generally is one of those heroes that you can invade pretty successfully in the level 1, right? Whereas Orgren, I mean, you can, but at the same time, you're going to be doing like less damage. I mean, you're going to have to try and soak that damage, which you don't really have unless you've got the itemization.
Yeah, at the same time, this is also based, okay, this is a very, very micro thing, but your first choice of skills as the Organ might have decided your fate here. If you take the path of passing, there's no way you win a team fight in the early stages because you have no sustain, no Death's Precipice to work with. But if you don't, you are kind of losing out in your early jungling phase speed. So this then really is determined. Do you go for the invade or not on the side of WEIBO?
It is a double-edged blade, right? Which skill do you go for? It's a bit of a toss-up here for the side of DRG, but this is going to be the potential final team comps between these two games. But honestly, looking at this one, I mean, if we get to the 10-minute mark, it's looking like it's a 50-50 top-up for a ultimate battle, right?
I think it's more looking like 99-1. I feel like that we are going to an ultimate battle because I think DRG is completely locked in. They have to, right? Or WEIBO just takes this.
That's right. I mean, to be honest, to DRG though, if they don't take this, they go to the lower brackets. But let's hear what the fans have to say before we potentially go into the ultimate battle.
Alright, very, very smart movements. He actually chooses the Death's Precipice on the side of 1-1. And they don't even know that he's stealing the buff at this point. Now, Huayan is going to lead the aggression here. This looks like a guaranteed take. And this is going to be 1-1 with a great start for the side of DRG. No response for Lin Heng.
Yeah, no intel given over there for the side of WEIBO Gaming. Admit that the Azure Golem has not been checked. And now they come to a nasty surprise and be like, oh, my Azure Golem's not here.
Yeah, and the rotation straight away, you can see how Juku as well as Mulan rotate. It's just to make sure they get vision and to stop any intention of a reverse steal coming in.
Potential here, obviously, Umbrosa into the top side of the map here. Ming Jian is actually able to get the stun lock into place. Obviously, the undying part of the Umbrosa is not going to quite come through just yet. So if you are going to try and kill it before level 4.
It has to be, right? Which is also why they're playing so defensive on the side of DRG. They know about what's going to be happening. At the same time, take a look at 1-1 here. He is making very good rotations across the map. They're looking for an opening. This first blood is a high potential.
High potential here. Obviously, in the mid lane, they have a 3v1 into the mid lane here, but it doesn't look like it's going to be committed too much. Obviously, we are seeing that Tingyue is just playing safe under the turret.
Yeah. Now, Mulan put under a little bit of pressure here. And they're looking for a nice setup from the side of DRG. I like this discipline coming in, right? They did not have to overcommit. You don't want to risk giving away first blood to either side.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, if you're going to get anybody to kind of like phase check right now, obviously the Juku on the Soulier is going to be the best go-to, right?
Yeah, and I like this wrestle here. This should go into the hands of DRG, right?
You'd like to think so, but the Blazing Brilliance has come through there. It goes over to Lin Hang, though, but at the same time, we're seeing a very damaged 1-1, and the Aaron ult is going to be enough to kind of zone away the side of WEIBO Gaming, but can they get the lockdown? We are seeing a very aggressive guy here. They do force the flash here from Mulan as well. Kaboom having to maybe potentially go over the wall here. I mean, is this a bit overzealous here from the side of WEIBO Gaming?
I mean, they're pushing themselves to the absolute limit here and straight away looking for the return, but still no answer. DRG 1-1 is still holding a sizable EXP lead against the likes of Lin Heng in the jungle. It's not the biggest, these will be even, but once again, straight away, Lin Heng actually matches pace and goes ahead of 1-1.
Matches pace and goes ahead for now from the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? Like, obviously, in terms of the overall gold lead, it is favoring the side of WEIBO Gaming. After that kind of like skirmish into the enemy jungle, DRG were looking a little bit more worse for wear.
Yeah, I mean, it's just for the time being, right? They do have Dian. This Cap Boom will provide a lot of value, and it's also dependent. If Hua Yan, they are able to make full use of Hua Yan's ultimate, the extra life, as well as Juku's passive for another extra life, then this is a very hard fight for WEIBO Gaming.
A very hard fight indeed for WEIBO. Like, they got to make sure they are formulating this one correctly. I mean, they do get their looking to try to get their presence of the Space Bright here at the same time, just to kind of enhance their ability or their chances of trying to get the Tyrant at the 4-minute mark.
Yep, and that's like, what, 10 seconds away? Right now, any free extra damage coming from the side of DRG is definitely going to be very potent against the side of WEIBO Gaming. Once again, they're trying to force out the smite here. Oh, they do commit it, so now it's all about taking a good team fight for the side of WEIBO.
It's all about that. Exactly, the suppression does come through to try and lock Sulia into place, but is it going to be enough here? But like you said, Kin, they don't have the smite, so it's going to take a big play here to maybe try and get 1-1 off of the Gorge.
And there is many lives.
Oh, yep. I mean, he gets a takedown here, so he gets the Tyrant for now. And obviously, we do see that Ming Tian was a little bit caught in the pit there, but was able to get out alive.
Yep. Not really understanding why they actually went for the team fight there. There was no potential of a kill there because Dian and Mulan were very far away. They did burn down the first life of Juku, but 1-1, they had the smite, they had the advantage there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you definitely want the smite going into the Tyrant pit, but at the same time, when you are Lin Hang on the Nakaruru, you don't really want to give up your Crimson as well, right? Like, that's a lot of damage for a hero like Nakaruru being taken off the Gorge.
True, true. I mean, maybe they figured out, hey, the rotation on the buff timers on the side of DRG's jungle was not there, so there was no point trying to invade into the jungle as a trade for the Tyrant take. But for now, WEIBO Gaming, they still have that gold advantage across the map. They've taken many camps away from DRG.
They have. They definitely doing like they're trying to splinter that lead, right? Because obviously they looked very dominant into the first part of the game, but the Blazing Brilliance onto Suya. I mean, he doesn't have the ultimate. It's going to be the takedown there. So first blood. It's not going to be one. It's going to be two here for the side of WEIBO Gaming. But there it is. It's going to be another kill. 3 for 1 here. WEIBO Gaming. They waited for the timer. They got it.
That's why they didn't care about that Tyrant buff. Look, they strike first and they strike hard. Right now, DRG, they know that this Crimson buff is around, but the support is coming in from the rest of the team. They disallow this attempt, but can they survive?
They can potentially survive here, right? Obviously, there's going to be the Conductor Souls being placed down here onto Ting Yue, but at the same time, if they don't get this kill, it's going to be a good trade here for the side of WEIBO Gaming, right? Getting that T1 into the Clash lane is huge.
Yes, and they also feed the Crimson buff into the hands of Max here. And with that, this is going to be WEIBO Gaming having a significant advantage. While they drop the T1 at the bottom, it's a 2,000 gold lead in favor of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. A 2,000 gold lead is going to be pretty submittable at this part of the time, right? But let's check a little bit, look at that instant replay, right? That suppression coming through, then the Blazing Brilliance, just so much for the side of Juku to actually try and contest here.
Yep, which is lovely, right? Because you then see the butterfly effects. Why they took that fight at the Tyrant pit is also because they wanted to burn down the first life of Juku. They knew he would show up. And once again, once the catch was available with the ultimate from Mengxi, guaranteed kill.
Guaranteed kill indeed, right? I mean, we just haven't got to... They got to be careful here for the side of DRG, right? Like, especially with something like the Angela that sits in brushes, just kind of gets that 1, 2, 3 combo onto you. Just kind of stops you in your tracks and does so much damage, especially onto tank picks like the Suli as well as the Orgrim, which is going to be the driving force here of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, and it's going to be worse because now Lin Heng is level 11. He has the level advantage against the squishies, if I may say, on the side of DRG, namely Mulan, Dian, yeah, Mulan and Dian, and this is not an ideal situation.
Not ideal at all, but at the same time, we are seeing a bit of a regain here for the side of DRG, but at the same time, okay, they forced the cooldown on the ultimate of the Umbrosa, but they haven't picked up anything else just yet. A lot of damage going onto Juku, but they all get out alive. They get the T1 into the top side of the map.
Yeah, but Juku doesn't have his second life. The passive is down, Iron Colossus. So it's going to be 2 T1s for the side of WEIBO Gaming that's equally traded for DRG. But because this is an even trade in turrets, WEIBO Gaming still have the financial advantage.
They do have the financial advantage right now, about a 3k gold lead overall for the side of WEIBO Gaming. We're going to be seeing a lot of Ting Yue just sitting in the brush.
Yeah, he just needs to wait for the appropriate target. And in the meantime, the very, very scary part is Lin Heng is on a tear in the farm.
A tear in the farm. Itemization up, especially onto the Nakaruru, because you want a lot of damage. You want to kind of outscale the Organ, right?
Yeah, the scary part is they won the fights without the Tyrant buff. Now WEIBO Gaming have the Tyrant buff.
They do have the Tyrant buff. It's going to be scary for them, right? Obviously, they have been performing pretty well within these team fights. So now it's for theirs to win on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, WEIBO Gaming, we'll take a look at the rotations. They don't have information on where Lin Heng is. At the same time, Hua Yan is hiding. He needs to find the appropriate targets. He wants to look for Max. But straight away, spotted out by Lin Heng. And they have to go for a reset again. DRG, where are they going to find this gap?
They gotta try and take the prime opportunity, right? Like, they've definitely got to try and find their way into this team fight, because right now they're not having a successful voice.
Yeah, exactly. We'll take a look at what's happening on the side of DRG as the split push comes in. Max. And the attention's going to be pulled. WEIBO Gaming, once again, looking for an opening.
Looking for an opening again. Obviously, you've seen here just a lot of AoE being put down here. It's going to be the Mulan's ultimate onto the Eren here. Just do a lot of chip damage onto the Ming Qian. But is it going to be enough? They're trying to drive away. They're trying to do a lot of damage here onto Ming Shi, on the Liang. Are they going to get him ducked down? Then they are. But into the back line is going to be Ming Qian as they look to try and get a takedown onto Cap Boom, because that's going to be a lot of burst being taken off the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Umbrosa having to proc that resurrection as well. But now she is ripe for the taking as they go into the back line. Nakaru's in trouble. Liang has to get out alive.
And DRG are suffering. They did get a kill, but they had to trade out Dian. At the same time, they lost the T2 at the top. WEIBO Gaming just playing the map so much better than DRG.
They are playing very well, better than DRG at the moment, right? But I mean, this has been the kind of like same song and dance we've been seeing for the entire of the series, right? Like, we need, when the team looks like they're going to be dominant and very defiant, they get the turnaround.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to get interesting. 10-minute mark, can they steal this away? Dragon Ranger desperately need this.
They do desperately need this Tyrant. Are they going to get it? No, they're going to be denied. It's going to be WEIBO Gaming, and then obviously the suppression onto the Orgrins really going to lock him into place there. The Su Li goes down as well. So Juku, one of the main front lines of Dragon Ranger Gaming, is down.
Yep, they push down the two members here. Push back, sorry, the two members, Mulan as well as Hua Yan. They get the T1 in the mid. At the same time, T3 on the top might be pressured, and there is an opening for a potential Primal Bond take onto this Shadow Overlord.
I mean, it would be a devastating blow here for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming if they lose this Shadow Overlord, right? Like, they gotta make sure and try and kind of like curtail this victory of WEIBO Gaming. They don't want to lose to a 4-2 scoreline, right? They want this ultimate battle. They want to bounce back.
But it's so hard because they can't find them across the map. Right now, Dragon Ranger Gaming, they're going to try and make a rotation here. WEIBO Gaming knows what's going on. All they have to do is to keep silent.
Keep silent, keep vision. I mean, we see there that obviously Liang is going for the Zhe Golem here as well. Obviously, he is going to be very close by. I mean, you not really want to get a few takeoffs here. That's Splendid coming through. He's going to save the life of Meng Shi there.
Yep, nice ultimate by Juku to stop the potential steal as well. Now, this is going to be a lifeline for the side of DRG. They can then clear one whole wave of minions away from a chosen lane, which buys them a little bit more time. But they need more. The Azure Golem stolen instantly from the side of this Nako. Lin Heng, top of the net worth at 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, the pacing of this jungler, right? Like, they are all across the board, just picking up anything they can. I mean, Orgrin without that Azure Golem is going to be a hard one to really navigate around, but there it's going to be Lin Hang into the back line, but gets taken down. It's going to be the Death Precipice that comes through there in the execute, but this could be the opening here for the side of DRG. WEIBO Gaming may have took a little bit of an overzealous fight here.
Yep, the extra lives coming into true value for the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. They also have the Shadow Overlord and Shadow Vanguards flying down. The bot lane is open up for a potential T3 take. DRG, if they can take this, it would turn the whole game around.
It literally would turn the whole game around. I mean, they do have 2 Vanguards into the bot side of the map, and it is the desired take as well, right? Like, that turret is going to take a lot more damage this time around because of the damage reduction there. But right now, it's going to be a DRG. They are looking for the clapback. We was wondering what that moment was going to be, and there it was.
Yep, job done for the side of DRG. Right now, it's about playing the map a little bit more carefully and also looking for Juku to set up very nice fights on the side of Dragon Ranger. Get that big ultimate, unconquerable army on the majority of the members, specifically Max, of course, and Mengxi.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Ranger, they definitely pulled themselves out of the pit of death, right? Like, they were looking like it was pretty much all she wrote, but that Overlord take, even though we saw a bit of a flex here onto the side of WEIBO Gaming getting that Azure Golem, it still wasn't enough, right? Like, Lin Hang was kind of like just lost in the sauce a little bit.
Yep, I think he was a little bit overzealous to try and win the series at that point, because take a look at it. If they had won the team fight, they would have had access into the crystal on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. But he does not have the Sage's Sanctuary. That was not the time to pull that card out, because there was still more lives to offer on the side of DRG.
I mean, you can see here from the side of obviously WEIBO Gaming, they're just trying to create the pressure with the minion waves. You can see there's the fast rotations of Lin Hang. He's just trying to make sure he's able to kind of like stop any kind of further minion waves coming through, right? Like, he's just waiting around, making sure they're not going to crash into his base.
Yeah, right now it's just timers. They make the dive.
Get the pick up to Eren. No! Oh! Okay, the passive does get Eren the takedown there, but I mean, it's going to be the takedown onto Lin Hang. I mean, that's a lot of damage being taken off the board here, but they can't get 1-1, and that's the problem.
Yep, they can't, right? The Blood Rage actually helping him out there. But with this, do they have enough damage to burst this Shadow Tyrant down? It looks like that's the case. Seymour has been spotted out. Can they finish the job here?
I mean, that was close, right? Obviously, Suli as well as the Cat Boom was very close. They get the job takedown.
Yep, and let's see. Max here, he needs to have a lot more damage. So far, the damage is just coming in mainly from the side of Lin Hang, but he has to trade his life to make that resource worth it. And if this continues, Dragon Ranger Gaming might be able to mount a comeback.
I think they will, right? I mean, especially if they keep Mulan and Dion alive. Obviously, that's going to be a lot of their big damage output here, because obviously Wanwan and Juku are just going to be there to kind of just soak a lot of that damage. But let's look at that replay.
Right, take a look at this jump here. Important that they got down Mulan, because Mulan is one of the only members that does not have a save condition besides Dian. So he was the primary target. You can see the rest, like Wanwan, he does have the Blood Rage to work with. Cooldown in 8 seconds. Huayan, second life. We have Juku, second life as well. So it's important they have to find the appropriate targets on the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Yeah, they've got to pick them off very, very methodical, right? Like, they have to make sure they're approaching these next few team fights in absolute finesse, because you see in here that Lin Hang, for the past, like, 5 minutes, is just looking for that macro push for those minion waves, right? Just trying to make sure he drives away one member of Dragon Ranger Gaming, just so they're not in the team fight, so it just makes it a little bit easier here for the side of WEIBO Gaming.
I find it a little bit difficult for WEIBO Gaming because they have a lot of one-time usage skills. Yes. And once you burn down the life, like, you know, Tingyu's ultimate, it's gone. It's on cooldown. Same for Mengxi as well.
I mean, they're looking to go for the Shadow Overlord, right? I mean, this would definitely be a treat here for the side of WEIBO Gaming, and they do get it, so this could be the potential comeback here for them, but it's going to be Suli with the ultimate here, but getting the court into the back line. It's going to be the takedown onto Mulan. That's a lot of damage off the board here, but can they replicate the same thing for the DRG? Mulan is down, but at the same time, they lose Zemo, they lose Meng Xian, and into the back line, it's going to be Yuan, but it's now getting taken down. That's a 2-2 trade overall here for WEIBO and DRG. They're on the run. They need the minion wave into the bot side of the map to defend.
And T3 at the bottom is also under pressure. They have to make a rush for it. Max, you can see, is making a beeline. Unfortunately, the members on the side of DRG are going to be there earlier. They're going to try and chunk this down. The damage here, the backup. Max does have the Raging Sandstorm available to put a little bit more pressure, but there's 3 members here, so DRG, they hold.
They do hold for now, indeed, but at the same time, this could be troublesome for the side of DRG. They had a bit of a promise right now, but that's going to the T3 takedown into the bot side of the map for WEIBO Gaming to really alleviate that pressure.
This one was super close, and right now we're back to square one because now both sides will have super minions flying down. Now, for the next few seconds, it's going to be slightly in favor of WEIBO Gaming because they have the Shadow Vanguards flying down, which naturally win the lane. But we'll see. DRG, there is still a potential to come back.
Yeah, Goya just needs to give over the Crimson Golem, right? Obviously, we were saying moments ago that the damage is just not coming through for the side of Max on WEIBO Gaming, but now could be the chance for him, right? Obviously, he has the Crimson Golem. He is pretty much almost a 6-slotted. He has the Succubus Cloak as well to just kind of mitigate a lot of that magic damage coming from the side of DRG's DN.
Yeah, it needs to be him because look, Lin Heng is already doing his best, right? He already has the Destiny, is on cooldown now, 24 seconds. The burst potential has to come from him. Zimo is not going to offer that much damage. He's supposed to soak it for the team. So Max has to step up.
He does have to step up indeed, right? He has to basically use that damage from a distance, right? Obviously, Ming Tian is definitely doing great in terms of obviously getting access into the backline, just kind of like halting the side of DRG. But I feel like if one member of WEIBO Gaming falls, it's done.
It's over, right? Especially if a player like Zimo falls, or maybe a player like Max, or even Tingyue falls. Either one of them is going to cause a huge deficit because the composition works on the synergy of all five. You have the magic thread from Tingyue, the physical and magic soak from Zimo, and you need the burst from Max and Lin Heng together. It all needs to happen.
It's just like a perfect sandwich. You need every bit of ingredient to make it a perfect sandwich. And right now, both of these two teams, they need every little bit of ingredients they can get into these team fights, right? Obviously, with the push into the top side of the map here, they're going to try their best to get the T3. It looks like it's going to take that onto Mulan as well. So already being deleted off the board is one member of DRG. It's looking scary.
Yep, that's one major source of damage gone. They still have it in the form of Hua Yan as well as Dian. Let's see how they do. But the T3 now, it's a Baron base. WEIBO may be able to do this now.
WEIBO may be able to close this one out, but they've got a bit of a fight on their hands. They have 1-1. They have Juku here, but no longer do they have 1-1. The Sage of Sanctuary's been taken off. He's able to get out of the team fight. Is that the case? Umbrosa with the Undying is coming through here, trying to get the takedown onto the members, but the Sage of Sanctuaries are being bought. They're out of stock as well, and DRG, with a last defense, keep their base alive.
And WEIBO Gaming holding the restraint here, knowing that it's not worth to give that first charge of the Sage's Sanctuary for absolutely just a chance at taking the crystal. It needs to be a guarantee. Now with the Tempest Dragon hitting the marks right here, right now, this has to be the time where both teams step up and make the best play of their lives.
I mean, this is like what the third Tempest Dragon game we've had so far within the series, which is unlike the average game time we were seeing at the very beginning of the day.
Yeah, definitely not. But this one is the most important. Forget those past Tempest Dragons. This one matters the most.
It does. I mean, we did see the Cat Boom's ultimate has been used there, so splash damage is not going to come through, but it's going to be Umbrosa into the back line. The Sage of Sanctuary has been used here. Maybe the reset onto the Tempest, but Max does come through. Is it going to be a little bit too late here? They get the takedown onto Juku and still not resetting that Tempest. I feel like both of these teams need to reset at this point. Not having your smite here, but the side of WEIBO Gaming is deadly.
Yep, exactly. They need to clear the waves as well, and they need to watch out. The mid lane is getting a little bit scary, and because they don't have the damage that will be able to take down this Tempest Dragon as fast as they would like, which means Lin Heng has a chance to come back here and make a potential steal.
He's got to come back for the steal, right? Obviously, about, what, 11, 10 seconds onto the board here before he gets back into this one. I mean, we might be looking at just a bit of a faint match up here in terms of a fight onto the Tempest Dragon, just trying to bait DRG into this fight.
Is to make the continual reset, right? Buy some time, but the damage is coming in for the side of DRG. They're going to get started here. It's going to be less than 50% now on the Tempest. Where is Lin Heng?
Lin Heng is looking for a bit of a black bank rotation here as well. There's a lot of damage onto the arena, onto Mulan, but is it going to be enough? I mean, the damage is still there. The health bars onto the Tempest Dragon, the takedown onto Mulan, but it's going to be Max being traded here as well. But you can see Zemo with the minion wave into the mid lane. Is this going to be the saving grace here for WEIBO Gaming? They can't come back. DRG managed to get Dion back into the base in the nick of time.
He needs to be the savior here. Taking the life of Zimo will definitely save the game, but he also needs to make the wave clear. Thankfully, they have Huayan. Huayan does have the Sage of Sanctuary, but at the same time, this is a guarantee, a soft guarantee on the Tempest Dragon. They will not be able to take this, but Zuku does have his ultimate, the unconquerable army. And for now, you know what? WEIBO Gaming says, no risk. We're not going to take a gamble here.
I'm on the edge of my seat here, kid. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen because obviously we have an assault on the base. We have the potential trying to get that congestion for the Tempest Dragon, but just don't want to contest any lives.
Because they know this is so critical, right? At this point, the waves are naturally in their favor. Dragon Ranger Gaming have to deal with this problem over and over again. And if you send just one member, you're immediately in a 4v5 situation, which is not ideal. We are in the super late game. WEIBO Gaming naturally have the advantage here.
Ah, man, we were in the end game at this point. I mean, like, what? It's almost 23-minute game right now. Obviously, like you said there, Ken, they just keep kind of using Lin Han. I mean, he has the rotation speed to be able to kind of like keep himself out of this team fight. But right now, we are seeing DRG. They are looking to melt down this Tempest Dragon. But Lin Han, they're looking for the push with the mid lane, with the bot side. They are forcing back Mulan, Dion as well. But at the same time, the takedown. WEIBO and the Crystal take game number 6 and are going through to the upper bracket finals.
Super clean decision making from the side of WEIBO Gaming. You can feel the tears, the energy coming from the WEIBO Gaming fans as well as DRG. They could not keep pace.
Could not keep pace, but I mean, man, what a show. This is what, like, when we say there's no weak teams, this is what we mean, right? Like, every battle in the upper brackets feels like it's going to be like this. It's going to be a nail-biter, edge of your seat. You don't know who's going to win. It's just going to be a momentary decision to get the Crystal takedown.
But exactly this is what we mean, right? Every single decision, every single advantage matters. Because once your base gets barren, how do you play this game?
Exactly. How do you play this game? You have to always, like you said, Ken, you always have to have somebody back at your base, especially with the fact that WEIBO Gaming had a hero like Lin Han onto the Nakaruru that just can kind of fly over one wall. It kind of really reduces the time between from one lane to another. You can apply that pressure, and that's where we saw DRG really struggle with keeping up with that pressure and keeping up with that tempo of Lin Han on the Nakaruru.
Yeah, and this is the irony of choice, right? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more, vice versa. And this one was definitely, between the two choices, it was the hardest because everything felt like it needed to be complete, but you could only do one thing at a time.
One thing at a time is unfortunate here for the side of DRG, but at the same time, WEIBO Gaming was just like, we need to make sure this is how we're going to win, right? Because like we were saying in the draft, how do WEIBO Gaming get into the late game and how do they win against this team fight? Because of the Soulier, the Orgrin as well, just such a great beefy tanks, and they have the burst damage from the Eren, they have the poke from the Cap Boom as well, but it just wasn't enough. They were always finding the way in, always getting those crucial pickups onto Mulan.
No, but the thing with DRG's draft was they actually had the potential to deal damage, right? But they could never find those 5-man engagers, which was what Juku was looking for. And in his attempt to look for that situation, they were always getting split pushed to death. And this of course came from that macro gameplay at the start of the game. WEIBO was a lot more map-centric in this game number 6.
Oh, absolutely. Map-centric. He was like macroing across the entire of the map. I don't think there was one little like nugget of space on that map that wasn't kind of like touched by Lin Han. He was just always on it. It was like you saw from like, I think it was like the 11th minute how he was just freezing the waves of the minions. Like you knew that was going to be the tactic going into this late game.
And I feel like this is a very interesting experience for you because this is your introduction into Meng Tian. First game ever. Yeah. Look at the way he tanked for this game. It was insane. And bear in mind, when he was super tanky, everyone else, like at this point of the game, it was 10,000 gold for Lin Heng, the jungler, but it was only 6k for Huayan on this, not Huayan, sorry, Zimo on this Meng Tian. And he was tanking against the rest of the members on the side of DRG, no problem.
Yeah, all I saw was just like, there was one hero, but he was surrounded by like 5 soldiers. I was just like, this looks sick. I want to play it.
Yeah, the young generals, this is the definitive of what it takes to be a tank for the game. 3-1 and 4, Zimo really held on for the entire game because it was a very squishy, very risky lineup from the side of WEIBO Gaming.
Oh, very risky lineup, especially with just like having a jungler that's not a tank, right? Especially going up against an Augur, and you're already kind of setting yourself at a bit of a lack of a footing, right? Like you just really are counting on that early game damage, really counting on that kind of assassin gameplay style, right? That we saw from Lincoln.
Yes, and you could definitely see the comeback potential, right? Right around that 13-minute to 15-minute mark. That was where I feel like Hua Yan actually did come online for quite a bit. Look, total damage, 83,000 worth. And he was actually diving onto the backlines. He was responsible for taking the life of Lin Heng multiple times in this game.
Yeah, so many times. It was so crazy. Like, obviously, the takedowns onto Lin Heng was really the moment of clarity there for the side of DRG that it seemed like for me. Like, if they wanted to strike, they had to take off the jungler, right?
Yeah, definitely, because then that opened the doors for 1-1 to really make a difference. And you could see this one, I think the farm laners for this game had a very tough time. Both the Aaron Moonlan as well as this girl for Max. Like, the two of them, it was so hard to play. Everyone had the kit to stop them, take them out of the game for a long duration.
Yeah, I mean, like the very low kill game for the marksman. Obviously, normally you kind of expecting them to have like that carrier mount, but once again, back to back, MVP is going to be Ting Yue.
Yeah, this guy on the Angela. We talk about the shred, and he was responsible. The most critical play in the game came in that 1 second or half a second burst onto Mulan right at the T3 at the top. I didn't even see the skill set. I just saw the death counter come out on the name of Mulan, and I was like, what happened?
Yeah, he just got bursted down. It was just like an instant kill, 100% it seemed like. That Blazing Brilliance just came out of nowhere. But I've been on the receding end of that one before, and it's not a fun place to be.
It definitely is not. With a KDA of 3, 0, and 6, he dealt quite a bit of damage as well. 24% of the total team hero damage offered to the side of DRG was dealt by this Angela player.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play style. Play very great performance here. We really got WEIBO Gaming into the upper bracket finals as well, right? Like DRG, they could have easily just taken one big advantage within that last game and drew this to a 3-3. We'd be going into an ultimate battle. We would not be seeing this MVP here once again for Ting Yue.
Yep, he was really a thorn in the sides, right? So besides getting that big kill onto Aaron, he was also one of the most difficult people to deal against when you're an Ogren #1 and when you're the Jiuku Suliet, right? Because he was shredding them to bits. And this opened up the doors for safe, I won't say safe, but easy entry, straightforward entry for Lin Heng, who definitely at multiple times of this game took a huge risk with the dive. Here was that play.
Yeah, just letting down that second skill. Boom, gone.
Oh my goodness. Not even 1 second.
Yeah, literally slowed him right down. There we go. Bang, boom. It's just that 1, 2, 1, 3 combo is huge from Angela.
Yeah, and this moment, he actually stopped a 1-1 from going a bit too deep, which kind of slowed down the pacing here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can see here, obviously, he tries to go into the back line there. He's looking very damaged, and this is the beauty of the Angela, right? It's like you don't know where he's going to be, especially if you're hiding in the brush. Just using that Blazing Brilliance just to zone away. I mean, ultimately getting the kill was obviously Mengxie, but at the same time, it was all because of Ting Yue.
Yeah, and this moment was very clutch because they managed to knock down the different members on the side of WEIBO Gaming, especially for DRG. They made the saves, but this final decision to fully commit onto that Tempest Dragon, you knew they had no time to TP back. So WEIBO Gaming, what a game coming into our game number 6.
Exactly. Fantastic. Game number 6 means that the scoreboard is going to be at 4-2 for WEIBO Gaming. Obviously, we'll get to hear from both of the losers and the winners here in both of their respective interviews. We get some great insight like we did yesterday.
Yes, it's going to take a while. I think they have to calm their nerves first. Coach Lin, while he maintains this very calm and composed, you know inside the heart rate was pumping high because this one was quite clutch. Tempest game, was it a double Tempest game? I think it was a double Tempest game, right? Yeah, double Tempest game. Yeah, with everything at risk, that is a high pressure situation. And boy, did we find some diamonds here.
Some diamonds were definitely mined here for the side of WEIBO Gaming, but then obviously to the side of DRG as well, right? Like they definitely had moments of hope and glimmer, but we're gonna go to the loser interview first. Let's check out what DRG have to say.
好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是英凯，今天邀请到的是梦兰来跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是佛山第二季梦兰。
欢迎梦兰。其实刚才结束那局应该是很难释怀的，尤其是在龙团的时候，能感觉说了大家的决策好像有点散，想盯人，想盯龙，又想盯线。当时你们是什么样的判断呢？
就破三高了嘛，跟他拼了。
想要跟他拼了，但是会出现大家决策不统一的那种状态吗？在你们的局内的时候，沟通的时候，就
可能没想到他前排这么猛吧，直接往前走。
就是自摸这个蒙恬嘛，我看到因为对付这个蒙恬，你也是出了全输出嘛，在那种情况下，会觉得这个出装比较有压力吗？会身板比较脆？
主要前期也逆风了吧，后面出着就出全输出了。
那包括今天的比赛，其实有很多出装上的讨论，包括你前面整体来讲出的很硬的一个狄仁杰，当时是怎么想的
呢？就感觉电刀没啥用吧，就不出了。
我今天统计一下，感觉你作为一个发路选手，电刀的频率甚至比这个步降的频率要低，感觉好像现在很多时候都需要步降征兆，是吗？聊聊你的这些想法呗。
就电刀该出还是会出的，就是偶尔不需要也不出了，
还是看局势，对吧？那今天打完整体来说是什么样的感觉呢？会觉得说下半场的表现不尽人意吗？
就有点可惜吧。
哪一局会觉得头比较大？
就第5局吧。
在那一局，就包括第4、第5局的时候，我看你的心率一直都飙得蛮高的啊。在被这个逆风翻盘的那一局，当时在局内会觉得有点慌乱吗？几次想攻不下来的时候。
第几局？
在第5局的时候。
第5局倒也没慌，就是没太注意，打得太那个打得太沉静了，没注意时间。
所以在那个时候可能会注意一些技能 CD 的细节就落了，对不对？那第4局的一个角色会让大家更加的觉得不好理解，就是你们在10分钟龙团前去冲曹操，结果给全队直接冲崩了。当时是怎么突然想到这样的一个相对比较艰难的想法的？
主要就看着曹操有点太专了吧，我们包夹他，然后那个他队友在上路，他一个人搁这踩4野之灵，属于过于嚣张。
过于嚣张要治一下。那下来之后，泽教怎么跟你们分享的这样的他的想法？
他说冲曹操没几个好结果。
那下次有这个机会还冲吗？
那肯定是抱团冲啊，拼了。
泽教你们白讲了，还得再讲一轮。那我们认真说啊，因为后面的比赛要打 TDG 了，这是一个最近很强劲的队伍，怎么说？对你们来讲会压力很大吗？
跟他拼了，
又要跟他拼了。希望在这个过程当中回去泽教能够带队打成统一吧，好吧？不管如何的话，希望你们好运。感谢，我们把时间交还给评论席。
Right, that was quite a cute interview coming in from the side of DRG. That was Mulan, the captain on the side of DRG. Now, this was what was asked. So we will talk about the Tempest, this most recent game. And he was asked, what was your thought process during the Tempest portion of the game? And they were saying that they actually didn't expect WEIBO Gaming to be so aggressive to go straight for the Crystal Rush. They were expecting them to be able to fight them in the Tempest pit. And their thoughts on the overall series with the information pointed towards more focus on game number 5. Now, reminder, game number 5 was where DRG made this play where they actually took a 5-man dive into the Fatih, got turned around, and proceeded to lose the game from that point on. So the host was asking them what was going through the minds of the players when that happened. And they mentioned that, number one, it's a little bit of a shame for that game because it felt like it was winnable. They were very tunnel vision into different parts of the game, so a little bit of confusion in terms of alignment, and they had a completely different version of what would happen when they made their dive onto the Fatih. So the next time this situation presents itself, they would definitely do it differently. Now, we will end that interview, of course, with the thoughts of meeting TTG in that lower brackets, but we'll get to that after this winners interview that's going to come from the side of WEIBO Gaming.
好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是英凯。今天要请到的是子墨，来跟大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是北京我子墨。
欢迎子墨啊！刚才那局打的真的很精彩、很激烈，最后的决策做得也很漂亮。聊聊你们在龙团的时候你的分工吧，感觉好像给到梦兰很大的压力。他刚才也讲到了这一点哈。
就是他们一直想拼龙吧，然后我们不给他机会，就是一直带线，一直带线。
但是其实我看到是那个路阵亡的那段时间，好像大家先收兵，对方又来先占位置。你们是怎么去考虑说在打野不在的情况去拼的呢？
就是拉扯住啊，就是他敢拼龙的话，我们就跟他打了。
哦，所以在那种情况下，你想办法去限制对方的输出。
是的，就是把视野点住吧，然后他们就拼不了龙，拼龙的话我们真打起来了。
哦，其实今天的这个上下半场，我的感受是你们的状态不太一样，你自己的感受呢？
上半场的话状态其实没调整好吧，然后后半段调整过来了。
后半段是怎么调整？自然而然的，还是中间咱们说有一个小的刻意的变动？
这个就不太好方便透露了。
这个就是战术秘密了，那就不透露了。希望你能保持住这一点啊。那另外，我会发现今天有很多的局面，就是对手会抱团冲你，从第1局到第4局，狂铁曹操，一冲就炸，一冲就炸。一般这种情况，你的脑海里是怎么想的呢？
就是他们如果冲我的话，他们团战是已经打不了的，就是给他冲。
哦，如果是你们有这样的机会，会选择抱团去冲一个单点吗？就是感觉对面稍微走位装了一点。
肯定是要以团战能打赢才会去冲，打不赢的话是不会冲的。
那这种情况一般很难说有100%的胜率啊，怎么去做判断呢？
就是看双方的资源效率吧。如果第一时间把他秒了的话，其实就是能做直接冲他的决策的。
哦，所以实际上你还是要看具体的就是收益再去做决定。
对，就是主要是看着团战嘛，就是团战能把赢。
哎，我觉得真的很重要。包括今天的几个翻盘啊，尤其在第5局内局，又展现了北京微博的这个经验啊。能不能聊内局你们的心态上的变化，在面对那种情况的时候？
就是觉得多劣势都能翻盘吧。
多劣势都能翻盘。
是的。
哦，包括阵容上其实也有信心，对吧？在阵容上是否也更有信心？因为有一个女娲在后期还是好打一些。
就是非常有信心，就是挺有信心的，
就挺有信心的。那我们认真讲了，因为在前面第2局比赛里，看到你的关羽有一个非常漂亮的中路劈回来老虎的一个操作，包括上路的那个空间之灵的位置直接捉虎，这是你自己留下的一个伏笔，给队伍策动的行动吗？
就是自己的一些想法吧，然后就是配合队友去执行，让队友跟我一起执行嘛。
所以你看，有很多的小细节拼起来的今天的胜利。哎，你刚刚说了，其实最后1局对面是出的全输出，你是好打的。如果对面射手像前几局那样出肉，在你的视角里会觉得比较难处理吗？
感觉出啥都挺好处理的，
在你心里没有什么压力。那好了，今天是胜者组的半决赛赢了，后面那场比赛要打 AG 和 KSG 的胜者，那就是胜者组的决赛。那再赢1场就能去鸟巢了。在这样的时候，有什么话要跟自己的兄弟们讲一讲的吗？
继续加油吧。对，兄弟们继续加油！
好，继续加油，轻描淡写，但是希望你们能够沉下心来，一步一个脚印。好了，感谢子墨的分享，要把掌声送给北京微博，把时间交给评论席。
Right, welcome back. That was a nice interview. Winners interview, of course, for the side of WEIBO Gaming. I'm going to run through this quickly because there's quite a few points. But talking about that last game for the Tempest segment itself. So Zimo, actually, the team's mindset over it was we already have the advantage in terms of the macro, we have the wave management, so as long as we have a strong wave management, we can hold them at the Tempest Pit, and if there is a need to fight, we will always fight them at the Tempest Pit. But this also led them to the situation where, because of the natural wave management advantage they had, they were able to make that final decision to be able to go for that Crystal Rush, netting them the win. Now, of course, we don't leave any stones unturned. We will go back to game number 5. Now, this was the perspective of WEIBO Gaming game number 5. It was just that they feel that as WEIBO Gaming, a team with much more experience, having more practice will actually allow your team to, number 1, have the confidence and to make the comeback. So, not much pressure felt throughout the series because they were at full confidence they could turn this entire series around. Now, I'm going to end this with bits of portions from the first interview, Lewis's interview, into this interview as well. Now, thoughts on the next stage of the winners bracket, because if they win this next one, they will be headed to the Bird's Nest Stadium for the grand finals. And the simple response is, we'll do our best and let's cheer on our brothers in the team. Now, I'm going to head back to the losers bracket here for the side of DRG. They were asked about their next stage going up against TTG. Same response from them. They will also do their best to take the win against DRG and TTG and keep the dream alive.
I mean, it's almost as if everybody just wants to do their best, right? I mean, that's all they can do within this competition is do their best, and that's exactly what WEIBO Gaming did in this best of 7, was able to do their best with that macro playstyle from Linhang there, getting them that victory and getting them into the upper bracket finals as their first team. But it has been definitely one heck of a long day here. No 4-0s in sight in the upper brackets, and I can imagine tomorrow is going to be very similar when we see AG Superplay go up against gaming. Well, that's going to be the next one. So obviously, it's going to be both of us again tomorrow, Ken. We're going to be in for another rodeo. And I've been, once again, it's been phenomenal being on the KPL English broadcast desk. Once again, the action is always so crazy, and it's been your favorite kind of tofu, Ken Tofu, as we have seen for this day number 7. So join us again for day number 8 tomorrow, guys. Take it easy and get some sleep. See you soon.
The blinding light, you were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way, dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I'm a contender,